situations of conflict, self-defense, or political responsibility. So these tensions remind us that ethical reflection is always situated and ongoing. Uh, in this session, we have two presentations. Uh, our session chair is Professor Rakesh Chandra sir, who is former head of the Department of Philosophy, Lucknow University. He is also former Dean of Academics, Lucknow University, and Director of Women's Study, Lucknow University. Our first speaker is the guest of honor of the workshop, Professor KTS Sarao, the well-known historian and writer, and you can Google him and find his bio on the Wikipedia too. Second presentation is by our senior most professor, A.K. Rai sir, former head of the Department of Philosophy and Religion, Banaras Hindu University. So now I would request our chair, Chandra sir, to come to the virtual dais and give a brief introduction of the speakers and invite them for their talk. Over to you, sir.
Good morning, Shipra. It's an honor and privilege to be here on the last day of this very, very useful workshop. And it's indeed an honor and privilege to give you a very, very quick and a brief introduction to one of the most outstanding scholars of Buddhism, Professor Karam Tej S. Sarao, who's one of the leading Indian historians who has been working on Buddhism for several decades. He was teaching at the University of Delhi, was also the head of the department, and he has been a visiting professor to almost all the major prestigious universities of the world in China, Korea, Cambridge, and Vishwabharati. His thorough scholarship on the history of the Mahabodhi temple, the decline of Buddhism in India, his very, very unusual work on Baku temple of eternal fire, which has a very unusual connect to Baba Nanak and the Udasi Sadhus, are very, very outstanding scholarly works. Along with his that, he has also written travel work on the pilgrimage to Kailash. I also had the opportunity of listening to one of his short talks on that journey. I also think that it's indeed a great privilege for me to briefly know him over the years, and I found him to be an extremely generous, disciplined, and a cheerful human being who has been a friend of my teacher, Professor Ashok Bohra, and also my very dear friend, Professor Godavari Mishra. His energy and honesty as a scholar are outstanding. I must also mention, you'll see his long introduction in the Wikipedia, but I must mention a very, very important remark which has stuck with me in the introduction to his history of Indian Buddhism, that scholarship which respects diversity and pluralism is more humane than the scholarship which seeks universal agreement. And I think it has stuck with me that this whole idea that, we need to honestly respect diversity. And I have seen that all his work is actually imbued with this absolute impossible kind of humility with which he goes to the data, works on that, and tries to efface his own personal beliefs and work on that. I'm sure this is going to be an extremely educative session for us, where we have the privilege of listening to Professor Karam Tej S. Sarao and his views on Buddhism. So I welcome Professor Rao with great humility and great pleasure, and I'm sure this is going to be one of the very valuable sessions of this workshop. Professor Rao.
Thank you very much, Professor Chandra, for a very, very liberal introduction. I'm really grateful that you think so high of me. I shall be making a PPT presentation. So may I share the PPT, please?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
So can you see my screen? No.
No, sir.
Sir, it's Zoom.
Yeah.
Your PPT slides are still not visible.
Again, perhaps a problem. Oh. What to do?
Sir, keep
The
this.
screen is coming, sir. Your screen is coming. Your screen is Sakar Nirutya Revisited is coming. But you have
It's
to.
coming?
Yes, yes. Your screen is visible. You have to open your file, which you. Yes. Now it is there.
Okay,
Sir,
okay.
You open the file.
PPT.
Can you see it
Yes,
now?
Yes.
now it's
yes,
fine,
yes,
sir.
Now coming. Now coming.
Now it's
Okay.
slideshow. Yes.
Slide
Okay,
Fine,
so
sir.
you can
Perfect,
see it
sir.
now.
Perfect.
Yes.
Okay, right. Thank you very much, Shipraji, and my very dear friend, Professor Rakesh Chandra, and all of you for giving me the honor to share my views with you on Buddhist perspective on war and peace. Now, over the years, I have realized that if you cannot change the world, perhaps you can sort of focus on yourself. You can at least change yourself. And so my experience of studying Buddhism and looking at the issues that we all face in today's world, which is actually becoming from bad to worse. And as you know, the kind of terrible things that are happening in the world. Interestingly, with all the development in science and technology and so-called wisdom and so on and so forth, things, in my personal opinion, are becoming really very, very bad. So it has been basically a kind of very, very disappointing journey in life, especially as a student of Buddhism. So I will basically share my own personal views and experience in the world, how perhaps the future can be made a better world. The world can be made a better place to live in the future. What I think about. So I will basically be talking about that. Now, in today's globalizing world, which is profit-oriented, capitalistic system, from Buddhist perspective, it itself is sort of going in the wrong direction, as we call in Buddhism, agati gaman, totally going in the wrong direction. Just look at the world, how it is sort of evolving in the future. More than 90% of the resources in the world are owned by only 2% of the population. And we are told that the rest of the 90% or so of the world has only access to 10%. And the lower 1 billion people of the world, out of the total 8 billion people that live in the world, the lowest 1 billion people have access only to about 1.4% of the world wealth. And so as a student of Buddhism, I think that is a terrible thing. How some people are sort of, accumulating more and more and more. There doesn't seem to be an end to this. Look at this fellow, the owner of Tesla company. He's now become a trillionaire. And the kind of very unethical and immoral kind of methods these people indulge in. Obviously it is, I think it will be very stupid to expect any peace in the world when billions and billions of people are literally starving and all kinds of terrible things are happening to people in the world. So I don't think there is any possibility of peace in the world, unfortunately, because this upper 2-3% population of the world is totally insensitive. They don't care. The way they flout their richness and the way they exploit, take advantage of the system. And the kind of terrible things then they ultimately do. Mr. Trump is one very good example of this globalizing, profit-oriented capitalistic system. So when you have people like this, when larger majority of the people in the world choose such people as their leaders, I think it is impossible to visualize any kind of peace. In this sport, I would like to talk about a very interesting sutta of the Digha Nikaya called Aganya Sutta, where the Buddha talks about something like what Karl Marx says. In fact, some scholars like Rahul Sankrityayan actually call the Buddha as the first communist of the world, and in a positive sense. So the Buddha says that initially, as the communists say, there was kind of primitive communism where everybody had equal access to nature. So the basic needs were fulfilled. Everybody's basic needs were fulfilled, and you could go to nature whenever you needed anything to fulfill your basic needs. And so there was no crime and there was no problem. And then suddenly one wise guy came up with this idea of not going every day once, twice, or thrice to nature to fulfill his or her needs, but to gather stuff for a week or a month. So the Buddha says that so you have private property that comes into existence, and then people capture land and resources, and then obviously there were some people who were not smart enough and they did not have anything. And so when you have nothing, and then what would you do? You would steal, commit crime. And now because you stole, because you had no choice, and then the people who owned property from whom you stole, they would like to stop you. So to cut the long story short, they chose a king whose duty was basically to stop these people from stealing and punish them for their crime. And so the Buddha says, now when this kind of thing happens, how can you think of peace? Basic needs definitely of all the people must be fulfilled. So what you say call equitable access to resources to meet your basic needs. That is bare minimum. Of course, there are more things from Buddhist perspective, but that is bare minimum that everybody's basic needs must be fulfilled before you could talk of peace or anything else. Now, one couple called Dr. and Mrs. Meadows, they have prepared a document called Limits to Growth. It is actually a group of about 20-25 people who have been working on various kinds of variables like world population as it is increasing. And as you know, the world population will definitely continue to increase for another 25 to 30 years, I think. Quite a few countries now are having negative growth, including China, but Africa, where you see in most of it extreme poverty, population is growing very fast. India is also growing fairly fast, but it's stabilizing. I think India will stabilize by 2050. So population will continue to grow at least till 2050 in the world, or maybe a little bit beyond that. And then you have industrialization, more food will be produced, more food production will take, more goods will be produced, and more pollution will be produced, industrialization. And resources, non-renewable resources will get depleted, and maybe new ways of producing more energy, etc., will also be produced. But Meadows and Meadows have prepared a kind of computer sort of model of exponential economic and population growth with finite resource supplies. And they say that if things continue exactly as they are happening today, the world will completely collapse by the end of 21st century. So nothing will be left, actually. We will destroy ourselves completely. It is so terrible. And so, as I said, from Buddhist perspective, the world is moving completely in the wrong direction, progressing in the wrong direction. It's terrible. It's really very, very bad. So complete agati gaman. And so, as I said, so deprivation, scarcity, and poverty. Very interesting, actually. Amartya Sen's PhD was on famines, and he very convincingly, on the basis of well-documented research, says that famines in the world, most of them that happen, India is one very good example of these famines when millions and millions of people perished in Bengal and Bihar during the British period. such scarcities and famines are man-made. Man-made in the sense there are some very selfish people who create scarcity. So there is enough food. Even today, for example, there is enough food in the world, but there are some selfish people who create scarcity. For example, the United States of America, to give a better price to their farmers, there have been examples when food was destroyed in large amount. So that food is destroyed, so scarcity is created and prices go up, and so the so-called these rich farmers get better price. That kind of dirty, terrible things that humans do in today's world. So as we are progressing more and more, we are actually becoming more and more terrible from Buddhist perspective, I think. And now the question is, the whole system is, doesn't function with the goal of doing good to mankind. It is working in a manner, as Eric Fromm says, to basically for the sake of the growth of the system, so that some of these people who run this system can enrich at the cost of the other helpless people in the world. So you have so much of greed and selfishness in the world, in the system, this globalizing system. So Eric Fromm says that it is impossible to think of peace because this kind of greed and selfishness preclude peace. So greed and peace actually preclude each other. As long as you have this kind of selfish greed, it is impossible to think of peace in the world. Also, as you see, you regularly read this, India's growth rate will be 7.1%, China's is 11.3%, US is 4.5% growth rate. So the system believes that you produce more and more and consume therefore more and more. So if I'm happy with one meal, I'm expected to have 3, maybe 4 meals. And if I can manage without a television, I'm expected to have a television. If I already have a television, which is a big one, old-fashioned, I must have a better one. And then I'm in many ways sort of manipulated by the system. I'm told to buy a better one because it's better, it's prestigious, because my neighbor has a better car or a bigger car. My neighbor wears designer clothes. And so therefore I must have wear designer clothes. And so that kind of stuff, the system, this globalizing system is creating that kind of mentality, more and more and more. And so your prestige and your satisfaction or your happiness, kind of you're made to think depends on the more you have, the happier you will be. Just look the way you create stress on the resources. Imagine if I can do with, let's say, 3 or 4 pairs of trousers and 6, 7 shirts, 1 or 2 t-shirts, and just eat once a day. I actually eat only once in a day. I fast for about 22 hours every day. I give myself a window of 2 hours to eat, and I'm very happy, very strong. I'm 71 years old. So I don't see any reason why I should be eating 3 times or 4 times every day. And so the system is not happy with me because I don't eat twice, because I'm staying in a guest house and the person who runs a guest house, he's very unhappy that this fellow is eating only once. Should be eating 3 times, and maybe drink coffee 10 times, so on and so forth, so that he can sort of make more money. And so on the whole, this whole system is based upon more consumption, more production. Whereas it seems that we already have enough. What we need to do is we need to understand that life is not actually wearing designer clothes and so many clothes and so much consumption and so much of wastage. It is shocking that even very well-educated people, the way they waste. For example, I see myself in the universities every day. Whenever all the professors with 1, 2, 3 PhDs and teaching experience of so many years have published so many good books, you see these crazy professors, and majority of them, almost all of them, wasting food. They put more food in their plates than they can eat. And if you tell one of them politely, Dr. Saab, ये तो आपने खाना खराब कर दिया, बोला कि तेरे बाप का खा रहा हूं क्या, उल्टा बोलेगा. In fact, one of my vice chancellors, I told him that he was wasting food. He made my life miserable after. Instead of kind of accepting that, yes, he was wasting time, food, being a well-educated person, a responsible person, he was an example for everybody. He should have set good examples. And but in Delhi University, so this vice chancellor, actually, contrary, became my enemy because I pointed out this to him. And the worst part was he did not learn from this. I saw that in the future also, whenever I happened to be there when he was eating, say a dinner party or a lunch party, this poor fellow would put maybe 1, 2, or 3 times more food than he could consume. And he has wasted. Mark my words. See yourself today or tomorrow when you have a dinner or a meal together. See how many people waste. This is crazy. Educated people. So what I'm saying is so much is wasted, so much is unnecessarily produced, and consequently resources are consumed, non-renewable resources, and so much pollution is created. And so things are becoming terrible and terrible. And so this single-minded pursuit of wealth in a manner that the whole system focuses on production of goods and accumulation of wealth as much as possible. So if you need, let's say, 50,000 rupees a month to live a reasonably nice life, why would you need 100,000 or 200,000? Especially, why would you indulge in kind of immoral means to earn more than that when 50,000 is good enough for you? So this kind of lifestyle is, I think, responsible for all the problems that we are having in the world. So as I pointed out, just see, the top 1 billion out of the 8 billion people that live in the world, the data is from 92, it has become actually much worse now. So the upper 1 billion own 83% of the resources, and the lower 1 billion have only 1.4% of the resources. So what we need is some kind of revolution or some kind of system in place which can actually stop this kind of thing. So some sort of revolution in fairness is needed, and so it is this kind of deprivation in the world which is the root cause of conflict in the world. And if you look at Buddhism, Buddhism doesn't have solution for every problem in the world. Somebody could say that Vedanta is equally valid, or Christianity is equally valid, or even Islam is equally valid. Possibly, yes. But because I'm a student of Buddhism, so therefore I will be only talking from the Buddhist perspective. The Buddha talks about the welfare and happiness of maximum number of people. That should be the goal of the system. Bahujan Hitai, Bahujan Sukhay. This should be very important. And not only that, but I'll come to that, what more from the Buddhist perspective needs to be done. So first very big problem in the world is that the fulfillment of the material needs of the world, that this will lead to peace and happiness. We need to sort of change this system. This is completely a foolish idea to think that more you can meet the material needs of the whole world. Why? You will not be able to meet. Even when you produce more and more, as I said already, we have produced more, the goods will not percolate to the lowest strata of the society. The system is such. So this will not happen. So we need to sort of change that. And also from this Buddhist perspective, there is another problem. When you see at the prosperous world, let us say the United States of America, where nearly all, not all, but nearly all the people are able to fulfill their basic needs. But basic needs are the same for an animal also. So, but we are humans. So therefore, when we try to do something about these basic needs, how to meet the basic needs of every citizen of the world, how to sort of provide equitable access to the resources to every human being in the world. When we do that, we also have to sort of mix it with moral issues. We also have to teach humans to be good human beings. So economic issues and moral issues also have to be put together if we really are thinking of creating a happy world in the future. So what perhaps should be done? One is at the individual level, for example, because I personally feel I can't change the world. So what I would do is I will like to change myself. So one is voluntary poverty, simplicity. I shall live voluntarily as a poor person. As a poor person, not that I will sit outside the gate of the university and start begging, but I will live as a poor person. That is that I will keep my desires and needs as few as possible. What is called is santushti or santutti, with minimum and fewness of desires. So if I need 4 pairs of trousers, I shall not have 5. And if my jeans are worn off, I will not mind stitching the holes and then wear it. I don't see any problem in that. And so I shall consume as little as possible. I shall waste as little as possible. And I shall also be sharing. If I see somebody I can help and I can help that person, I definitely would like to share my surplus wealth or my surplus food or whatever I have. So if you look at this, so Buddhism, basically, if you look at the Dharma, the Buddha basically practiced all these things in his life. And so therefore, if at least, for example, a typical person who follows this, this person would be wasting very little, and this person would be making at least some people happy around himself and would actually set a very good example. But why don't people do all this? Why do people waste? Or why people are so cruel? Why people do not help a person who has met an accident and just walk away? That is because it's not that they are bad people. It's not that my boss at Delhi University was a bad man. He wasn't a bad man, very scholarly, good person, but he wasn't sensitized at some stage in his life. And some well-documented research shows that it is very difficult to sensitize adults. It is children in school whom it's very easy to sensitize, because children are very impressionable. So that future citizens of the world can be sensitized in this kind of value system. And then perhaps we can have some hope in the world. So as Erich Fromm, I'm sorry, I'm quoting again and again, perhaps you would like to read 1 or 2 of his books, a great guy. He had some experience of reading and perhaps living as per the Dharma. He says that we need to change our mode of having, possessing and owning to mode of being, where you kind of relate yourself to love and sharing and sacrificing and giving and caring and not wasting, that kind of lifestyle. And so therefore, it is very neat to sensitize people to this kind of value system. And also, if you look to justify this kind of thing, you look at the Buddhist teaching of interconnectedness and interdependence, pratitya samutpad, which says that all of us are connected to each other. So even a Chinese or an African man or woman is also my relative from the past or in the future. So we are all living beings, are each other's relatives. Just imagine the chicken that I eat in the restaurant perhaps is my grandfather. And so therefore we should be conscious of this. So through karma and rebirth and pratitya samutpad, all the living beings are connected to each other. So I should not limit my favors and my concern only to my immediate family and friends. Everybody is my relative from the future and the past. Just imagine I'm eating or causing a terrible harm to somebody who perhaps is my great-grandfather. Or the dog that is barking outside my door perhaps happens to be my great-grandfather, who perhaps did some kind of bad karma and now is born as a dog and shouting outside my door. And just imagine if I'm treating this dog very bad. Imagine harming my own kind of granddad or great-granddad. So what I'm saying is we must remember and realize that we all, actually the whole mankind, even otherwise, is a kind of in traveling in the same boat. So any kind of harm that comes to the boat will cause harm to you and to others, everybody, because we are kind of the whole world, as in the Upanishads they say, Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam. So the whole entire world actually is like a family. So we should realize that we are all kind of one family, and so therefore when any member of the family is starving or is suffering, it should be a matter of concern to me if I'm really a good human being or a good Buddhist. And finally, so therefore, as another great scholar, Elgin, says, that so we have to have a fair amount of equity in the world. Without reasonable equity in the world, in today's communications-rich world, where you have 1 million people who are living in absolute poverty, and then the other million people who are living in kind of conspicuous access, shameless access. So in that kind of world, it's impossible to imagine peace. So if we want to make this world a peaceful world, we have to have a kind of fairness in kind of equity in the world. Every citizen must somehow have equal access to the resources. Only then perhaps we can think of peace in the world. Otherwise, it is impossible from my individual perspective as a student of Buddhism. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much, sir, for this absolutely fantastic presentation. Shipra, do we take the questions right now or after the
Yes, sir.
session?
Yes, sir. Right now
Yeah.
we can take, sir. Yeah,
Right.
because it's too late for sir to,
Yeah,
you know.
I really think that, some of the most remarkable and honest things have been said by a scholar like Professor Rao. And as we all know that since he's a world traveler and also a person of great experience, what I thought was that this whole idea of inequality, insensitivity, wastage that he calls our attention to. And not only does he call our attention to that, but he also talks about that what is the need of the hour, that we do not valorize consumption, but we actually also start teaching the values which are very important, the value of karuna, the values of metta, the values of dan, and understand it very, very importantly that we are all interconnected. And I was very, very happy that in a climate where people are generally so scared about political correctness, he does very forthrightly take into account the important researches by scholars like Amartya Sen, who has spoke about the capability theory, where again the important thing is to understand that we need to look at our development in terms of not only having but being. So what are we being? So any society or any nation should be considered to be developed. How much opportunity it provides for its people to develop their capabilities in terms of human flourishing. So I'm extremely, extremely happy always to see a forthright man who actually practices in his own life the ideas of frugality without missing on the adventure of life. And this, I think, is also very important, that a frugal life is not a poor life. And I must tell you that when you meet a person like Professor Rao, you see that how rich his life is. He has met more people in the world. He has traveled more mountains in the world. He has read more books in the world, and he has had the most wonderful experience. So absence of things does not mean absence of richness. So I would be very happy we actually have questions. Please. Shipra, any questions that we have?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. So we have one question from Bhikkhuni Teong. She must be from Myanmar. You can directly ask,
Hmm.
or should I read?
Yeah, please do.
She is here. Okay. Yeah, yeah.
You may read.
I will read.
Yeah.
So, from a Buddhist perspective, how can the practice of contentment reduce greed and contribute to real peace in society?
As I said, the globalizing system basically is based upon the assumption that more is produced, the better it will be for the world. But from Buddhist perspective, no. There is already enough in the world. As Amartya Sen also said in a very well-documented research, there is enough. There are some very foolish people who create scarcity by hoarding goods or by manipulating the system. And so therefore, if something can be done about the distribution system, people stop hoarding, or people stop wasting, or people stop buying more than what they need. So there will be no need to produce more and create more pollution and consume these resources. And just imagine non-renewable resources once they are exhausted. We don't know what will happen in the world. Pollution, for example, has already pushed us to a threshold. Terrible things. Our own capital city, Delhi, has become already unlivable. But these are the issues that are created by our bad habits of consuming more and more and producing more and more. So as the Buddha says, it is completely wrong. Agati gaman. You don't need that. Why would I have 50, 60 shirts? I know one lady from South India. She was the chief minister of one of those states. She had 5,000 pairs of shoes and maybe another 5,000 saris. And she wore something like 20 kilos of gold. And as a result, she had permanent backache. Does it make any sense? You see, so it is this kind of attitude that is most amazing. Just imagine the lady having 5,000 saris and people walking, half naked people right outside her palace. You see this even today. In a city like Delhi, where I've spent most of my life, you see something like 300,000 people sleeping on the roadside. And then there are people who keep their lovely dogs in air-conditioned rooms and stuff. I'm not saying that you should throw dogs out on the roadside, but what I'm saying is the kind of, stupidity, human stupidity of this hoarding and consuming and producing. We perhaps do not really need that, I feel.
Yeah.
And also, please remember the Buddha, if you read between the lines, look at the life of the Buddha. So he of course, he was a monk. And what is a monk told? The first thing a monk learns is monk or a nun, they learn to take a vow of poverty, simplicity, no property. Why would a monk or a nun need a property? Why should a teacher need property? A lot of property. And so that kind of attitude from Buddhist perspective actually is the root cause of all problems. I personally.
Professor Rao, one of the challenges is this, that a lot of people say that capitalism provides an opportunity for entrepreneurship, and it creates wealth, and it also creates a lot of things which are necessary. And therefore, they say that, Marx also spoke about the need for abundant production. And he said that if you have a lot of things, then you will not be fighting about distribution. So the problem of distribution will be solved by the fact that if you have many apples, then nobody would be fighting for that many. But as you're right, the question is not just about production. It's also about prioritizing that what is to be produced. The basic needs, as you said in the beginning, is very important. So it's not that you stop production. It's a matter of produce what is actually needed and produce what is actually necessary for the development of the individual as an interconnected being in the others. Because many people quickly say that, the state control over the resources in the communist countries has also not augured very well, because it has led to the satisfaction of the basic needs. But what about individual creativity and freedom and relationships and the others? So, and that is one reason why I would like to ask you that, in case of Buddhism, says very little about the state. And as you also said that, let us talk about the individual. Now, in terms of the whole question of economy and international peace, apart from individuals, state has a very big role to play. So as a great scholar of different countries and different times, what is the message that you draw about the state from Buddhism?
Yeah, I fully agree with you, actually. I did not say we stop producing completely. Of course, we need to produce. Yeah. We need to produce. But what I'm talking about is producing for the sake of production. Yeah. Buddha also says, exactly like Karl Marx, state is a creation of thieves and criminals to protect their crimes. State is not for the poor person. So as Karl Marx also said, if people get sensitized enough, this bourgeois mentality is wiped out, which of course the communist system somehow failed. But if we put a system in place where we can sensitize our citizens to stop doing all that, and then perhaps we can think of peace in the world, and state will obviously become unnecessary. Why do you need a state? Why do you need police and jail and judges and locks and keys and all that? Because most of us have turned into thieves and criminals. And so how do you, wipe out that kind of mentality? As Karl Marx was thinking of, to sort of, over a period of time, dictatorship of the proletariat, and this bourgeois mentality goes, and then, then there will be no need of committing a crime. And so therefore, there will be no need of the state. So from the Buddhist perspective, state became the need of criminals, and criminals created state for the criminals and by the criminals and for the criminals.
Right. Wonderful. Yeah. Shipra, any other
So
questions?
we have a couple of questions, sir.
Yeah, please.
We'll take first one from Professor Daita Roy. Ma'am, please go ahead.
So much. Good morning, everyone. And sir, actually, it is a very relevant topic right now today, what is going on. So this is not my question, actually. So my point is, if according to Buddhism, that peace originates in the mind, okay? And so if it is true, then how the entire world now, it's a volatile condition is going on. So how the transformation of consciousness is possible according to Buddhism? And from where should we start? Because this is now a cornerstone. We are now standing in a that it's a very fragile condition we have. So now, from which moment and from where we should start? From whether it is from the school level, from the nursery level, from the college level, or the institution level. So how and where and when? So this is my question. So
yeah.
Please. Yes.
Very, very good question. See, as I was saying, if you can't change the world, at least you can change yourself first.
Yes, absolutely.
Personal example. Also, what Buddhism calls mindfulness.
Yes, yes,
To become mindful of what you do
yes,
and what are the consequences of what you do.
yes.
So, sensitization. And what is the age to sensitize a person? I think school level. So we need to overhaul our school education. Adults are very hard to change. Just imagine, I have seen in Delhi University, you have a poor boy coming from Bihar to become an IAS officer to Delhi University. Takes admission in Buddhist studies. This person is not interested in Buddhist studies. It's very easy to get admission in Buddhist studies because it's become a kind of haven for scoundrels
Yes.
who have it's a langar for these people who have nowhere to go. They come here. So this poor boy who is very hardworking, genuinely would like to, become a good human being and a good IAS officer, comes to Delhi, takes admission in Buddhist studies because it's easy to sort of get admission and there is kind of no concept of attendance, so on and so forth. And so he starts preparing for the civil services.
Yes.
And so he continues and continues and continues. So you have reservations, SC, ST, OBC, BBC, Doordarshan reservations, all kinds of reservations. So upper age limit goes up to something like 40.
Yes.
Just imagine this boy for 10, 12, 15 years has been preparing for the civil services. He now owes money to his friends. His father has become bankrupt and tired. He's already kind of a little late for getting married, and he owes money to the canteen wala. He's rented a room because he's been thrown out of the hostel. You can't stay for more in a hostel for more than 6, 7, 8 years. And he's become a desperate person. He's literally become a criminal now. And now he gets selected in the IAS. So what does he do? He becomes a bandit, a robber. So most of these civil servants are bandits and robbers. So what I'm saying is, sensitization of the future citizens of the people is very important. Now, what we are trying to practice at Nalanda, you do not teach a person because this person is looking specifically for a particular kind of job. You train this person to be a wholesome person first.
Yes.
Wholesome, complete human being who has all that what I was talking about, what the Buddha Dharma talks about. So everybody should have that. And so I think it is that kind of mindfulness, sensitization that is very but a grown-up person is very difficult. So it would be very difficult to teach this person from Bihar or from Punjab or wherever who gets into the civil service at the age of 40. He has such terrible experience of all these 10, 15, 20 years. He will, completely sort of destroy the world. And that's what is happening.
Yes. So, sir, this is my this suggestion, and I am asking that we are doing this conference and seminars. That is very good, and we are learning, we are motivating. But that should be a pragmatic aspect. Means this is a closed room, and we are listening under the AC and fans. So everything is very nice. But if we are not, unless we are not going out and we are not establishing this kind of practicality, that how and why it is important, and if we are not passing this kind of message among the students, among the global mass, so what is the point of doing this seminar and conference? So that is why I am yes.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, mindfulness or sensitization basically means that you be a responsible person.
Right, absolutely.
When you see another person suffering, and when you see that this system has made me a professor, there is contribution of all these people, starving, suffering millions of people.
Yes.
So I should show some sense of responsibility towards them.
Absolutely.
That's very important. Gratefulness towards them.
Exactly. Yeah. So please create such an environment. You are all eminent scholars. So I want to work under you and all the people So I want to spread, because this is a very necessary right now. It's very, because we want to create a condition for the future generation. उसमें जाके थोड़ा
A
बच्चा
lot of, ma'am, a lot of people are working on this. I think I have created more enemies than friends by saying what I have said or by doing what I do. Imagine you walk up to a colleague who is your boss and tell him, Dr. Saab, you have wasted food.
It's
Why
good,
did you do
sir.
that?
It's
You didn't
very
have to do
good.
that. He becomes your enemy.
Yes. No, it is.
So I think my personal experience is I myself came from a very poor family where I was born. So it was a long road to become a professor.
Yes.
And I consider myself a very lucky person that I was born in Bharat,
Yes.
where I got this opportunity. A person who had nothing became a professor. And I'm grateful, and I'm always conscious of that. But having said that, I would also like to say that at the end of the day, I realized that I don't think I can sort of change many people. But I can definitely change myself. So therefore, I have many faults, but I still try to live by those ideals of dharma that were propounded by Lord Buddha.
Yes.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. We'll take Prashant question. He is asking that when Buddha left in the search of Nirvana, did he leave the palace to Yashodhara and Rahul, or donated it to the poor people?
When he left his home, he was not the Buddha. He became Buddha later on. And then there was this tradition in India, in the whole dharma, Indic dharma tradition. There was this system of young men and women leaving home in search of some higher ideals. And so he also, as a young person, left his home. But then there are very many questions. So this question of his responsibility towards his son or Yashodhara, and people have written poems and books on that he had been very unfair to them. But there was this system in which he left home. Many people did that. But also, please remember, it's impossible to write a historical biography of the Buddha. I don't think he was a prince. His father was perhaps a small landlord. Shakyas were a small community of some 7,000-8,000 people. Shakyas were not even an independent Ganarajya. It was under the control of Pasenadi of Koshal. And Buddha's father, Shuddhodan, was an elected chief of his community. And there was no guarantee that Buddha would have got elected as the chief. And he would definitely, he could not have become a Chakravarti king, because there was nothing like that in the area where the Buddha was born. If you talk about a proper kingdom, it was Magad. Ajatashatru and Bimbisar were real kings who could say something like being Chakravarti kings. Buddha's family was a farming family. His father was a landlord who was elected, like a village pradhan or a sarpanch. And but royalty has been conferred on him because he is my hero. So I have conferred royalty on him because when he is a prince, and he would have become a Chakravarti king, and so he sacrificed that. So when you talk about the ideal of sacrifice, you create that legend. So there are a lot of things one could say about the Buddha and his life. But one thing ultimately stands, that he came possibly from a normal, moderate family, and he did what he did was fantastic. So he must have been definitely the most intelligent and the greatest person of his times. And he lived a kind of life which definitely can be a lesson for most of us. I definitely see the life of the Buddha and his teachings as a lesson.
Thank you, sir. Prashant sir is here. And you want to interact?
Thank you,
हाँ
sir.
डॉक्टर साहब देख लीजिए, it is beyond 2
Yes,
o'clock in
sir.
the
Yes, sir.
morning here.
Yes, sir. We have yeah.
Yeah, thank you, sir. Thank you for the exposition. Thank you.
Thank you.
So we have many questions, but in the chat box, but we can't take every question, each and every question. So I can read at least. Um, it's Anupam Singh Chauhan's question. Krishnamurti also believed, as you are emphasized, that sensitization should start at the school level. So he founded many schools. There is one more question from Bhanu Pratap sir. Does the Western idea of neutrality find a place in Buddhist philosophy? Bhanu sir, maybe sir can reply in the group or by email. You can ask him. And Dr. Tulika Gupta, she has also asked some questions. So there are many more questions, but due to the lack of time, we can't take each one of them. So thank you, sir. Thank you so much. Sir,
Thank you very
Chandra
much,
sir,
sir.
you are
Thank you so much.
See you again.
See you again. I'm so sorry I have to log off. It's 2:15 in the morning.
Thank
And
you
I
so
have-
much. Thank you so much,
I'm
Mr. Rao.
sorry for managing this time for you. Thank you, sir.
Thank you so
Thank
much.
you so
Thank you
much.
so much.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Very
Thank you,
kind.
sir.
I'm really honored to be with you.
Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We'll move to the next speaker, sir.
Yeah, Shipra, thank you very much. And I think we all need to thank Professor Rao. And I have a small request to make to Shipra that, we have such a forthright, honest scholar in Professor Rao. If we can actually get him to do a series of lectures for us,
Yes, sir.
for your, it would be very, very useful, because I think nobody has this kind of absolute honest ground studies of international and national Buddhism than Professor Rao. So I think if your organization can take that as a task, it would be very useful.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Now, we invite Professor A.K. Rai. We all know that he's one of the most honored and respected professors of North India. We have always respected him as one of a great scholars of both Indian and Western modern philosophy of the analytical tradition. He comes from a university which is one of the most important universities of North India, the Banaras Hindu University. He was the head of the department of the philosophy and religion, as it is called. I think we are going to be greatly educated by his presentation today. We look forward to listening to Professor A.K. Rai, who, besides being a great scholar, is a very, very humble and an amiable human being who has always contributed to the cause of philosophy and encouraging young people. Professor Rai. Shipra, are we connected to him?
Yes, sir. He's here. Sir, kindly unmute yourself. Right, sir?
Respected professors, president of this session, Shipraji, and the other members of the organization, students, scholars who are connected with online or offline. I want to speak in Hindi. Whether
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
हाँ, देखिए भगवान बुद्ध ने जिस समस्या को लिया वह दुख की समस्या थी, और दुख की समस्या एक सार्वभौमिक समस्या है। सब जगह के जो विद्वत जन हैं या विदुषी हैं, सबने इसको जो है प्रश्न को उठाया है। जैसे मैंने बेंथम को कोट किया, नेचर हैज प्लेस्ड मैनकाइंड अंडर द टू सॉवरेन मास्टर्स, प्लीजर एंड पेन, कि प्रकृति ने मनुष्य को दो राजाओं के अंदर रखा है, वो है प्लीजर और पेन, और जितना भी जस्टिस, ऑनेस्टी और सब है, सब इसी के अंदर, इसके संदर्भ में दिया जा सकता है, इसके सापेक्ष दिया जा सकता है।
सर सर एक मिनट क्षमा चाहूंगी, थोड़ा सा स्क्रीन आप ऊपर कर दीजिए, सिर्फ आंख दिखाई दे रही है आपकी। ठीक है सर, आप ठीक।
जो उनकी दुख की समस्या है और जो भगवान बुद्ध की दुख की समस्या है, इन दोनों में भेद है, आप लोग भी देख सकते हैं। क्योंकि उनका दुख जो है, जिसको भगवान बुद्ध ने काम सुखल्लिका अनुयोग कहा, उसी को लेकर के वो जन्म लिया है। क्योंकि भगवान बुद्ध ने 3 प्रकार के दुखों का भेद किया है। एक तो साधारण दुख, दूसरा है जो विपरिणाम दुख, और तीसरा जो है संस्कार दुख। एक तो दुख हम लोगों को होता है, किसी ने गाली दे दिया, किसी ने कुछ कर दिया, कुछ कर दिया। दूसरा जो है विपरिणाम, चीजें बदल जाती हैं, ये ऑब्जेक्टिव से आता है। तो चीजें बदल जाती है और उसके कारण हमको दुख होता है। हो सकता है कोई दूसरा न करता हो, लेकिन प्रकृति के कारण चीजें बदलती रहती है, ये भी परिणाम दुख है। संस्कार दुख तब होता है जैसे हमको वेदना होती है, वेदना के बाद जो है संज्ञा होती है। जब संज्ञा होती है तो वस्तु का नाम हो जाता है, उसका कुछ चिन्ह हो जाता है। फिर उस चिन्ह के कारण, उस संकेत के कारण हमको जो है संस्कार उत्पन्न होता है। हम उसको चाहते हैं या उसको नहीं चाहते हैं, उसके ऊपर क्रोध करते हैं या नहीं करते हैं। तो ये जो है संस्कार दुख है। तो इन तीनों प्रकार के दुखों का निदान करने के लिए भगवान बुद्ध ने अपनी देशना दी। ये नहीं है, ये हमारी संस्कृत में है। हमारी संस्कृत में कहने का मतलब ये है कि ऐसा नहीं कि भगवान बुद्ध ने पहले जो है दुख की देशना दी, उससे पहले दुख। न्याय दर्शन में देख सकते हैं, उपनिषदों में देख सकते हैं, सब जगह दुख की चर्चा है। न्याय दर्शन ने कह दिया कि ये तो 4 ही विषय हैं जगत में: दुख, दुख का कारण, सुख और सुख का कारण। तो ये 4 हैं, क्योंकि विश्व तो बहुत बड़ा है, हम कहाँ घसीट सकते हैं। उसी प्रकार से उपनिषदों में कहा गया, श्वेताश्वतर उपनिषद कहती है, पंच स्रोतोम्बुम पंच योनिग्र वक्रा पंच प्राणोर्मी पंच बुद्ध्यादि मूलम पंचावर्ताम पंच दुखौ गवेगाम पंचाशत भेदम पंच परवाम अधीम। हम जानते हैं, क्या जानते हैं? पंच स्रोतोम्बुम, 5 स्रोत हैं इसके। कौन कौन है? 5 ज्ञानेंद्रियां जो है वही पंच स्रोत हैं। पंच योनि उग्र बक्राम, ये 5 योनियां क्या है? ये पंच महाभूत हैं। पंच महाभूत हैं, यही जो है, ये इन्हीं के कारण ये वक्रता हुई है। कोई भी वस्तु होती है हम उसी से चाहना चाहते हैं, वो पंचभूतों से मिलकर ही बनी हुई है, और उसी के कारण ये पंच बुद्ध्यादि मूलम, मन है, सारी बुद्धियों का मूल। रूप रस गंध इत्यादि हम जिससे अनुभव करते हैं, उन सबका मूल जो है मन में है। पंचावर्ता, रूप रस गंध इत्यादि ये पंचावर्ता है। पंच दुखो वेगाम, पंच दुख कौन कौन से हैं? एक गर्भ दुख है, एक जन्म दुख है, एक व्याधि दुख है, एक जरा दुख है, और एक मरण दुख है। और पंचाशत भेदा, ये जो 50 प्रकार के भेद हैं, पंच पर्वा, ये 5 पर्वों से बना हो। 5 पर्व कौन से हैं? अविद्या, अस्मिता, राग, द्वेष और अभिनिवेश। तो ये बात जो बुद्ध ने कही है वो उपनिषदों में भी कही गई है, लेकिन उपनिषदों ने अपना दूसरा रास्ता बनाया है और भगवान बुद्ध ने अपना दूसरा। उपनिषदों ने क्या कहा? यदा चर्म वदाकाशम वेष्टयिष्यन्ति मानवा तदा देवम अविद्याय दुख शांतो भविष्यति। जब मनुष्य पूरे आकाश को चमड़े की तरह लपेटने में समर्थ हो जाएगा, तभी ब्रह्म को जाने बिना दुख से छुटकारा होगा। अर्थात जितने भी मीन्स यहाँ कहे जा रहे हैं, उनके द्वारा दुख का छुटकारा नहीं होगा जब तक हम ब्रह्म रूपी नौका को नहीं लेते हैं। तो इस दुख से पार जाने के लिए हमको, हमारे पास क्या है? हमारे पास ब्रह्म रूपी नौका है। और यह जैसे आकाश को कपड़े की तरह लपेटना संभव नहीं है, उसी प्रकार से दुख का अंत जो है बिना ब्रह्म को जाने ये नहीं हो सकता। लेकिन भगवान बुद्ध ने जो देशना दी है वो शील, समाधि और प्रज्ञा की देशना दी है। इन्हीं के माध्यम से जो है हम जो है इससे पार पा सकते हैं, दुख से पार पा सकते हैं। कथा है कि एक बार श्रावस्ती में भगवान बुद्ध विहार कर रहे थे, और वहां पर जो है देवपुत्र ने आकर पूछा, इस प्रश्न को पूछा, अंतो जटा बहि जटा जटैव जटिता पजा तम तम गौतम पुच्छामि को इमं विजटये जटम। उन्होंने कहा कि अंतर भी समा, अंतो जटा, अंदर भी समस्याएं हैं, मनुष्य के अंदर भी समस्याएं हैं, मनुष्य के बाहर भी समस्याएं हैं। कौन ऐसा है जो इस अंदर और बाहर की समस्याओं को समाप्त कर सकता है? कैसे हम अंदर की समस्या को, मानव के अंदर भी बहुत सारी समस्याएं हैं, राग द्वेष शोक है, और बाहर की भी समस्याएं हैं, इन दोनों प्रकार की समस्याओं का, चाहे स्टेट की समस्या हो या किसी की समस्या, वो बाहरी ही समस्या है। तो ये दोनों प्रकार के जो समस्याएं हैं उनका अंत कैसे किया जाता है? तो उन्होंने उत्तर दिया कि सीले पतिष्ठा अनरो सपयु चित्तम, चित्तम आगे भूल रहा है, उन्होंने कहा चित्तम पय्यम च भावयम आतापि निपको भिक्षु सो इमं विचट ये जटम। सील पर प्रतिष्ठा करके, सील पर प्रतिष्ठा करके ज्ञान के द्वारा, ज्ञान के द्वारा वह जो है समाधि करता है, वह जो है प्रज्ञायाम, प्रज्ञा करता है, और उन दोनों के सिवा फिर वह प्रज्ञा के द्वारा, वीर के द्वारा वह भिक्षु जो है इन सारे समस्याओं को पार कर सकता है। तो सील जो है वो सबका फाउंडेशन है, सबका आधार है। उस सील के द्वारा ही हम जो है सारी समस्याओं को, चाहे समाधि हो, चाहे जो है ये प्रज्ञा हो, ये दोनों खड़ा होती है सीले प्रतिष्ठा इनरो सपयु। यहाँ 3 बार प्रज्ञा का प्रयोग किया गया है। तो पहली सीले प्रतिष्ठा अनरो सपयु, पहली प्रज्ञा का अर्थ है कि जन्म से जो हमको प्रज्ञा मिलती है, गर्भ से जो हमको प्रज्ञा मिलती है, वो प्रज्ञा जो है सीले प्रतिष्ठा नरो सपयु, उस प्रज्ञा के आधार पर जब वह चित्तम पय्यम च भावयम, चित्तम माने वो समाधि करता है, और फिर पय्यम आया है, तो इस पय्यम का मन है विपस्सना, विपस्सना ज्ञान के द्वारा। तो सील ये दूसरी पहिया है विपस्सना ज्ञान के द्वारा। तीसरी पहिया आतापी निपको भिक्षु, निपको भी का अर्थ भी प्रज्ञा है। तो ये परिहार्य प्रज्ञा है। परिहार प्रज्ञा ये है कि यह जो है जो हमको दिया गया है उसको जो है पूर्ण करती है, वो जो है परिहार्य प्रज्ञा है। और उस प्रज्ञा के इन तीनों के समन्वय से हम जो है, चाहे वह अंदर की समस्या हो, चाहे वह बाहर की समस्या हो, सबका समाधान कर सकते हैं। तो सील क्या है? सील के माध्यम से क्या होता है? तो जो प्रथम उपदेश में कहा है धर्म चक्र प्रवर्तन सूत्र में कि सील के माध्यम से लिखो अनुयोग जो है, जो काम सुखों में रस लेने की हमारी प्रवृत्ति है, उस पर हम नियंत्रण करते हैं, पापों से अपने को मुक्त करते हैं। तो जहां हम मुक्त करते हैं ये जो है सील कहलाता है। दूसरा जो है समाधि। समाधि क्या करती है? जो अत्त किला थानुयोग है, जो अपने को कष्ट देने का पद्धति है, अपने को कष्ट देने की पद्धति है, उस पद्धति को उसको नकारती है, उससे हम छुटकारा पाते हैं। और प्रज्ञा क्या करती है? प्रज्ञा जो है सबका प्रहार कर देती है, उसमें सब दब जाते हैं, और प्रज्ञा का काम जो है इसका प्रहार कर देता है। तो इस प्रकार से जो है भगवान बुद्ध ने 2 जो अंत हैं, एक है काम सुखलिका अनुयोग, दूसरा जो है अत्ता किलथा अनुयोग, इन दोनों जो है अंतों को छोड़कर उभे अंत, उभे अंते अनुपगम्य, उभे अंते अनुपगम्य पटिच्च समुत्पाद तथागतेन अभिसम बुद्धा। इन दोनों को छोड़ करके भगवान बुद्ध ने किसका दिया है संदेश? तो वह है पटिच्च समुत्पाद का, प्रतिच्च समुत्पाद का संदेश दिया है कि इसके होने पर इस ये होता है, और इसके होने पर, इसके न होने पर ये नहीं होता है। तो सबकी रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी, जिम्मेदारी जो है हमको लेनी पड़ेगी। स्पर्श से वेदना होती है, वेदना से तृष्णा होती है, तो हमको लेना पड़ेगा कि वो वेदना जो हो रही है उसको तृष्णा की ओर ले जाएं, या सिल के द्वारा वो अत्ता ही अत्नो नाथ, हम अपने नाथ हैं, कोई आकर के नहीं बचाने वाला। हमको संवेदन होता है, हमको तृष्णा होती है, और हम ही जो है उसको नियंत्रित कर सकते। तो इस प्रकार से इनके माध्यम से नियंत्रित किया जा सकता है। और जो ने जो इसमें जो बात कही है, सील जो है वो सीलन का अर्थ है। सीलन का अर्थ फाउंडेशन है, सबका फाउंडेशन है। उस सील पर खड़ा होकर ही सारे काम हो सकते हैं। ये दो प्रकार का, कई प्रकार का बताया है, लेकिन दो प्रकार जो है सबसे महत्वपूर्ण है, चारित्र और वारित्र। चारित्र का मतलब है कि क्या हमको करना चाहिए, ये अष्टांगिक मार्ग है जो हमको करना चाहिए। और वारित्र में ज्यादा तक नहीं करना चाहिए। तो वारित्र में हम देखें, जैसे कहा कि हिंसा नहीं करना चाहिए, ये नहीं कहा कि सत्य बोलना चाहिए, ये कहा कि झूठ नहीं बोलना चाहिए। तो ये जो है, जो पंचशील है उसमें अब्रह्मचारी, इसका निषेध किया। तो जो पंचशील है भगवान बुद्ध ने किया, वो सब वारित्र है। वारित्र का मतलब यह है मद्यपान नहीं करना चाहिए। उसमें देखिएगा तो सब निषेधात्मक ही है, सब निषेधात्मक ही है। तो वो चारित्र और वारित्र दो प्रकार का है। और सील का पालन तो गृहस्थों के लिए बहुत जो है महत्वपूर्ण है भगवान के बुद्ध के अनुसार, क्योंकि जब वो सील का पालन करता है तो धनी हो जाता है। दूसरा जो है, वह जो है कहीं भी चला जाता है, किसी भी देश में चला जाता है। तीसरा जो है, वो किसी भी सभा में निर्भीक होकर जाता है। चौथा जो है, मरते समय उसको अपनी चेतना रहती है। और पांचवा जो है, वो मर करके स्वर्ग में उत्पन्न होता है। तो ये पांच फायदे गृहस्थों को भी सील से होने वाले हैं, पांचों ये जो है। तो सील इसीलिए डॉक्टर अंबेडकर ने ये कहा कि भगवान बुद्ध जो है, सब अधिकांश धर्म कहते हैं कि आप गरीब हो जाओ, गरीबी से रहो, लेकिन भगवान बुद्ध ये देशना नहीं देते हैं। भगवान बुद्ध ये नहीं कहते हैं कि तुम धर्म का पालन करोगे तुम गरीब हो जाओ, बल्कि और धनी हो जाओगे। तो सील का जो पालन करता है, गृहस्थ जो पालन करता है, भगवान के बुद्ध के अनुसार धनी हो जाए। समाधि जो है कुशल चित्त की एकाग्रता है, कुशल चित्त की एकाग्रता है। योग सूत्र में कुशल को छोड़ दिया गया है। वो कहा गया है सर्वार्थ चित्त जब एकाग्र चित्त होता है, तो जब सर्वार्थ चित्त का क्षय होता है और एकाग्र चित्त का उदय होता है, तब समाधि भावना चित्त की, चित्त से समाधि, उस समय चित्त की जो है समाधि हो। दोनों में अंतर है। दोनों में अंतर क्या है कि योग सूत्र में जो समाधि है, क्योंकि एकाग्र चित्त जो है आपका अच्छी वस्तुओं पर भी हो सकता है और बुरी वस्तुओं पर भी हो सकता है, दोनों पर हो सकता है। तो इसलिए भगवान बुद्ध के जो देशना दी गई है उसमें कुशल चित्त की एकाग्रता जो है समाधि, यहाँ पर कुशल नहीं लगाया गया है। तो कुशल नहीं लगाया गया है, तो इसके जो हिंदू विचारधारा है उसने दूसरी व्याख्या की है। क्योंकि जो भगवान के भक्त होते हैं, जैसे शिशुपाल ने भगवान को 100 गाली दिया, तो क्या वो भी एक भक्ति है? शिशुपाल ने भगवान कृष्ण को 100 गाली दिया और उसके बाद उसका सिर जो है काट दिया गया। तो क्या शिशुपाल को भक्त कहेंगे? क्योंकि उसकी चेतना तो एकाग्र थी। भगवान, वो जो भगवान कृष्ण पर वो गाली जो दे रहा था, चाहे आप निषेध रूप से चलिए, चाहे आप विधान रूप से चलिए, आपका विधान करते हैं तो भी आपका चित्त एकाग्र होता है उसी पर, और निषेध करते हैं तो भी हमेशा उसी को गाली देते रहते हैं। तो चित्त किसको, किस पर एकाग्र हुआ है? कृष्ण पर उसका एकाग्र हुआ। तो क्या हुआ? मधुसूदन सरस्वती ने लिखा कि नहीं, वो भी मुक्ति का, वो जो भक्ति का है, लेकिन वो शत्रुता से भक्ति कर रहा है, और मरने के बाद ये भक्ति जो है उसको प्राप्त हो जाए। अभी उसको ज्ञान नहीं है, वो भक्ति का काम कर रहा है, लेकिन मरने के बाद वही जो गलत आदमी पर करेंगे तो आप भी गलत हो जाएंगे, है ना। इसलिए दुष्संग से बचने को कहा गया है। क्योंकि अच्छी बातों का, उसको गाली भी देंगे, उसको कुछ भी करेंगे, तो उसके आपका फायदा होने वाला है। ये जो है हिंदू मत है। लेकिन बुद्धिस्ट मत जो है इस प्रकार का नहीं है। वो कहता है कुशल चित्त की। उसके 5 विघ्न हैं। काम सुख, कामों में सुख लेना। दूसरा जो है हिंसा, व्यापार। तीसरा जो है स्त्यान मिद्ध, स्त्यान कहते हैं चित्त की अकर्मण्यता, और मिद्ध कहते हैं उसके आलस्य को। तो ये स्त्यान मिद्ध जो हो जाता है, उसके कारण हम सही सही जो है उसका ज्ञान जो है हम नहीं पाते। और अंतिम जो है, चौथा जो है, वह है कौकृत्य। कौकृत्य का अर्थ है कि पश्चाताप करना। औद्धत्य कौकृत्य, औद्धत्य कौकृत्य। औद्धत्य का अर्थ है कि चित्त का अव्यवस्थित रहना, और कौकृत्य का अर्थ है कि पश्चाताप करना। और अंतिम जो है विचिकित्सा, संशय हो जाना। तो इन पांचों से जब मुक्त हो जाता है तो उपचार और अपर्णा से वह जो है समाधि को कहा जाता है। उपचार किसको कहते हैं? जैसे बालक चारपाई पर सोया हुआ है और वो थोड़ा देर खड़ा होने की कोशिश करता है, वो गिर जाता है, फिर खड़ा होने की कोशिश करता है, वो गिर जाता है। तो इसको इसी ढंग से उपचार है। हम बार बार चित्त को आलंबन में लगाने का प्रयास करते हैं, लेकिन वहां से हट जाता है। हम बार बार पढ़ाई करने की कोशिश करते हैं, लेकिन तो ये जो है उपचार है। अपर्णा का अर्थ है कि चित्त का वहां पर कंसंट्रेट हो जाना, एकाग्र हो जाना, तो वह अपर्णा होती है। और उस अपर्णा से आगे की समाधि जो है सिद्ध होती। प्रज्ञा का अर्थ है भली प्रकार जानना, और इसको बड़ा अच्छे से विशुद्ध मग में बताया गया है कि जैसे एक मोहरा है, एक जो है सोने का टुकड़ा है, और एक बालक उसको क्या देखता है? उसको खेलने की चीज समझ लेता है, उसको खेलने का चीज समझ लेता है। तो यह जो है, लेकिन उसको जानता है कि ये मोहरा मोहरा कहता है, तो ये जो है संज्ञा है, इसको संज्ञात्मक ज्ञान कहेंगे। दूसरा जो है, एक बड़ा आदमी आता है, वो जानता है कि सोने का उपयोग कैसे किया जाएगा, इससे क्या खरीदा जा सकता है। तो यह जो उसको ज्ञान हुआ वह विज्ञान हुआ, उसको जो ज्ञान हुआ वह जो है विज्ञान हुआ। और तीसरा एक आता है जो सुनार है, वो सब जानता है, ये क्या नाम है, ये अच्छा है, ये जो है ये सचमुच असली है कि नकली है, इसका कुछ पैसा मिल सकता है कि। जो वो खड़ा था उसको ये सब ज्ञान नहीं था, उसको आगे पीछे कारणों का ज्ञान नहीं था, इसका क्या हो सकता है। जब इस प्रकार का ज्ञान हो जाता है तो प्रज्ञा। तो प्रज्ञा, विज्ञान और संज्ञा में ये अंतर है। प्रज्ञा उसके कारण को भी जान जाती है, उसको सर्वांग रूप से समझ जाती है। विज्ञान जो है उसको जानता है अपने उपयोग के लिए, लेकिन मान लीजिए वो खोटा निकल गया सोने का, तब क्या करेगा? देखकर तो लगता है कि सोना ही है। और तीसरा जो है बालक है, केवल नाम ओम जो है इधर उधर। इस प्रकार से शील, समाधि और प्रज्ञा का जो है भेद किया है। एक दृष्टि और है कि जो बौद्ध की नैतिकता है, उसमें जो है व्यक्ति की भावना को बहुत महत्व दिया गया है, जिसको हम धम्मपद में देखते हैं। और ये जो है कांट के दर्शन के समीप चला जाता है बहुत, और दोनों में अजीब समानता है, लेकिन जबकि दोनों जो है दो अलग अलग भिन्न भिन्न परंपराओं से है। क्या हो जाता है कि मनोपुग्गंगमा धम्मा मनुसेठा मनोमया मनसा से पदुत्थे न भासती वा करोतिया ततो न दुख अन्वेति चक्कम वो बहतो पदम। ये कहा है कि मैं, माइंड इज द प्रेडिसेसर ऑफ ऑल धर्मा, मन जो है सारे धर्मों का अग्रदूत है। तो मनोपुगंग माधम, उसी से सारे धर्म होते हैं। और जब वह मनो वो प्रदुष्ट मन से सोचता है, वह खराब मन से सोचता है, तो दुख वैसे ही उसका पीछा करता है, जैसे बैलगाड़ी में बैल का पीछा जो है पहिया करती है। बैल आगे आगे चलता है, बैलगाड़ी आप लोग देखे होंगे तो, और उसके पीछे पीछे जो है बैल चलता रहता है, उसको देखता है। तो उसी ढंग से, और जो प्रसन्न मन से कुछ देता है, कुछ लेता है, कुछ कहता है, तो छाया व अनपायनी, उसको मनुष्य वैसे ही करता है जैसे छाया उसको नहीं छोड़ते हैं। मनसा से प्रसन्ने न भासती वा करोति वा ततो न छाया व अनपायनी ततो न सुखन्वेति छाया व अनपायनी। उसका सुख उसी प्रकार से अनुसरण करता है। तो हमको सुख मिलता है या दुख मिलता है, इसमें बहुत बड़ा हाथ हम क्या सोचते हैं, क्या इंटेंशन रखते हैं, उसमें जो है बहुत बड़ा भाग जो है निहित है। तो यह कहा गया है कि चाहे हम काम गलत कर दिए हों, उदाहरण के लिए एक जैनियों से डायलॉग है, बौद्धों का डायलॉग जैनियों से है। तो उसमें दिखाया गया है कि एक बौद्ध जैन मुनि आद्रक ऋषि हैं। तो जैन मुनि जब आद्रक ऋषि हैं, उनसे जाकर के बौद्ध कहा है। तो वो कहता है, बौद्ध जो है वो कहता है, बौद्ध भिक्षु कहता है कि यदि किसी आदमी को भी पुतले समझकर हम मार देते हैं तो कोई दोष नहीं होता, और कोई पुतले को हम व्यक्ति समझकर मारते हैं तो दोष होता है। किसी आदमी को हम पुतले समझकर मार देते हैं तो कोई दोष नहीं होता है, और किसी व्यक्ति को हम किसी पुतले को हम व्यक्ति समझ करके मारते हैं, ये सब वहां पर कोई हत्या नहीं होती है, लेकिन पुतले को अगर हम व्यक्ति समझकर मारते हैं तो ये जो है दोष होता है। क्यों? क्योंकि एक में भाव दूसरा था अंदर। हम जो व्यक्ति था, लेकिन हम जो मारने जा रहे हैं वो पुतले को मारने जा रहे हैं। हमारे अंदर में क्या है कि हम पुतले को मारने जा रहे हैं, और दूसरा जो है वो मार तो रहा है पुतले को, लेकिन उसका भाव क्या है? भाव ये है कि हम जो है आदमी को मार डालने जा रहे हैं। तो जहां जैसा भाव हो जाता है, अगर हमारा भाव हो गया कि हमने आदमी को मारा, यद्यप वह पुतला था, तो हमें उसका पाप मिलेगा। और यदि कोई आदमी भी है और उसको हमने पुतला समझ करके मारा तो हमको जो है दोष नहीं मिलेगा। तो ये बौद्ध दृष्टि है कि भावना की शुद्धि से ही शुद्धि होती है, मन की शुद्धि से ही शुद्धि होती है, और हमको पाप पुण्य जो है मिलता जुलता है, उसी से हमको सब मिलता जुलता है, और उसके कारण ही सब जो है भोगते हैं। तो भावना का महत्व जो है, यह इसी तरह कांट के दर्शन में गुडविल जो है वो सबसे अच्छी है। गुडविल क्यों अच्छी है? चाहे वो इंटेलिजेंस हो, चाहे वो बिजनेस हो, चाहे कोई भी चीज हो, अगर मन में अच्छी भावना नहीं हुई तो वो खराब हो जाता है, और मन में अच्छी भावना हुई तो वह सही हो जाता है। तो ये तो नैतिकता की बात हम लोगों ने थेरवाद के हिसाब से कही, लेकिन अब हम महायान पर आते हैं। महायान में जो है पारमिताओं का महत्व है। पारमिताएं जो हैं शील के पक्ष में जो है, तो शील, दान, शील, शांति, वीर, ध्यान और प्रज्ञा, ये उनकी पारमिताओं की संज्ञा है। पारमिता कहते हैं मित्र को, जो हमारा परम मित्र है उसको हम लोग पारमिता कहते हैं। तो इसी ढंग से वो हमारे मित्र हैं, और मित्र हैं तो वह जो है हमको पार लगा देती है। तो पहले जो है दान पारमिता है। दान को कहा है भाव विवेक ने, जो एक बुद्धिस्ट स्कॉलर है, कि दान से सर्वज्ञता आती है। हम लोग जो दान करते हैं उससे सर्वज्ञता। दान का महत्व चाहे हिंदू हो चाहे बौद्ध हो, सब में है। चाहे जो जुडाइज्म हो, सब जगह देखेंगे दान का महत्व है। दान क्या है? तप, मनु ने भी कहा है, तप परम कृतजुगे। त्रेता में क्या था? सबसे प्रधान धर्म कौन सा? तप था। कृतयुग में, त्रेता में क्या था? त्रेता में जो है ज्ञान था। द्वापर में क्या था? द्वापर में जो है वो यज्ञ था। और कली में क्या धर्म है? कलयुग में जिसमें हम लोग रह रहे हैं, उसमें एकमात्र धर्म जो है वो दान ही है। दान से ही हम लोग बढ़ सकते हैं। जिसको कुछ नहीं करना हो वो दान देता चले। दान ही, दानम एकम कलौ जुगे। दान में, कलयुग में केवल एक ही धर्म है, दान जो है वो जरूर करना चाहिए, चाहे किसी प्रकार से हो। तो दान है, शील है, फिर उसके बाद वीर है। वीर कहते हैं उत्साह को, धर्म को करने में उत्साह हो। उसके बाद जो है हमारे उत्साह, ध्यान, फिर जो है प्रज्ञा है। प्रज्ञा का क्या अर्थ है? प्रज्ञा का अर्थ जो है वो जो है जो बुद्धि से अगोचर है। श्रुतमयी प्रज्ञा, चिंतामयी प्रज्ञा और भावनामयी प्रज्ञा, ये तीन प्रकार की प्रज्ञा होती है। तो परमार्थ जो है वो समृद्ध सत्य से ऊपर है। तो बुद्धे गोचरम सत्यम बुद्धि समृद्धि उच्चते, ये जो है शांति देव ने कहा है। तो जो तत्व जो है वो बुद्धि से अगोचर है। अब हम जो है उसको बुद्धि से जानने का प्रयास करते हैं। बुद्धि से जाने तो उसको हम नहीं जान पाते हैं। केवल दो श्लोकों में नागार्जुन ने बड़ा अच्छी बात कही है, एक प्रज्ञा की दृष्टि से और महायान में आकर के प्रज्ञा के साथ करुणा का भी महत्व हो जाए कि उपाय के बिना प्रज्ञा जो है निष्फल है और प्रज्ञा के बिना उपाय जो है वो निष्फल। तो इन दोनों को एक साथ लेकर के चलना चाहिए, दोनों को एक साथ लेकर के चलना। प्रज्ञा के बिना उपाय निष्फल है और उपाय के बिना जो है वो प्रज्ञा निष्फल है। इसलिए परस्पर एक दोनों को लेना चाहिए। प्रज्ञा के विषय में नागार्जुन ने क्या कहा है? प्रज्ञा आकाशमिव निर्लेपा निर्विकल्पाम निरक्षराम यस्त्वाम पश्यति भावेन स पश्यति तथागत। आकाशमिव निर्लेपा, आकाशमिव निर्लेपाम निर्विकल्पम निरक्षरम। तो कहा कि आकाश जैसे है उसी ढंग से यह जो है निर्लेप है, निर्विकार। यस्त्वाम पश्यति भावेन स पश्यति तथागतम। तो यह आकाश की तरह है और निर्विकल्पक है और इसका जो है निरक्षर है। निरक्षर का है कि अक्षर से इसका बोध नहीं हो सकता और यह जो इसको देखता है वह वास्तव में तथागत को देखता है। दूसरा जो है करुणा की दृष्टि से दो परिभाषाएं दी, एक तो ये, दूसरा जो है प्रज्ञा और करुणा दोनों साथ साथ चलती हैं। तो उसने कहा सर्वेषाम अपि वीराणाम परार्थ नियतात्मना यादिका जनित्रिता त्वाम माता तुमसी वत्सला। कहा सभी को परार्थ में लगाने के लिए सबसे बड़ी जो है, सबसे बड़ी सबसे प्रबल जो चीज है वो प्रज्ञा है। परार्थ में लगाती है तो वह प्रज्ञा ही, क्योंकि जो बुद्ध है एक प्रस्थान बोधि और एक जो है और प्रस्थान निश्चय। तो पहला जो है ये होता है कि हम प्रस्थान में चलने के लिए संकल्प करते हैं, बौद्ध धर्म को पाने के लिए संकल्प करते हैं। और दूसरा जो है बोधि प्रस्थान ये होता है कि हम जो है उस बोधि पर चलने के लिए अग्रसर हो गए हैं। तो ये दोनों चित्तोपाद जो है ये बड़ा महत्वपूर्ण है बौद्ध दर्शन को लेकर के। चित्तोपाद जो है बुद्ध चित्तो त्रिशरण लेने के बाद चित्तोपाद करना पड़ता है, संकल्प करना पड़ता है कि हम अपना सब कुछ दूसरे के लिए त्याग देंगे। तो इसीलिए बोधिचर्या अवतार में शांत देव ने कहा है कि निर्वाणम सर्व त्याग, सो सर्व त्यागस्य निर्वाणम। तो जो हम सब त्याग करने की अगर क्षमता रखते हैं, जो कुछ भी है, तो वह निर्वाण है। और भी कहा एक के चित दुखिता लोके ते सर्वे स्वसुखेच्छया। लोक में जो कोई भी दुखित है वो किस लिए दुखित है? कि वो अपने लिए सुख चाहता है, इसीलिए वो दुख है। और सुखित कौन है? सुखी वो है जो दूसरे के लिए सुख चाहता है। ये सर्वे सुखिता लोके सर्वे ते अन्य सुखेच्छया। जो दूसरों के लिए सुख चाहता है वह जो है सुखी है। तो इस प्रकार देखते हैं कि महायान में जब हम आते हैं तो प्रज्ञा और करुणा की होती है और अपने लिए उतना विचार नहीं होता है जितना हम दूसरे के लिए विचार करते हैं, दूसरे के लिए चिंतित होते हैं। अब हम आ रहे हैं कि क्या वार में और पीस में इसका क्या उपयोग है, थोड़ा बहुत उसको उस तरफ भी ध्यान दे दें
सर
क्योंकि टाइम तो होने।
सर
तो
हाँ
वार
वही
और
तो।
हाँ
जी जी, इस टाइम थोड़ा कम है तो जल्दी से बता दीजिएगा। जी
नहीं नहीं, हम कम कर रहे हैं, तुरंत कर रहे हैं कि अभी हम देख रहे हैं 12 मिनट है, 3 मिनट है,
जी सर।
बहुत है तीन
जी सर।
मिनट
जी सर।
हाँ। तो वार और उसमें क्या है, वार पीस क्या है? कहते हैं कि ये एब्सेंट ऑफ वार एंड एग्जिस्टेंस ऑफ फेयरनेस इन द कंट्री। वार नहीं हो, न बाहर वार हो, न अंदर जो है फेयरनेस हो, मतलब सत्य का पालन हो रहा हो, जस्टिस हो रहा हो, ये हो रहा है वो हो रहा है, और जो है मनी का डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन जो है अच्छा हो। तो एक कहानी सुना करके हम इसको खत्म करेंगे। ये कहानी जो है सिंहनाद सुत की है। एक गृहनेमी नाम का राजा, सिंहनाद सुत जो है दीघ निकाय में है। तो एक गृहनेमी नाम का राजा था। तो वह जो है बिना दंड के शासन करता था। बुद्ध धर्म में जितने देखेंगे पुराने राजा थे वो दंड से शासन नहीं करते थे, वो बिना दंड के शासन करते थे, लेकिन राज्य था। तो यह तो बड़ा मुश्किल है, मैं तो नहीं देखता कि राज्य का कोई खात्मा होने वाला है। राज्य का खात्मा इसलिए नहीं होने वाला है कि जब घर में हम देखते हैं पति पत्नी लड़ाई करते हैं तो पुलिस आ जाती है, तो वहां पर तो कोई गुंडा बदमाश और कोई राबर तो नहीं आके हम लोग को बहकाया है, हम लोग तो अपने ही हैं। तो हम जब अपने ही को कंट्रोल नहीं करते थे तो दो ही उपाय है, या तो धम्म से चले या तो पुलिस से चले। तो सब लोग धम्म से नहीं चल सकते। भगवान ने कहा है कि चार प्रकार के मनुष्य होते हैं पुद्गल पंयत में, अभिधम पिटक में चार प्रकार के चूहे होते हैं और चार प्रकार के जो है आदमी होते हैं। ये चूहे कैसे होते हैं? एक जो अपना घर बनाता है उसमें नहीं रहता, दूसरा जो है अपना घर नहीं बनाता है लेकिन उसमें रहता है, तीसरा जो है घर भी बनाता है और उसमें रहता है, और चौथा जो है न घर बनाता है न उसमें रहता है। तो अधिकांश मनुष्य जो है चौथे तरह के हैं। वो अपना तो कुछ पढ़ते नहीं है, दूसरे की धर्म देशना भी नहीं सुनते हैं। जैनियों का पूछे तो मानेंगे कभी भी दुनिया में ज्यादा लोगों का धर्म की तरफ जो है झुकाव नहीं होने वाला है, उसका परसेंटेज बहुत कम है। उससे आप देखेंगे कि क्या प्रभाव पड़ेगा। तो उसका प्रभाव यही पड़ता है कि जहाँ शुभ आदमी रहता है, जहाँ अच्छा आदमी होता है, तो वहां पर शांति रहती है। एक विशाख नाम के वैश्य का दिया है निकायों में। तो विशाख जो है भिक्षु होकर के जंगल में रहता था। तो वहां से जब चलने लगा तो ऊपर पेड़ के देवता जो है वो रोने लगे। तो उसने कहा क्यों रो रहे हैं? तो जब तक आप लोग यहाँ रहते हैं, आप यहाँ हैं, तब तक लड़ाई झगड़ा कम होता है, और आप चले जाएंगे यहाँ से तो सब यहाँ पर लड़ाई झगड़ा करेंगे। तो किसी जगह में, किसी शहर में 5 लोग भी अगर अच्छे होते हैं तो वहां बहुत शांति वगैरह हो सकती है। लेकिन जहाँ कोई नहीं हो वहां पर लड़ाई झगड़े की संभावना जो है बहुत। तो राजा की कहानी कह रहे हैं, उसको पूरा करके मैं खत्म करता हूँ। तो उसका चक्र रत्न जो है गिर गया, जहाँ वो टांगा गया था उससे वो गिर गया। जब चक्र रत्न गिर गया तो राजा को लोगों ने सूचना दी। तो राजा ने सोचा कि अब हमको परिव्राजक होने का समय आ गया। तो उसने परिव्राजक ले लिया, कहा क्या होगा, फिर ले लिया। फिर वो चक्र रत्न जो गायब हुआ, तो उसका लड़का हुआ वो राजा बना उसको देकर। तो उसने पूछा कि कैसे ये चक्र रत्न आएगा, क्योंकि बिना दंड के शासन करना था। तो उन लोगों ने कहा कि ये उपोषद का व्रत करिए और उस व्रत के करिए, ये दान करिए तो ये जो हो जाएगा। फिर उससे हो गया। तो ऐसे 2 3 4 पुष्प चलता रहेगा। चौथे में जिसने ये किया, उनके कहने पर जो रत्न चक्र है उसको तो बैठा दिया, लेकिन गरीबों को नहीं दिया, पैसा नहीं दिया। तो एक गरीब के यहाँ चोरी हो गई, तो उसने आकर के राजा से कहा कि हमारे यहाँ चोरी हो गई। तो राजा ने जो है उसको आकर के पैसा दिया। इसी प्रकार जो जो 3 4 लोगों को ऐसा किया तो सब लोग सोचने लगे ये तो बड़ा अच्छा है, चोरी कर लो, राजा के यहाँ चलो और वो तो कुछ न कुछ धन दे देगा। तब राजा को ये बड़ा विस्मय हुआ कि ये क्या हमने काम किया, उसको धन दे दिया। फिर उसने कहा कि अब मैं कठोर दंड दूंगा। तो कठोर दंड देने का परिणाम ये हुआ कि वो जो आता था चोरी किया है उसका सिर काट देता। तो ऐसे सिर काट देता था। तो उसने अंत में तो लोगों ने क्या समझा कि राजा तो सिर काट रहा है, हम लोग भी सिर काटें। तो वैसे जो है सिर काटने लगे सबका, चोरी भी करते थे और सिर भी काटते थे। तो धीरे धीरे जो है फैल गया। तब 80,000 वर्ष की आयु थी, 40,000 हो गई, होते होते जो है 100 वर्ष हो गई, फिर 100 वर्ष से नीचे होकर के आ गई। तो कहने का, हमारे कहने का मन, जो अराजकता फैली, राजा की क्या गलती थी? उसने जो है डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन अच्छा नहीं की। गरीबों को पास जो है, जो मार्क्सवाद का जो सिद्धांत है उसके करीब ये बुद्ध ले जाना चाहते हैं कि एक ये भी एक कारण है। सब कारण बुद्ध इसमें नहीं रखते हैं, लेकिन ये भी एक कारण है कि राज्य में अगर डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन ठीक नहीं हो, बहुत ज्यादा लोग गरीब हो, तो धीरे धीरे अत्याचार जो है वो फैल जाएगा। और किसी प्रकार से शांति नहीं, चाहे शांति का उपदेश भूखे भजन न होई गोपाला, आप शांति का उपदेश ज्यादा दे लीजिए, लेकिन अगर डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन नहीं होगा, हमारे पास के लोग जो है अच्छे नहीं। जैसे इस्लाम में कहा गया है कि अपने जहां रहते हैं वहां से 40 घर देखिए, कोई दुखी जो न हो। उसी प्रकार से जहां हम रहते हैं वहां अगर कोई गरीब होगा, इस सूत्र का यही मतलब है कि जब तक कोई गरीब होगा, डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन इज वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट। बहुत लोगों ने किया। थर्ड वेव, एल्विन टाफलर ने पुस्तक लिखी। तो उसमें क्या किया कि धीरे धीरे जो है राज्य जो है विलुप्त हो जाएंगे और एनजीओ का शासन हो गया। हम तो नहीं देख रहे हैं कि कोई एनजीओ इतना बढ़ जाए कि राज्य को, आज तक तो हम नहीं देख रहे हैं, पीछे तो हुआ ही नहीं, आगे भी संभावना नहीं देखती है। कहाँ रसिया यूक्रेन को लेने जा रहा है, कहाँ ये, कहाँ राज्य का अंत होगा। ये कहना कि सब चोरों बदमाशों का ये राज्य है, ये तो बहुत गड़बड़ चीज है। ये मैं इसको तो बिल्कुल नकारता ही हूँ। जो अभी जो वक्ता ने कहा कि ये चोर डाकुओं को स्टेट तो रहेगी, क्यों रहेगी? घर में देखिए वहां कौन आ रहा है, डकैत आ रहा है, हमको समझा नहीं। पति पत्नी का झगड़ा हो जाता है तो, और वहां कैसे शांत होगा? या तो धर्म से शांत होगा या पुलिस से शांत होगा, दो ही हो। तो अधिकांश लोग धर्म से चल नहीं सकते, सबको धर्म पर नहीं चला सकते। ये तो हम शुरू से ही देख रहे हैं। बहुत कम लोग होंगे, केवल उनका फायदा यही है कि वो रहते हैं तो आसपास शांति रहती है। वन में ऋषि लोग रहते थे, मृग इत्यादि अच्छे ढंग से चल। तो ज्यादा से ज्यादा लोग हैं, इसका फायदा यही है कि ज्यादा लोग बुद्धिस्ट बने, ध्यान करें, ये करें वो करें, तो आसपास जो है शांति दिखाई देनी चाहिए। तो हम तो कहते थे कि बुद्धिस्ट प्रिंसिपल अगर सत्य है तो बहुत सारे भिक्षुओं को कश्मीर में भेज देना चाहिए, और वहां बैठ के लोग वो साधना करें, मैत्री भावना करें, देखिए कुछ शांति आती है कि नहीं। तो उसका परिश्रम होना चाहिए, समूह में साधना करें, देखें कुछ में शांति आती है कि नहीं। तो इस प्रकार से चलना चाहिए। मैं नहीं देखता कि जगत में अगर दुख है, भगवान ने ये भी तो कहा कि आर्य सत्य है, दुख है तो दुख तो रहेगा ही, और जितना ही विकास होगा ये रजोगुण का विकास है। तो जहां रज बढ़ता है वहां जो है दुख बढ़ते ही हैं, तो ये दुख बढ़ेंगे ही। तो इसी के साथ हमने कहने का मतलब ये है कि जब तक डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन कायदे से नहीं होगा, ये साधना तो ठीक है, उपदेश भी ठीक है, लेकिन अगर डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन मनी का कायदे से नहीं होगा, जो भगवान बुद्ध ने कहा है, जिसको हम भी मानते हैं, तो चारों तरफ अराजकता फैल जाएगी, शांति भी नहीं होगा, वार भी होंगे और सब होंगे। तो वो भी एक महत्वपूर्ण कारण है। और जस्टिस भी हम नहीं कर सकते, हम न्याय भी नहीं कर सकते, कुछ नहीं हो सकता। तो इसलिए पहले डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन जो है अच्छा हो। इसी के साथ मैं अपनी वाणी को विराम देता हूँ। सबको धन्यवाद हमको सुनने के लिए। धन्यवाद।
काइंडली अनम्यूट।
हाँ, अनम्यूट अनम्यूट।
नहीं, चंद्रा सर को बोलो।
जी जी। एक अत्यधिक वैदुष्यपूर्ण वक्तव्य के लिए प्रोफेसर राय को बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। आपने अपने वक्तव्य के अंतर्गत बहुत ही सुंदरता से इस बात से अपनी बात को आरंभ करा कि बौद्ध देशना अपने आप में कोई नई बात नहीं थी। उसके अतिरिक्त पहले भी उपनिषदों में और अन्य विचारों में उसी प्रकार की देशना थी। आपने ये बात भी हम लोगों को बहुत अच्छी तरह से याद दिलाई कि किस प्रकार से समाधि के अंतर्गत कुशल चित्त समाधि और एकाग्रचित्त समाधि का भेद क्या है। साथ ही साथ आपने जो ज्ञान, विज्ञान, प्रज्ञा, संज्ञा, शील, समाधि, इनके भेदों को भी रेखांकित किया, वो बहुत ही महत्वपूर्ण थे। और ये बात भी आपने बहुत ही अच्छी तरह से दोबारा हम लोगों को रेखांकित की कि किस प्रकार से बौद्ध धर्म के अंतर्गत और बौद्ध विचार के अंतर्गत इंटेंशन की कितनी बड़ी भूमिका है। कि अगर आप किसी चीज को मार रहे हैं पुतला समझ के और किसी चीज को पुतले को आदमी समझ के मार रहे हैं, तो दोनों में भेद होगा। पर जो परमिता के बारे में भी आपने चर्चा की, उपाय के बारे में भी चर्चा की, कॉग्निशन विलिंग के बारे में चर्चा की। साथ ही साथ बोधिचर्या में आपने बहुत अच्छी तरह से ये भेद भी जो शुरू में भी आपने रखा था कि बेंथम के सुख दुख की धारणा और दुख का जो प्रत्यय बौद्ध चिंतन में है वो कितना भिन्न है, ये आपने बहुत अच्छा लिया। मुझे बड़ा रोचक लगा कि आपने वो जो 4 प्रकार के चूहों की कहानी और 4 प्रकार के मनुष्यों की कहानी भी आपने ली, जो कि अपने आप में ये बताती है कि यद्यपि हम ये मानते हैं कि सभी का एक प्रकार का चित्त है मूलतः, लेकिन व्यवहार में भेद है। इस कारण एक दूसरे के प्रति इस व्यवहारिक भेद को भी लगातार ध्यान में रखना पड़ेगा। और जो सबसे सुंदर बात वो आपने ये कहा कि वर्तमान समय के अंतर्गत अगर हम बहुत ही हताश होकर ये माने कि राज्य अपने आप में केवल नृशंस लोगों के हाथ में रहने वाला ही एक सत्ता है, तो इस हताशा से कुछ नहीं होगा। हमको ये मान के चलना चाहिए कि अभी भी संभव है कि हम डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन के सवाल को अच्छी तरीके से ले सकते हैं। और जो बात आपने कही कि जो बौद्ध मनोविज्ञान है खासतौर से, उसका हमें कितना ज्यादा लाभ उठाना चाहिए, क्योंकि मुझे लगता है कि बौद्ध दर्शन के अंतर्गत दार्शनिक तर्कों के संदर्भ में तो एक प्रकार के विवाद हैं जो न्यायिकों के साथ और वेदांतियों के साथ उनके लगातार चलते रहते हैं, पर बौद्ध मनोविज्ञान अपने आप में संसार की शांति के लिए कितना महत्वपूर्ण है और उसके अंतर्गत की चेतना कितनी महत्वपूर्ण है, और उसमें वर्तमान समय में हम क्या कर सकते हैं। जैसा मैंने अपने पेपर में भी ये बात कही थी कि गूगल ने एक इंस्टीट्यूट शुरू किया है, सर्च इनसाइड योर सेल्फ लीडरशिप ट्रेनिंग, और पिछले ही साल इंग्लैंड में करीब 1000 लोगों ने, जो ज्यादातर इंग्लैंड के थे, उन सब ने माइंडफुलनेस की थेरेपी के ऊपर काम किया, और लोग बाग ये कह रहे हैं कि उससे लोगों के चित्त पर फर्क पड़ता है। ज्यादातर ये लोग इसको एफिशिएंसी से जोड़ते हैं, लेकिन ये एफिशिएंसी के अलावा नैतिकता से भी जुड़ा हुआ एक प्रत्यय है, और इन दिशाओं में हम लोग चीजों को देख सकते हैं। प्रोफेसर राय, एक बहुत ही सुंदर, वैदुष्यपूर्ण और आशावादी वक्तव्य के लिए आपका बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। कोई प्रश्न हो तो कृपया पूछ सकते हैं लोग। Any questions that we have, Shipra?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. We have first question we are taking from Purbi Sharma. It's not a question, it's thank you
Observation.
note for Rai sir. And yeah, we have another question from Daita Roy. Ma'am, you can directly ask.
यस नमस्ते सर, नमस्ते। बहुत बहुत वक्तव्य था मेरे, हमारे सबके लिए बहुत ही मतलब इतना अच्छा क्लैरिटी मिला है सर। मुझे एक डाउट क्लियर करना, क्योंकि ये सेमिनार पे हम लोग के कॉन्फ्रेंस पे हम लोग एक जगह पे ऐसा सेंटेंस आया था, मतलब था शीला समाधि एंड प्रज्ञा, दिस इज द ऑर्डर एंड ही हैज चेंज द ऑर्डर। उन्होंने कहा से आना चाहिए, देन प्रज्ञा एंड देन शीला। एंड अगेन यू आज आपका बातों में भी हम लोग आया है शीला समाधि, तो कौन सा ऑर्डर मेंटेन करना चाहिए? पहले समाधि आना चाहिए, प्रज्ञा आना चाहिए और शीला आना चाहिए, और क्या शीलों से शुरू करके प्रज्ञा तक आना चाहिए? तो मुझे ये ऑर्डर के बारे में थोड़ा क्लैरिटी।
हाँ, तो सील क्या है? सील जो है संचय करता है, इट कलेक्ट्स। तो जब तक आप कलेक्ट नहीं करेंगे किसी चीज को, किसी चीज को पाप से निवारण करके, ये जो है वर्चुस का कलेक्शन करने की ओर चलता है। और जो समाधि है उसमें कलेक्शन जो है पक्का हो जाता है। सील जो है कलेक्शन करेगा। मान लीजिए बाहर से नौकर लेकर के आ रहा है, घर में कोई बैठा है, वह जो है उसको रखता है। तो समाधि का यही काम है, जो आपने ले आया है उसको जो है ठीक से रखना। और प्रज्ञा का अर्थ है परिपूर्ण रूप से जाना। तो अब ये है कि कौन ले आ रहा है, ले आएगा तो पाप से अलग करके ले आएगा तो सील। तो हमने बताया कि उसके दूसरे तरफ की जो हिंदू धर्म में मान्य है, जिसको मधुसूदन सरस्वती ने भक्ति रसायन में लिखा है, शिशुपाल को, कि शिशुपाल भी एक भक्त था, क्योंकि उसका चित्त एकाग्र हो गया था कृष्ण पर, चाहे निषेधात्मक ही हो चाहे वो भावात्मक हो, उससे कोई मतलब नहीं है। ये हमारी तार्किक दृष्टि से है निषेध और भाव, लेकिन चित्त की दृष्टि से सब देखते हैं। किसी को आप गाली देते हैं, तद्रूप हो जाता है। तो अच्छे गाली देना है तो अच्छे आदमी को दीजिए, खराब आदमी को गाली मत दीजिए, क्योंकि चित्त जो है तद्रूप हो जाएगा और फिर आपको उसका कष्ट मिलने लगेगा, है ना। इसीलिए योग सूत्र में कहा गया है कि संस्कार और स्मृति दोनों एक ही हैं। जब आपको कष्ट होना होता है तो उसकी स्मृति हो जाती है, और वह स्मृति ही संस्कार है, उसी से भोग उत्पन्न होता है। इसलिए ज्यादातर चीजों, चाहे हम चले गए वहां तो क्या हुआ, वहां 2-4 शब्द सुन लिए, उस शब्द की स्मृति आने लगे, और स्मृति आने से उसका भोग उत्पन्न हो जाता है। तो देश काल का व्यवधान होने पर योग सूत्र कहता है कि संस्कार और स्मृति एक ही है। जब आप स्मृति करेंगे संस्कार उत्पन्न होगा, और संस्कार उत्पन्न होगा तब आपको उसका भोग जो है मिलने लगा। इसलिए खराब संगत में जल्दी जो है अपना जो है वो नहीं, गाली देना हो, झगड़ा करना हो, अच्छे आदमी से करिए, दिन रात उसके विषय में सोचते रहिए और उसके बारे में करते रहिए। तो ये भी है सब द्वेष पूर्वक जो है समाधि होती है। इसको नहीं बताया है लोगों ने, लेकिन यह जो है मधुसूदन सरस्वती ने इस पर बहुत लिखा है। भगवत भक्ति रसायन पर यह जो द्वेष के कारण जो समाधि होती है और जो भक्ति होती है, विशेष करके भक्ति होती है, उस पर भगवत भक्ति रसायन में भक्तों ने बहुत किया। इसी से उसको भी मुक्ति है, मरने के बाद उसको याद आ जाएगा और उसकी जो है हो जाएगा। अब इसको स्वीकार करें या न करें, लेकिन ये तो है ही है। इतना समय दिया है मधुसूदन सरस्वती ने, तो कुछ सोच कर ही दिया हो।
यस,
थैंक यू।
Professor
मेरा
Roy,
क्वेश्चन है एक। जी सर।
प्रोफेसर राय, देयर इज वन रिजॉइंडर। ये जो आपने प्रश्न के उत्तर में दिया, जो बड़ा रोचक और महत्वपूर्ण लग रहा था, कि यदि आप किसी दुष्ट को गाली देंगे तो आप वैसे ही बन जाएंगे, तद्रूप बन जाएंगे, और इस कारण सत्संगति का ही महत्व है आपके व्यक्तिगत सिद्धि के लिए। लेकिन बुद्ध के जीवन में भी और अन्य स्थानों पर भी हम लोग को लगता है कि जो कन्वर्जन ऑफ द कन्वर्टेड है कि अच्छे अच्छे लोगों के बीच में रहते रहिए, ये तो एक बात बहुत जरूरी है ताकि आप अपनी शुद्धता को बनाए रखें। पर वो अंगुलीमाल जैसे या अन्य दुष्ट लोगों को के हृदय परिवर्तन करने का प्रयास और उसके लिए साहसपूर्ण कर्म करने की प्रेरणा भी तो जरूरी है।
हाँ, तो
इसके
समरथ
बारे में
के
आप
नहीं
क्या
दोष,
कहेंगे?
वही कहा है, समरथ के नहीं दोष गोसाई, रवि पावर्त सुरसर की नाय। आपको होना चाहिए ना रवि की। उससे भगवान तो बुद्ध करते थे कि जब मैं लेक्चर दे करके, उस संयुक्त निकाय में कहा है कि जब मैं देशना करता हूँ तो देशना के बाद जब मैं आकर बैठता हूँ तो मेरा चित्त फिर वैसा ही हो जाता है जैसा पूर्व था। हम लोग देशना करके आते हैं तो कितना जो है चित्त जो है बाहर, तो कौन उसको कर सकता है। इसीलिए ने कहा गया है कि मॉरलिटी जो है दोनों प्रकार के प्रश्नों को सॉल्व कर सकती है। ऐसी स्थिति में पहुंच जाइए जहां पर चित्त का लेप न हो।
हाँ।
चित्त का लेप, वो लेप न है, राग है, द्वेष है हम लोगों में है, तो हम लोग जो ही करने जाएंगे त्यों ही उसी में रंजित हो जाते हैं, है कि। तो इसलिए जो है, तो एक विमल सूत्र, विमल कीर्ति सूत्र है, उसमें जो है वो बीमार है। तो बीमार किस लिए है, तो जगत के दुख के कारण बीमार है। तो भगवान बुद्ध सब शिष्यों को भेजते हैं, तो वो कहता है हम नहीं जाएंगे, वो कहता है हम नहीं जाएंगे। उसने हम लोगों को एक डांटा, उसने एक ने कहा कि उसने हमको इसलिए डांटा, भिक्षुए थे, सबको कह रहे थे कि जाओ बीमार है उसको जरा देखाओ, वैशाली के रहने वाले थे। तो उसका चरित्र जो है कृष्ण की तरह, तो बौद्ध दर्शन में कृष्ण का भी कुछ लगता है प्रभाव है। विमल कीर्ति का चरित्र जो है, विमल कीर्ति ने ये बहुत पॉपुलर है जापान चाइना में। जो बोधि धर्म ने जो ये जैन बुद्धिज्म फैलाया, तो वो जो है लंका अवतार सूत्र लेकर के गया था वहां, उनको जो सदग्रंथ दिया जैन बुद्धिज्म का जो फाइंडर में, तो लंका अवतार सूत्र महायान के सब सूत्र थे, इसका सूत्र नहीं। तो उसने कहा कि नहीं मैं भी नहीं जाऊंगा, क्योंकि उसने कहा कि तुम केवल गरीबों के मोहल्ले में घूमते हो, धनियों में क्यों नहीं जाते हो। गरीबों में तो दुख है, साथ साथ धनियों में भी दुख है, तो तुम भेद क्यों करते हो कि जो गरीब हो गया उसी में जाकर के दुख निवारण करते हो, और धनी व्यक्ति जो है उसको मेंटल प्रॉब्लम, ये प्रॉब्लम वो प्रॉब्लम होगी, वहां तुम नहीं जा, तो मैं उसके पास नहीं जाऊंगा। वो बहुत डांटता है। तो अंत में यारे मंजूश्री को भेजा। तो ये प्रकार होता है, कौन जाएगा इसका भी तो है। ठीक है, आप जैसे बच्चा है तो उसको कहते हैं दुसंगत में मत पड़ो, बड़ा हो गया तो भाई जाओ। तो उसी ढंग से कुछ साधना कर लीजिए, मॉरलिटी की साधना कर लीजिए, ये की साधना कर लीजिए, वो की साधना। लेकिन बड़ा बड़ा करने पर भी परेशानी तो उसको भी आती ही है। आप देखिए अपने अनुभव से, दूसरे के कहने से क्या फायदा। आप अनुभव से कर देख लीजिए तो आएगा कि वो चित्त में जो है जल्दी उतरता नहीं है। विशेष करके जो दुश्मनी वाली बात है, मारेगा, ये करेगा, काटेगा, ये करेगा, उंडे बदमाश, तो ये जल्दी उतरता नहीं है। चित्त को समाधान करना ये बड़ा मुश्किल कार्य है, बारंबार अभ्यास करने पर भी दूरम गमेति है, तन्मे
तो
मन संकल्प
सर
मत।
क्वेश्चन है
उसमें
सर।
कहा है ना कि सोने पर भी, सोचने पर भी रुकता नहीं है, यजुर्वेद के पहले ही कहा, और भाग जाता है। यद जागृतो दूरमुपैति जाति, जो जागने पर भी दूर चला जाता है, कोशिश करना तो बड़ा मुश्किल है ना चित्त को निर्लेप करना। अब भिक्षुओं को कहा था कि इधर उधर मत देखिए, रास्ते में चले, अपने तो नहीं करते थे। आम्रपाली आई तो कहा कि तुम लोग मत देखो, मैं देखूंगा। तो अपने देख रहे थे लेकिन उनको मना किया, क्योंकि जानते थे कि ये लोग जो है उतने, तो एक पार कर, जैसे पानी पार कर जाता है तो भाप बन जाता है, लेकिन 70-80 डिग्री पर वो भाप नहीं बनता। वो एक उसका टेम्परेचर है, उसी प्रकार सबका अपना टेम्परेचर है, उस पर वो बनेंगे। तो एक स्थिति होती है, उसके बाद आप चलेंगे तो आपको कुछ नहीं, आप देशना करिए। इसीलिए न करते हैं, सबको ऑर्डर मिलता है कि अब आप हो गए हैं, अब आप इसके काबिल हो गए हैं, आप जा करके देशना करें। हाँ, तो उसको पास तो करिए पहले, उसको तो पास करिए, तो पहले तो उसको पास करके तो जा। तो वही समरथ के नहीं दोष गोसाई, रब पावक सुरसर की नाई। तो सब लोग नहीं सोचेंगे कि सबको जो है, तो वही बात।
सर एक
शिप्रा,
प्रश्न है। जी जी।
हाँ,
सर जैसे दान की बात की आपने कि कलयुग
हमको
में
सोचे
मतलब
कि
दान
हमारे में
दान
तो कुछ लोग ये केवल बुद्धे वचन बोल रहे हैं, तो उसमें क्या क्वेश्चन होगा, हम बुद्ध के यहाँ दे देंगे कि आप उत्तर दो। हाँ,
सर
बोलो
मुझे
बोलो।
तो लग रहा है मैं एमए की क्लास में बैठी हूँ जब आप पढ़ाते थे।
नहीं, हम तो बुद्धिज्म कभी नहीं पढ़ाए, हमने
बुद्धिज्म
शोध
की
कार्य
कांड
किया है।
पढ़ाते थे सर, आप कांड
हाँ
पढ़ाते थे उसमें।
हाँ,
जी
बुद्धिज्म पर हम जो है शोध कार्य किए थे। उसके
जी जी
बाद हमको कभी पढ़ाने, हमसे सीनियर लोग थे तो
जी
हमको कभी पढ़ाने का, और ऐसा हुआ कि जो आता था कहता था हम इंडियन फिलॉसफी पढ़ाएंगे, अब हम क्या करें। हम कहें कि जो शेष है वही पढ़ाओ, उसी बहाने कुछ ज्ञान होता। तो तो
जी
जो आता था वो कहता था भारतीय दर्शन ही पढ़ाएंगे, तो भारतीय दर्शन पढ़ाने लगता था तो उसमें सब डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन हो जाता था, हमको कभी मिलता। तो हम जो है बाद में जो है एक आध ग्रंथ जो ले करके, छोटे मोटे ग्रंथ हैं जैसे सूत्र निपात वगैरह है, तो उस भाई कुछ रहना चाहिए, जब रिसर्च किए थोड़ा बहुत पढ़ाना चाहिए। तो सूत्र निपात जो छोटे ग्रंथ हैं महत्वपूर्ण है लेकिन छोटे, तो वही सब केवल जो है एक दो,
सर,
हम
एक
ज्यादा
छोटा सा क्वेश्चन पूछूंगी फटाफट से सर, कि सर आपने बोला कि कलयुग में दान का महत्व है।
ये तो मनु ने कहा है। मनु ने
जी जी
तप परम कृत जुगे, तप
जी
जो है
जी।
कृत युग में तप था,
तो
त्रेता में ज्ञान था, द्वापर में यज्ञ था। अब गोस्वामी
दान।
जी ने उसका उल्टा लिखा है, थोड़ा बहुत, थोड़ा भेद, लेकिन कली का भेद कहीं नहीं है। कली में दान ही है। जब आदमी
तो
कुछ
सर
नहीं,
अगर
हमको
बुद्ध धर्म के हिसाब से हमारा इंटेंशन ज्यादा मतलब महत्व रखता है ना, कि किस इंटेंशन से हम काम कर रहे हैं। तो अगर दान इस भाव से किया जाए कि हमारा नाम हो, और दान के भाव से ना किया जाए, तो क्या ये धर्म के काम में आएगा?
वो तो पारमिता नहीं बनेगा। पारमिता नहीं बनेगा, लेकिन दान का फल तो होगा। पारमिता होगा कि अनकंडीशन दान दीजिए। जब
हाँ
कोई कंडीशन ला के लगा के आप दान देंगी तो पारमिता नहीं बनेगा, लेकिन दान का फल तो होगा ही। दान इसलिए है कि कोई कहता है हम पूजा नहीं करेंगे, कोई कहता है हम पाठ नहीं करेंगे, और कोई कहता है कि हम ये नहीं करेंगे वो नहीं करेंगे। तो सबसे अच्छा भाई दान ही दिया करो। उसमें तो
जी
कुछ करना नहीं है, न देवता के यहाँ जाना है न किसी के यहाँ जाना है। दान, लेकिन पारमिता तब जब ही बनेगा जब अनकंडीशनल दान देंगे। जैसे
जी
नागार्जुन की कहानी है कि नागार्जुन से आकर के ब्रह्मा जी ने कहा कि वो तो बोधिसत्व था तो कुछ भी दे सकता है, तो ब्रह्मा जी ने कहा अपना सिर दे दो, तो अपना सिर ही काट के दे दिया। तो
जी
वो
जी
कहते हैं कि आंध्र प्रदेश में वो है, फिर जो है पुनर्जीवन, पुनर्जीवित हो जाएगा कलयुग के अंत में, या कल जो है या जीवित हो गया है कुछ नहीं, तो ऐसे ही
जी
कहते हैं। तो पारमिता बनने के लिए अनकंडीशनल होना चाहिए, और तो आप दान दे सकते हैं, उसका भी फल है ही है, दान का तो फल है ही। और
जी
यहाँ पे नहीं चाहिए, यहूदी धर्म जाइए चाहे कहीं जाइए, अच्छा है कि दान आप दें, किसी को बताएं नहीं। और दूसरा ये है कि उसको उसको जरूरत है, इसको उसके कहने के पहले ही आप उसको दे दें। ये नहीं कि उसको कहना पड़े कि हमको ये पैसा चाहिए, रुपया चाहिए। उसको कहने के पहले ही आप उसको जो है, और उसको न जाए तो ये तो उत्तम कोटि के हैं, लेकिन बताकर भी किस ढंग से बताइए, वह तो दान होता ही है। ये तो बहुत बड़ा सद्गुण माना गया है। अभिकथनेति, अभिकथनेति, वाल्मीकि ने कहा कि यद्यपि राम बहुत अच्छे राजा हैं, क्योंकि वो अपने गुणों का वर्णन कभी नहीं करते हैं अपने मुख से। तो देखो वहां पर आया अभिकथनेति, राम को सब गुण तो है, लेकिन ये गुण कि हमने किया और अपने ही बताने चले, तो ये जो है दोष हो जाता है। अपना जो है अपन, और जैनिज्म तो कहता है कि नीच गोत्र में पैदा होता है। जो अपने मुंह से अपनी बढ़ाई करता है वो नीच गोत्र में जो है वो पैदा हो जाता है। तो ये जो है ये इसको बड़ा खराब माना गया है। मनु ने भी मन किया है कि अपना किया हुआ कर्म अपने से बढ़ाई मत करिए। इसीलिए राम जी के साथ लक्ष्मण हमेशा रहते थे। हनुमान जी से जब मिलन हुआ तो राम जी ने कहा लक्ष्मण से कि परिचय दो, अपने अपना परिचय नहीं दिया। उसने पूछा कि कौन है, तो कहा लक्ष्मण से कि लक्ष्मण तुम बताओ। तो इसलिए रखते थे, नहीं बताते।
एक सवाल
हमें
सर।
हमें मन कर रहा है कि हम सुनते जाएं, लेकिन टाइम नहीं है हमारे पास अभी। टाइम से
नहीं
बच
होगा
गया।
जो समय
जी
पढ़ सकती हो हम, वो केवल मेरे मुंह से कहा गया है। अब
जी
हमको कुछ
जी।
आता नहीं, तो इसी ढंग से जो हम सोचे क्या बोले बोले। और स्वास्थ्य भी
धन्यवाद
बहुत।
सर।
हाँ धन्यवाद।
चंद्रा सर।
थैंक यू।
Thank you, Chandra sir, for moderating wonderful session. And we'll take 5 minutes break. Or 5 to 7 minutes break, and we'll meet at 12:45 sharp with new session. And session will be chaired by Dr. Gyan Prakash sir from IIT Dhanbad, and Aparna Dheer will moderate the session. So see you in 7 minutes. Thank you. We are back, dear professors and scholars. We are about to start our next session. Please join.
We are back now, and hopefully we are now again more energetic to get through the proceedings of this Buddhist workshop day 4. And as we were on break, so I have shared one newspaper, the news item which is published today in the. Let me share it on screen. A very brief news on our 4-day International Buddhist workshop, and it is published in Dainik Jagran today from Lucknow. So, Shipraji, do you want to highlight something?
Okay. More news will be published in different newspapers after our workshop ends. Maybe tomorrow or day after tomorrow. And this is from the India's biggest newspaper in Hindi. In Dainik Jagran, it is published. So I just want to say that this topic is so much relevant and so much necessary in the current worldview, and it should be more highlighted by the by newspapers and our media, because it's very necessary to know how to stay calm, reflected, and stay concentrated and focused in the in this war scenario. Just okay. You go ahead, Aparnaji.
Yes, Shipraji, and as Shipraji just highlight, these are the key points of this Buddhist workshop and the proceedings we are hearing since morning. And I too learning a lot from this workshop, because the principles of greed or peace or selfishness and satisfaction, interdependence, interconnectedness. So these key points are, we know them very well, but we don't know how to include those in our day-to-day life, and we can have to attain peace and to be and bring social harmony to our society. So I think with this note, I like to invite uh, our chair of this session, and we are very happy that Professor Gyan Prakash ji, he's the chair of this session, and he's an Associate Professor of Indian Philosophy in the Department of Humanities and Social Sciences at IIT Dhanbad. And he has earned his PhD in Early Buddhist Philosophy from IIT Bombay, and which was awarded as the Excellence in Thesis work. And he's a alumni of Banaras Hindu University. So we are very glad and to have him here, and we are very happy that we are going to again have thoughts from him during his presidential remarks. So we welcome you, sir. And now, moving ahead, let me introduce our speaker of the session. The speaker of the session is Dr. Pallavi Mukherjee ji, and she is working as an assistant professor in the Department of Buddhist Studies at Swami Vivekanand Subharati University, Meerut, Uttar Pradesh. Her research explores the intersections of Buddhist psychology, consciousness studies, indigenous healing practices with a particular focus on Reiki and energy-based therapies as form of applied Buddhism. Presently, she is working on the university's seed money project entitled Topic on Reimagining Viksit Bharat through Buddhist Consciousness, Philosophical Counseling, and Mindful Self-Transformation in the Indian Knowledge System. And today, she will be speaking on Buddhist concept of euthanasia, suicide, abortion, and ethics. So it is a very relevant topic in today's time, and we welcome you, ma'am. And also I like to introduce everyone to this fact that this Buddhist workshop is being she guided it so much, because this is a new subject for us also, and madam has guided us step by step how to take this forward. So we are very grateful to you, ma'am.
The themes and sub-themes we have discussed with ma'am, and she really guided us because Buddhism is not my area. I'm specialized in existentialism and Sankhya philosophy. So I really don't know about Buddhism, and she guided us so much. Thank you, ma'am.
And not even me, Shupraji. My
He is from
field
Sanskrit.
is
Yeah.
my field is Sanskrit and majorly in Vedas. So Yajurveda is my theme. As a professor, just before this lecture only, Professor A.K. Rai sir has indicated the Yajurveda mantra on mind. So I was very happy that somebody took the initiative to include Yajurveda also. So thank you so much, and we begin our proceedings of the session. So
Over to you,
over
Gyan.
to you, Gyan sir.
Thank you so much. And I was like listening from very day one. And let me tell you, this workshop is very wonderful, and there are so many interested speakers and talking with dealing different topics and from the different perspective. I do not have an excuse that I am from a different background. I can, because I belong to the Buddhist philosophy. And then, indeed, this title of this talk, which you're going to now, Dr. Palvi Mukherjee is going to speak on, is very interesting. And I also look forward for her interesting talk. So all stage is yours, ma'am. And I hope we all of us will going to learn a lot from your talk, ma'am. Please.
Thank you, sir, Dr. Prakash sir, and also the organizing team, especially Shipra ma'am and ma'am of Dr. Dheer ma'am, and all my students, my senior teachers like Bimalendra sir, Professor K.T.S. Sarao, and all. Thank you. So first I'm sharing my screen. Should I do it full screen?
Yes, by slideshow.
Okay.
Yes, it is fine. Perfect.
Yeah. So my talk is on Buddhist concept of euthanasia, suicide, abortion, and ethics. Because advance in medical technology, reproductive healthcare, we are moving with a very advanced era. Life support system have intensified ethical debates surrounding all these concepts. The Buddha's teaching do not provide simplistic answer to complex ethical problems. Rather, they encourage thoughtful consideration on intention, consequences, reduction of suffering. Consequently, Buddhist discussion on euthanasia, suicide, abortion remain highly relevant for contemporary bioethics as well as mental health study. I tried to view euthanasia, suicide as all the terms we are using, it is killing of one life. So how Buddhism, which is first precept is mentioned not to kill any sentient beings, not only humans, all the life of this universe, how they can examine and explore and try why Buddhism is sharing as whether it is analyze euthanasia as suicide or self-killing in the term of active euthanasia concept, we try to mention some psychological dimension. So first perspective, Buddhist view on euthanasia, which refers the intentional ending of life to relieve suffering. Buddhist tradition generally oppose active euthanasia because it involves deliberate killing and violates the first precept. The Vinay records instances where monks encourage death among seriously ill monks. In response, the Buddha condemned such actions and established disciplinary rules prohibiting the encouragement of death. Nevertheless, Buddhist ethics recognizes profound suffering experienced by terminally ill patients. Consequently, contemporary Buddhist scholars often distinguish between active euthanasia, withdrawal of extraordinary treatment, palliative care, hospice care. The preferred Buddhist response is compassionate care that alleviates suffering without intentional causing death. So, a peaceful and mindful death is regarded as spiritually significant because the mental state at the time of death influence is shape the future rebirth. Now, Buddhist perspective on suicide, which is generally discouraged in Buddhism because it is often associated with despair, attachment, aversion, and psychological disturbances. So, Buddha repeatedly emphasized the importance of confronting suffering through wisdom rather than escaping it through self destruction. So, suicide interrupts opportunities for spiritual growth and may generate negative karmic consequences. However, Buddhist literature presents complex cases. Certain enlightened monks, such as Bakkali and Channo, are described as ending their lives under exceptional circumstances. These cases have generated extensive scholarly debate. Most Buddhist commentators maintain those examples should not interpreted as endorsement of suicide, but rather as exceptional cases involving advanced spiritual attainment. For ordinary individuals, suicide is generally regarded as ethically problematic because that emerges from mental states characterized by suffering and confusion. So Buddhism as suicide, euthanasia as suicide, when we are going to discuss. Another difficulty comes when we look at voluntary euthanasia as form of suicide. The Buddha himself showed tolerance on suicide by monks in two cases. In Japanese Buddhist tradition includes many stories to suicide of monks, and suicide was used as political weapon in the time of Vietnam War of Vietnamese monks. But these were monks, and that makes the difference. In Buddhism, the way of life ends as a profound impact on the way of new life begin. So a person's state of mind is very important at the time of death. Their thoughts should reflect as selfless, enlightened, free of anger, hatred, or delusion, fear. Therefore, it suggests that suicide, whether it is euthanasia or any kind of, is only approved for people who have achieved in the state of enlightenment, and the rest of us should avoid it. Now, alternative to euthanasia, moving someone who is terminally ill into hospice care to help mitigate physical pain with pain relievers that is not intended to end their life, allowing them to pass away painless and comfortable, is a highly considerable alternative to euthanasia. Hospice care is meant to assist a person to have what is called good death. When one nears and dear, they should able to reflect on their life peacefully. Since 1971, San Francisco Zen Center has offered assistance to terminally ill patients with trained hospice employees since the inception of a hospice training program in 1987. The Buddhist Hospice Trust at United Kingdom has been alternative to this center since its founding in 1987. Not only does it provide volunteers to visit those nearing alternative to those nearing death, but it provides an avenue for those who lost someone they cared about, receive counseling and sympathy. With also, this center is working on research on death and mourning. So the purpose of such center is truly alleviate any amount of anxiety one could experience when approaching death, leaving known loved ones behind, and to ensure a clear and calm state of mind. So hospice care employees therefore prefer not to allow anyone into death as anesthetist or unconscious state of mind. A positive transition to future life is best obtained when one dies with clear conscience, free of anger, hatred, delusion. In Buddhism, a good death is facilitated by family, friends, who do their best to ensure the dying person is untroubled and uplifted. Therefore, Buddhists are not anonymous in their view of euthanasia, and the teaching of Buddha don't explicitly deal with you. Now, Buddhist perspective on abortion, when we observe, Buddhists view an abortion very closely connected with beliefs concerning the beginning of life. Traditional Buddhist thought generally maintains that consciousness arises at conception. Therefore, abortion is often viewed as the termination of developing life. Monastic code in both Theravada and Mahayana tradition treat participation abortion as a serious ethical offense. However, Buddhist ethics also recognizes complexity of real life situations. Therefore, contemporary Buddhist scholars often consider factors such as threats to mother's life, severe fetal abnormalities, psychological trauma, social economic circumstances. In these regards, Venerable 14th Dalai Lama stated that abortion should be considered according to specific circumstances rather than through rigid absolutism. Thus, while abortion is generally viewed negatively, Buddhist ethics encourages compassionate and context-sensitive moral reflection. Here are some regional views what Northern Buddhism, like Tibetan people, what they are trying to mention on abortion. Prior to the emergence of Tibetan diaspora in 1950s, they were not aware about the concept of abortion for reasons of medical necessity, and facing little population pressure, saw little reason to engage in what they observed as the destruction of an innocent life. Though no systematic information is available, abortion appears to be very rare among exiled Tibetans living in areas where abortion is legal. Tibetan Buddhists believe that a person who has had an abortion should be treated compassionately and guided to atone for negative act through appropriate good deeds and religious practices. These acts are aimed at improving karmic outcome for both the mother and aborted fetus, but authorities warn that they will not be effective if one has undertaken an abortion while planning to negate it by atoning for it later. As I mentioned, our 14th Dalai Lama, he said, I think abortion should be approved or disapproved according to each circumstances. Southern Buddhism, where Theravada countries, their attitudes and laws, especially in Thailand, are generally more favorable towards abortion than Sri Lanka. While abortion is still viewed as negative in Myanmar, is allegedly also employed with some frequency to prevent of wedlock births. So regarding attitude towards abortion in Thailand, Peter Harvey quoted, abortion is discussed not in language of rights to life or choice, but of benefit and harm, with the intent of relieving as much human suffering in all its stages and situations as circumstances allow, with the emphasis on reducing those circumstances leading women to feel that they need to have an abortion. In November 2010, the issue of abortion and Buddhism in Thailand was thrust onto front pages after 2,000 fetuses were discovered stored at a temple in Bangkok. Abortion remains illegal in the country except in cases of rape or risk to the woman's health. Following that scandal, leading politicians and monks spoke out to reaffirm their opposition to abortion law. In this regard, Pramaha Buddhijaya Vajramedhi was unequivocal within court in the Buddhist view, both having an abortion and performing an abortion amount to murder. Those involved in abortion will face distress in both this life and in the next, if their sins will follow them. Even Prime Minister Abhisit announced a crackdown on illegal abortion clinics and refused calls to change the law, saying that current laws are good enough. Peter Harvey again relates attitudes towards abortion in Myanmar through Melford Shiprose, who is an American cultural anthropologist and specializing in religion and psychological anthropology, whose observation that Buddhists in Myanmar recognize very clear distinction between what may be regarded as ultimate good in religious sense and what is worldly good or utilitarian act. Despite the prevalence of illegal abortion in Myanmar due to economic difficulty, many Buddhists consider it against its religious belief. Even in a survey of 1995, women of Myanmar, 99% showed against of their religious belief. East Asia, like Japan, are said to be more tolerant of abortion, as they are performing some rituals like Shinto Buddhist ritual, which is known as Mizoko Kuo, meaning water child memorial service. It is a Japanese Buddhist ceremony for those who have had miscarriage, stillbirth, or abortion. It is also practiced in both Thailand and China. This practice became particularly visible since 1970s with the creation of shrines devoted solely to these rituals. Reasons for performance of these rites can include parental grief, desire to comfort the soul of fetus, guilt for an abortion, or even fear of retribution from a vengeful ghost after an induced abortion or an abortion as the result of miscarriage. Similarly, in Taiwan, women sometimes pray to appease ghosts of aborted fetuses and assuages feelings of guilt due to having an abortion. This type of ritual is calling Inling Gongwan. The modern practice emerged there in mid of 1970s and grew significantly in popularity in 1980s, particularly following the full legalization of abortion at 1985. It draws both from traditional antecedents dating back to the Han Dynasty and Japanese practice. These modern practices emerged in the context of demographic change associated with modernization, rising population, urbanization, decreasing family size, together the changing attitudes towards sexuality, which occurred first in Japan, then in Taiwan. So, when we observe the conceptual framework of Buddhist ethics, it is karma. The doctrine of karma occupies very central place on Buddhist ethics. Karma refers to intentional action of both body, speech, and mind that generate corresponding consequences. According to the Buddha, Chetanaham Bhikkhave Kammam Vadami, mentioned in Anguttara Nikaya, that it is intention, Chetana, that I call karma. So action motivated by greed, hatred, delusion generates suffering, whereas action rooted with compassion and wisdom contribute to well-being. So spiritual development. In bioethical context, decisions concerning life and death are evaluated not only by their outcomes but also the motivations underlying them. In Chetana or intention is the foundation of moral judgment in Buddhism. The ethical value of an action depends significantly upon the mental state that motivates it. Thus, two similar actions may possess different moral implications depending upon person's intention. In case of euthanasia, suicide, abortion, Buddhist ethics examines whether those action arises from compassion or out of fear, attachment, despite ignorance, or wisdom. Karuna or compassion, when we observe, it is one of the four Brahma Viharas and constitute a central virtue in Buddhist moral philosophy. Karuna involves sensitivity to suffering and sincere desire to alleviate it. Therefore, compassion must be guided with wisdom. Action motivated by wisdom but resulting in harm may still be ethically problematic. Consequently, Buddhism does not automatically justify any kind of killing, whether the name of euthanasia, but it seeks to relieve suffering. And ahimsa, in the context of ahimsa, the first precepts of Buddhism that is mentioned, that not to kill any sentient beings, that panatipata veramani sikkhapadam samadhiyani. This is the commitment reflects respect for all sentient beings of this universe. Non-violence extends beyond physical action to include mental attitudes to kindness and empathy. Therefore, the principle of ahimsa serves as primary ethical consideration in evaluating euthanasia, suicide, and abortion. Now, psychological or ethical dimension, when we observe, Buddhist psychology provides very important insight regarding all these concepts. First of all, suffering of mental health. Buddhism begins with recognition of dukkha, suffering. Psychological suffering often contributes to suicidal ideation, hopelessness, and emotional distress. Meditative practices such as mindfulness, sati, loving kindness, metta bhavana, individuals develop emotional resilience and self awareness. Next, end of life of psychological care, where Buddhist tradition emphasizes maintaining calm, clear state of mind towards the death. Family support, philosophical counseling, chanting, meditation, compassionate presence are considered important forms of care, healing, well-being. Post-abortion psychological care to reduction of suffering as dukkha. When women experience abortion may encounter grief, guilt, anxiety, emotional conflict. Buddhist approach encourage compassionate understanding rather than condemnation. Practices of forgiveness, meditation, ethical reflection may contribute to psychological healing. Now, core ethical principle as Buddhism focused on karma, Buddhists regard death as is a transition. Therefore, the deceased person will reborn to a new life whose quality will be result according to their karma. This produces two problems. First of all, we do not know what will be the next life. Even it can be worse than the life of the sick person is presently enduring. So it should be clearly be wrong on utilitarian basis to permit euthanasia at that shortens the present bad state of affairs in favor of an even worse one. And second problem, to shortening life interfere with the working out of karma and alters the karmic balance resulting from the shortened life. As Buddhists believe that life begins at the point of birth and end with the individual dies. Throughout the course of individual's life, between life and death, they are respected with dignity regardless of their state of mental capacity or psychometric functions. Among what constitutes life in a body is heat, ushma, vitality, ayu, vijnana, that is patisandhi vijnana, rebirth linking consciousness. Among Buddhists, there is much confusion as to when one is truly dead. Some consider death to be when the brain loses its functionality, and there are those who disagree with this idea. Even when the Gautama, the Buddha, passed away, according to ancient text, his 25-year-old personal attendant Ananda declared him as dead. However, Ananda was later corrected by senior monk to him, claiming that Buddha was only in a severe state of yogistic stupor. During this yogic trance, Buddha lacked any vital signs of life, making it unclear for future Buddhists to determine the point of death. One loses all physical possessions, leaving their family, loved ones, and achievements all behind. Death does not destroy all those belongs to a person. The purification of character through virtuous meditative practices carries over into their next life and into their mental sequence of continuation. Therefore, Buddhists hold the belief that upon death they are reborn or will experience life through a series of lifetime called samsara until they can cease to desire or nirvana is attained. In conjunction with a person's previously attained karma, their state of mind of death holds great importance when determining of what kind of rebirth is to be take place. There are 6 realms in Buddhist cosmology, that is hell realm, naraka, hungry ghost, preta, animal realm, that is tirathana yoni, human realm, manusya, demigod, asur, and god realm. Out of all these realms exist, human realm is called most anticipated, yet the most difficult to obtain based on level of karma one garners in their current lifetime. It is determined at which realm one diverge into the next stage. The first 3 realm, that is hell, hungry ghost, and animal, are most detested of Sikhs and are meant to cause of suffering, disallowing proper mental capabilities as a result of negative karma from negative act performed in the previous life. And although more acceptable than the former, the Asura and God realm remain unfavorable as they permit one ultimate happiness but prevents the opportunity for spiritual progress. Which is the main focus in Buddhism. Only through good karma one can reach into the state of human realm. Therefore, euthanasia, it can considered as a compassionate act is not seen in Buddhism as an act of selflessness and benevolence, but rather an act of damage masked as health, which in turn result in the negative karma. If someone is suffering as a result of sickness, it could be a result of karma, and ending their life is not likely to end their adversity, as the suffering caused by karma will only follow after death and until its energy concludes. So the state of mind is very important for Buddhists to in the time of death. Now try to mention some comparative analysis where utilitarianism, where the moral value of an action is determined here by its consequences, particularly its ability to maximize happiness and minimize suffering for greater number of people. At a glance, Buddhism appears similar with utilitarianism because it places considerable emphasis of alleviating suffering. The Buddha's teaching begin with the recognition of suffering as a fundamental aspect of human existence, as the path towards liberation aims to overcome it through wisdom, ethical conduct, and mental cultivation. However, despite this common era, Buddhist ethics differ significantly from this concept in its understanding of moral action, as Buddhism does not evaluate actions solely based on their external consequences. It is a central principle of Buddhist ethic, that is chetana, intention, which Buddha identified as the essence of karma. Furthermore, Buddhism extends moral consideration beyond immediate outcomes to include long-term karmic effects that influence future experience and rebirth. Again, in deontological ethics, an action is morally right if it is performed out of duty and in accordance with rational and moral law. Thus, morality is grounded in adherence to duty rather than in pursuit of happiness and desirable outcome. Buddhist ethics shared similarities, where deontological ethics, particularly in its emphasis on moral discipline and ethical concept of the five precepts, noble eightfold path, monastic vinaya, provide guidelines that regulate behavior and encourage moral responsibility. The five precepts we prohibit the taking of life reflects commitment to non-violence and respect for living. But significant differences exist between these two traditions also, as this deontological ethics is grounded in universal rational principles and regard moral duties as absolute. Buddhism, in contrast, does not view ethical rules as unconditional commitment. Rather, ethical principles are understood as skillful means for reducing suffering and cultivating wisdom. Furthermore, Buddhist ethics is deeply connected with psychological transformation. Ethical conduct serves as a foundation for the cultivation of mindfulness, compassion, insight, leading to liberation. Consequently, while deontological discipline emphasize duty and universal moral law, Buddhist ethic integrates moral discipline with broader goal on spiritual awakening that combines ethical responsibility with compassion and wisdom, making it more flexible and context sensitive than classical deontological approach. Now, when bioethical challenges we observe, modern medicine raises ethical questions that were unknown in ancient times, like life support system or physician assisted dying, organ transplantation, and etc., palliative sedation or genetic intervention. So Buddhist bioethics evaluates these developments through principles of compassion, non-harm, wisdom, and respect for human dignity. Rather than applying rigid rules, Buddhism advocates careful consideration of individual circumstances while maintaining commitment to reducing suffering. Therefore, the major findings what I observed, that Buddhist perspective on euthanasia, suicide, abortion emerged from a comprehensive ethical framework that centered upon compassion, nonviolence, intention, and karmic responsibility. Although Buddhism generally discourages action that intentionally terminate life, it also recognizes the complexity of human suffering and necessity of compassionate understanding. So I'd like to conclude that Buddhist bioethics does not rely upon absolute prohibitions or unrestricted individual autonomy. Instead, it advocates a middle path, combines moral responsibility with empathy and wisdom. Through its psychological insights and ethical principle, Buddhism contributes significantly to contemporary discussion concerning healthcare, mental well-being, reproductive ethics, and end-life decision-making. As society continue to confront difficult questions surrounding life and death, Buddhist thought offers valuable framework that prioritize both human dignity and reducing suffering. Therefore, Buddhism is maximized on focusing on spiritual growth and practice cultivate the mind of loving kindness, metta bhavna meditation, which is also one form of mindfulness meditation, where as a mother who tried to protect her own child at her risk of her own life. So thank you for listening. This was my whole presentation.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for this wonderful presentation. Your presentation reminded me a very long back when I published a paper in this Buddhist euthanasia, and but the obviously the line of argument was very different, and I argued from the perspective of the karma theory that how Buddhist philosophy has argued that if you follow the karma theory very strongly, even an active and passive euthanasia, both way it is not possible from the Buddhist perspective. Especially it takes from the Abhidhamma Kosa Bhasya of Vasubandhu Abhidhamma Kosa Bhasya. And this is in fact this is your talk is wonderful, and you also explained not only from the Buddhist text but also the contemporary society, and at the same time the Western ethics. That was like fantastic. I liked that how you compared with the different ethical theories and all. Before going for this on the audience, opening the floor for the questions, can I just ask one question from my side that, okay, you have like compared with the different theory, why you did not consider the virtue ethics? Because most of the time they believe that Buddhist ethics is a more close to the virtue ethics rather than deontology and other theory.
Sir, I have done it in my writing. I have mentioned virtue ethics is a Buddhist because that is much more similar than both that perspective. But as ma'am also mentioned here, maximum are non-Buddhist studies faculty and with Western. So I showed in the screen.
No, ma'am, thank you. Thank you so much. It's a wonderful presentation, ma'am. Thank you so much. So this now floor is open for the any question or any kind of observation or comment. You're welcome if you want to ask. Anyone?
I think Bhante Nanida want to say something.
Yeah, please.
Yeah.
Yes. And I would like to mention for those foreign. First of all, I would like to wish to may you all dwell in the heart of the Buddhist teachings. Based on the Buddhist teaching, this 4-day foreign is the very good undertaking. And I'm also proud of being participant in this foreign. I want to mention about the nature of the mind. Nature of the mind is enhanced on our minds. It is because of this mind that wars and violence occur today. This is nature. Because the greedy and the anger, like this is the nature of the mind, not despair in this world. So, but we can against that. These wars exist in this time, in the time of the Buddha, and they will continue exist in the future because of the nature of the mind. It's always there. Buddha said, like a tide. The tide is always flowing. If I want to rise up, you have to find a way to try to rise. Similarly, the nature of the mind is a very Yes, and similarly, the nature of the mind is evil. People in ancient time had it, and people modern times still have it. Therefore, in order to make the mind is good, it is necessary to learn and remember practice that the Buddha words, the Buddha showed, the Buddha taught. Today, everyone can see the wars and violence happening around the world. If we ask whether war is good, any wise person would say war is not good. Yet, in the world today, there are civil wars and wars between nations. Look at the leaders who give war, who wave the war, who lead the war. They are all people selected by the scholars and the general public. They become the leader, so they are fighting. According to the teaching of the Buddha, this happens because of the minds are not peaceful. That's why.
Bhante, I would like to request you, I appreciate if you ask a question to the speaker, if you have any.
Yes, I want to mention about the nature of the mind. Including his like he said, mindfulness of the how to stay, how to live in the real life. That's why I want to mention about that. Just a little bit. That's why the mind is the heart to tight. The times of the light of the event, the nature of the mind, no matter area. Circumstances remains like this. The mind cannot be changed, but the Buddha taught it can be trained to be good. Yes, I want to mention that's why the Satan then Sukha Vahan. The mind, when tamed brings happiness, if we can train the mind to be good and discipline, then the wars and violence we face and feel today will be despair, and we will see and enjoy the peaceful world. Yes, that's why some people, I want to only just one mention that some people want to help others in their suffering, but they forget about their own suffering. Yes, for example, the people help the others clean their homes, their house, because they want to be popular. In fact, they don't want to do anything to help their own home, their own
Okay,
house.
so
Let me
ma'am,
let me
thank you so
stop
much,
here
Bhante.
my words.
Yeah,
Yes,
thank you so much, ma'am.
thank you,
Ma'am,
thank you.
ma'am, you have any reaction to this?
Yeah, state of mind is obviously there, as Buddhism is encourage karma as volitional action, intention. Therefore, the mind should be practiced, as I mentioned, that cultivate of sati, mindfulness. That is why several institute, MBCT, MBSR, they have started on stress reduction, cognitive therapy. So with the loving kindness meditation, tranquility, several meditation techniques are there to maintain inside calm and quiet of individual, which we can spread it, but it is reality, as morning also several discussion in reality how much it is possible, that is still debatable in the globe, because
Ma'am,
all
please correct me if I'm wrong. That the what the Bhante was saying, that the nature of mind is what we are doing. I don't think it is supported by any of the Indian school of thought. Like for example, they're saying that mind is not what we are seeing. Right? It is like for example, the Sankhya philosophy talked about the gunas. So in if you take the all the evaluates of the Prakriti and Purusha, Buddhi is completely made of a sattvic, pure, transparent. But if you put the mud, it become dirty. So what mind is we have in this nature because of different gunas. Similarly, you come back to this Buddhism. Buddhism also talks about you have to purify your mind, because your mind in the present situation what we have is maybe in a different nature, but in reality is obviously is a different, and therefore they have talked a lot about the purification of mind, right, ma'am? I mean, I don't want to
yes,
speak
yes,
much
yes.
about this, but
Because Buddhism is always focused Buddha when we observe the text, all the text of Buddhism, They are not going with ritualistic expound, or Buddha never was interested to answer on cosmological or mystical answer. He remained silent, and he was always focused on jhana practice, meditation, mind and mental factors he focused. That is why we know that Abhidhamma philosophy is more deeper than clinical psychology, how they define mind into category. That is a Abhidhamma is get the more detailed analysis of mind and mental factors. So you are absolutely right, and that is why the lotus concept of lotus is a simile, that from the mud it arose, but it is not covered with the mud as a flower.
Yeah, Roy, madam, you have, do you have any question, please, ma'am?
Yes, I have a simple question.
Please.
That ma'am, very beautiful topic actually. So I want to ask that, do you think that euthanasia with compassion is delusion from the
Like
Buddhist point of view?
as
Because
Buddhism,
yes.
as for Buddhism is saying, like in Tibetan Buddhism, Tibetan text is showing they have several when a person is going to be die, as I mentioned, that they try as family, friends, they are trying to give it more compassionate. But in not only Buddhist concept, in our healing also, I would like to share one small example of my personal life. Actually, when my mother was in ICU, severe condition last time, 25th of February 2023, whenever she admitted in the hospital, I informed whole my meditation community. So they giving her always meditation and healing energy, reiki, everything. She recovered, but due to as she was 78 years old, due to some complexity after post operative system, so we have to readmit again on 24th and evening, and 25th when was the case was in ICU, it was not good. When I again informed to my energy healing community, my master, she called me and she stated, because I am a single daughter, so single child of my parents, and my father's passed away very early at when I was in class 12. So she was my mother was my best friend. So she stated me ki Pallavi, you have to be strong. What they asked me a pic of my mother. I shared the pic from that bed. So they said we are not going to give healing, rather we are praying what is good for her, that will be happen, because she is suffering a lot. So many things are there inside, it is putting, and the pain is worse. And in night 12 o'clock also doctor shared, when they took for CT scan, I was there, they shared ki my mother was very unconscious. I called her. When I twice called her, she responded. So doctor told me, please don't call her, because she has a severe pain due to all these pipes, and yeah, we are giving her sedatives. So next day, early morning, she passed away. So similar cases as the hospice center I read, because I am interested with work in this, and I am working also on my some research work also on this. So I observe in the last time, not in Buddhism, in every Sanatan also, they started chanting of Gita and started chanting on some kind of spiritual chant of there, so that the last day of last time is little good, and the person is alleviate from the suffering, which I observe from all over.
Yeah, thank you so much, ma'am. Apna, ma'am,
Thank
you
you.
have something?
A very basic question from my side, ma'am, because we believe in Vedic thoughts, and I mean, as I am a student of that only, so we generally see suffering as a cause of karmas, and we always say that you must have done bad karmas in your past life or something like that, and due to that you are going to suffer this in this life. And then when we evaluate those karmas, then we go to some, some astrologer and think about cosmological facts, astronomical facts, whether there will be like some planetary positions like that which causes such suffering. So one question is like that. Is that believe in Buddhist also? And secondly, sometimes we suffer ourselves so much for the happiness of others. To make someone happy, we try to get to achieve that happiness for others. We try to suffer our own self. And this, the better example of this can be our mothers.
Yes.
They can,
Always sacrificed
yeah,
a lot.
sacrifice a lot, and we
Yeah.
don't even understand. And when we understand, then mothers are not there.
Yeah.
So that is the point. So these are the two things I like to mention here. If any comment.
Yeah, actually, what I observe for that perspective nowadays, we are observing so many things in our next generation. They are not approving marriage because they don't want to suffer like our mothers who has suffered. But some traditional, it is debatable that some traditional situation was saying that due to they suffered a lot, they left their happiness, they left everything, sacrificed a lot till that is why the family bonding was there. They suffered due, that's why that family was existent in a joint family and in a tie bond was there. But whenever you start talking about yourself, especially in our patriarchal society, not only in Indian, everywhere in all over globe, we will observe the patriarchies are there. So whenever a lady try to state about their suffering or their needs, it will started the discrimination, all kind of conflicts. That is why the single family, nuclear family concept is starting. This thing arose, and whatever in astrological point of view, Buddhism don't, Theravada, they don't have, Mahayana also, they are not very popularize it. But in Tibetan Buddhism, because Tibetan was practicing on one religion which has a shamanistic occulticism, they were practiced with the universe, like all kind of ancestral powers. So when we observe in Vajrayana tradition, we observe some kind of astrological mandala chart where there it was observed in that.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much, ma'am, for your wonderful this answer. Any more question? I think there is no question, and whatever you said is very clear to all the audience. So thank you so much, ma'am, for your wonderful presentation, and I'm happy that I'm like chairing the session. Thank you so much for the talk. So over to you, ma'am.
And thank you very much, sir, you also, because it was such a wonderful session, and we had a lot of information about the suffering and the other things, other related issues, which are very current, and we found these very relevant these days. And a month ago, we had in India, we had this euthanasia. You must have heard about from the Punjab and this Delhi boys story. So. So such things from various beliefs should be discussed in our society. And this session is thanks to Shipraji for taking, with the help of Mukherjee ma'am, she created such sessions. So we are very thankful to the learned speaker and the chair of the sincere thanks to our chair. And now moving ahead, Shipraji, do we have break right now or we have to continue?
No break. We'll continue.
So
Okay.
thank you very much, Dr. Gyan Prakash ji and Alvi Mukherjee ji for sharing this session as well as the speaker. So,
sir, namaskar, sir.
Namaskar. See you.
So very thankful, and I know this is going to be the last leg of this 4-day International Buddhist Workshop. So we don't want to, conclude this. We want these proceedings to go on, but that is the way. the life go on. So now I request our another moderator of the session, Dr. Alok Kumar Dwivedi from our own Kuruom School of Advanced Sciences to take this forward.
Thank you, Dr. Aparna, and namaste to all. पतझड़ का मतलब है फिर बसंत आना है. We come back again after a few months with such wonderful workshop and other things. So welcome. This is the session for panel discussion, and the topic of this panel discussion is teaching pedagogy for integrating Buddhist teaching into modern educational system. We all know that Indian government through NEP 2020 is trying to implement IKS, Indian Knowledge System. This is to reconnect the education with holistic knowledge, holistic human development, ethical values, self-awareness, which we are listening in Buddhist philosophy, and the social harmony, and which is the need of ours. So Buddhist philosophy, as the integral part of Indian knowledge tradition, offers the profound insight into learning, character formation, and the we can say the civilizations of wisdom. So in this age, the current age is the rapid technological age, which is the world is changing so rapidly. So it is increasing the mental stress, complex social challenges. So education must go beyond the transmission of these so-called informations, which is available on social sites, which is available on internet, etc. So it must nurture the mindfulness, compassion, can develop critical inquiry, emotional intelligence, and also it should make the responsible citizen. Buddhist teaching provides the valuable pedagogical tools to achieve these goals, with complementing the broader objective of IKS-based education. So this is quite interesting panel discussion. We have with us for chairing this session, Professor Bimalendra Kumar sir, who is former head and senior professor of Buddhist Studies, Department of Pali and Buddhist Studies at Banaras Hindu University, Varanasi. With decade of experiences in teaching, research, and academic leadership, he has made significant contributions to the study of promotion of Buddhist philosophy, Pali literature, and as well as the Indian intellectual tradition. Beyond academia, he has also played an active role in Mahabodhi Society of India, serving as the member of governing body and executive committee chairman of its international publication and media committee, and currently as vice president. We had 3 panelists, but due to some reason, we have only 2. 2 panelists. The one is Professor A.K. Rai sir. He is distinguished scholar of Indian philosophy and comparative religion, and served as the professor of Department of Philosophy and Religion at Banaras Hindu University, Varanasi. His academic works had focused on Advaita Vedanta, Buddhist philosophy, Indian epistemology, and the comparative study of religious tradition. As a senior faculty member and the former head of department, Professor Rai played a significant role in promoting research, scholarly dialogue on both Hindu and Buddhist philosophical traditions. The second panelist is Professor Rakesh Chandra sir, who is distinguished academic and former head of Department of Philosophy, Lucknow University. He had held several important leadership positions, including Director of Women's Studies and Dean of Student Welfare. His work has focused on philosophy, human rights, gender studies, and social development. Through collaboration with the organizations such as UNICEF and UNDP, United Nations Development Program, he has contributed to research, policy initiatives, and the reports on human empowerment and right. So as we begin this discussion, we all have a few questions related to pedagogy, how we can implement the Buddhist ethical traditions in our curricula. What will be the methodologies and how it can attract so-called Gen Z listeners, Gen Z learners, which we have in our society, and how it could enhance, the aim of integrated IKS. So I personally invite our respected chair and panelist to share their thought. So dice is yours, sir. Please.
So thank you very much, Dr. Alok Dwivedi ji. And it is a proud moment as well as a privilege for me also to chair this session. And there are two great senior professors. They are very much seniors, and I welcome on behalf of this KISS Institute of Advanced Study these great senior professors, Professor A.K. Rai sir of Banaras University, as well as Professor Rakesh Chandra. He is a professor of eminence at University of Lucknow. Both are great seniors, and I was very much hesitant also to chair this session because these two great personalities are coming to this panel. And this panel is meant for the pedagogy, as the title has been already said by Dr. Alok Dwivedi, that teachings pedagogy for integrating Buddhist teachings into modern education system. So as we know that Buddhist education is a effective mode of communication as well as expression of the ideas and the thoughts related to the teachings of the Buddha. Now, there are three parts of this our Buddhist teachings related to our this education, especially Buddhist education, and they are Sikha, Yan, and Binay. That Sikhas are here in the sense of Siksha, that is the trainings, and Binay are in the sense of discipline, in the form of the rules which have been framed for the monks and nuns. And as we are aware that in Vinay Pitak there are 227 rules for the monks, and there are 311 rules for the nuns. So this Buddhist education is meant for discipline also, as well as there is a third aspect related to Buddhist education is our this knowledge, that is the Gyan. In Pali, it is called as Yana. So there are three aspects related to the Buddhist teachings. And in Buddhist perspective, the term Buddhist education or Bodh Sikha has been designated as a Sonath, Dharath, and Charath Dhamma. So there are three terms. Sonath, that hear it, Dharath, hold it or digest it, and Charat Dhamma, that disseminate the teachings of the Buddha for the welfare of all human beings. Bahujan Hitaya, Bahujan Sikhaya. So there are three aspects of Buddhist teachings. Now, this panel has been formed that whether the teachings of the Buddha, which are available in the suttas, available in Suttapitaka, especially in the Jatakas, as well as the moral teachings or ethical teachings which are available in the Dik Nikaya, Majjhima Nikaya, Sanjukta Nikaya, Anguttara Nikaya, or Khuddaka Nikaya, how they are relevant to the present time, how these teachings are pedagogically relevant to our present time, whether these teachings are relevant to the present curriculum of the universities or not. Buddha was a very much a diplomat and he was a great thinker also. He was a great communist also. And he ruled the thing very diplomatically in framing the rules for the Vinaya or whatever the ethical teachings. So we have to find out here that how the role of Bodhisattva, which have been depicted in our Jatakas, especially the Jatakas are the moral teachings, which are depicting the previous birth stories related to the Buddha as a Bodhisattva. So whether the Parmitas, there are 10 Parmitas which have been depicted in our Jatakas, Especially there are 6 parmitas: Dan parmita, Sil parmita, Shanti parmita, Virya parmita, Dhyan parmita, and Pragya parmita. There are other 4 parmitas also. These perfections parmitas are the human values which take a being from the state of suffering to the state of eternal bliss. That is the Nibbana. So whether these moral teachings or the ethical teachings which are available in the Jatakas or other in Suttas, available in Digh Nikaya or Majjhim Nikaya, whether they are relevant to the present contemporary time or not. So we have great 2 personalities, Professor A.K. Rai sir and Professor Rakesh Chandra sir. So I invite all these personalities to share their thoughts and the views that how this role of the Bodhisattva as an educator in the suttas of the Digh Nikaya, Majjhim Nikaya, or in the teachings of the Buddha, how they are relevant to the present contemporary time. And the time has been given by Dr. Alok Dwivedi. I think there is only 1 hour, and there are, fortunately, we are having only 2 panelists who will share their thoughts. So I invite, first of all,
Sorry to interrupt
Professor.
you. We
Yes.
have only Professor Chandra sir due to some emergency. Professor Rai sir is not also coming, so we will include Bhante Ratanji.
Okay, no problem. And
Deep
I
Ratanji,
think
yeah.
you have to arrange it. If other panelists are available, then it is all right. Otherwise,
Yeah.
I with great honor and respect, I welcome Professor Rakesh Chandraji. Sincerely, I ask him to present his ideas and the thoughts that how this Buddhist teachings are integrating into the present contemporary time. Professor
Yes.
Rakesh Chandraji, over to you.
Good afternoon, sir. Professor Vimalendra Kumarji, it's a great honor to be in your presence. I am actually not very sure about the whole framework of Buddhism, but let me try and call your attention and the attention of everybody to 2 or 3 things. One is the study of Buddhism as a historical and a conceptual exercise. 2, the idea of educating and instilling a certain set of values in students. And 3, the utilization of the Buddhist resource as part of this education. Now, I must just share with you a little bit about my own background. I have been a teacher of philosophy for a very long time, and also a teacher of women's studies for a very long time in the higher education sector. But I've also had the privilege and honor and experience of teaching in the government schools and working with primary school teachers and early childhood education teachers, as well as secondary school teachers. So I have a long experience of associating with people in different parts of education. Also, I have had a very, very long association of dealing with adult education, especially women, and how to talk about literacy, how to talk about values to them. Now, as you all know, there is a lot of debate about instilling values in people, and do you really, can values be taught, or they are just caught from the experience and the kind of teaching style of teachers. And therefore, I thought that this whole section, since it is devoted to pedagogy, we should be talking about pedagogy, how to teach. And then again, the question is what to teach. And then the third question, very importantly, is that why to teach? And as we saw that, we are talking about why to teach because we are talking about the development of individual human being, individual human flourishing. And we are, as we were told by Professor Rai, Professor Sarao, and all the other people who have been working on Buddhist themes, is that we have to look at in the Mahayana framework of looking at ourselves in an interconnected way. But one very important lesson which I think we draw from the Buddhist canons and Buddhist experience is the general, very popular statement which is called appadito bhava or attadipo bhava, which means be your own light, or very often translated as that. But we are told that it is actually not attadipo bhava, it is attadvipo bhava in Pali, which means be your own island, which means be your own refuge. So be restful in your own resource and do not depend on other people for instruction, for knowledge, for life goals. So be your own light and be. Now, how do you become a person who can be her own light, who can be her own refuge? In order to develop that kind of consciousness, in order to develop that kind of mental framework, in order to develop that kind of skill, you require a certain kind of education. So we as educators know that there is democracy for education, there is education for democracy, and there is education in democracy. So treating everybody as equal is one story which we all believe. But the fact is little children are development stages, and we don't treat them as equally. We cannot treat in the same manner in terms of uniformity. So we have to look at children's capacities, people's cultural backgrounds, and then work from there. So a kind of a respect for the people, as Professor Rai very beautifully mentioned, the idea of shield, collecting the data, collecting and respectfully listening to other people, understanding their reality. And what the great educator Paulo Freire said, conscientization, understanding your own reality, your own position, your cultural, social, economic privilege, or understanding your own cultural, social, political humiliation, as well as the cultural, social, political privilege and humiliation of the people around us is very important. So the first thing that we need to do is to listen and to understand very carefully who is the other whom we are engaged in the task of teaching. And this teaching is not instruction. This teaching is not preaching. This teaching is what, again, the Buddha virtue is of looking at the other and exchanging yourself with the other. Now, this is called in the Indian aesthetic theory as the Tanmayi Bhav, that when actually there has to be some kind of a communion between the actor and the audience. Now, this kind of a communion and respect for the other is very, very important in pedagogy. So when we talk about conscientization, the first, and dialogue and praxis, we talk about these three virtues very importantly in all pedagogy. Conscientization is to understand your social, political, economic reality. Praxis is thinking, acting continuously. And dialogue is actually a certain kind of opening yourself in your own vulnerability to the vulnerability of the other. Now we are talking about karuna, mudita, upeksha, and all sorts of Buddhist virtues. Now, if you call them Buddhist virtues, there will always be a fear that it will be a certain kind of an indoctrination. Are we making monks? No. Are we making converting people to Buddhism? No. Did Buddha want people to convert to Buddhism? No. Though he's talking about the Sangha, though he's talking about, but he's very, very primarily saying that it is an awakening of the self, and the awakening of the self with your own resource. So helping people to think for themselves, helping people to critically analyze their own reality, helping people to understand their relationship to other people, to nature, is very, very important. And I think, therefore, we may take the resource, as I mentioned in my presentation also, that very, very many people, including big companies like the Google, are talking about leadership-based looking inwards. People are talking about mindfulness. People are talking about respect and empathy for the others. These are virtues which have to be inculcated. Why have they to be inculcated? How does the teacher inculcate it in herself? And how does the teacher inculcate it in her students or his students? These are very important questions. And I think that we may take, I have seen very interestingly in my university, there were about year before last 11 or 12 Buddhist students who had come from Myanmar, Korea, Vietnam, and Sri Lanka. And they were all philosophy students, and we found that they were very strange kind of philosophy students because they knew more about religion, they knew more about practice, they knew more about psychological counseling, and they knew very little about the theoretical frameworks of the philosophical kind which we teach. So it's very important to understand that philosophical reading of the philosophical works in Buddhism and is very different. And the kind of pedagogy that you require for teaching Buddhist philosophy is exactly the kind of pedagogy which you require for reading Kant or Plato and the others, which means careful reading of the text, looking for the argument, examining the strength of the argument, and selecting or rejecting it completely on the basis of the strength of the arguments, and rejecting it if it is not supported, selecting it if it is supported, seeing it as whether it is coherent or not in the others, and then also looking at the viability, that what kind of it. Also, I think it's very important for us to remember that the Buddhist schools, in one way, they were divided into 4 or 5. There were the Theravadins, there were the Madhyamikas, there were the Vigyanvadis, there were the Kshanabhangavadis. These were the classical schools. Then in the modern times, we have this very, very popular kind of a reinterpretation of Buddhism and a very selective reading from that in the Navayan Buddhism of Dr. Bhimrao Ramoji Ambedkar, which is actually not classical Buddhism in any way. So when you are looking, so which Buddhism are we talking about? We should be very sure. Now, when we are talking about peace, internal individual peace, I think Buddhist techniques of meditation are found to be very useful. And it might be a good idea that many of these schools and colleges can try the techniques of Buddhist meditation, and which would help students to become more mindful. Would it make them Buddhists? No. Should we call them Buddhists? Again, I think we can be selective about that, but we can learn from those techniques because we know that those techniques are actually very useful techniques, and they are very well confirmed that you have, if you have a certain kind of exercises of breathing, if you have certain exercises of the body and concentration, then you become more mindful, then your levels of concentration, your levels of efficiency, your levels of internal peace are increased. But sometimes it is also said that if you have a very sharp intellect, just as Professor Rai mentioned, that you might become a Shishupal because that you are concentrated, and concentration is opposite, but your concentration is not motivated by a good intent. So in and by itself, just the exercises are not sufficient in pedagogy. Therefore, along with these exercises of mindfulness, it is very important to have critical discussions on values. So what are the values that we cherish? And in the discussion of these values, it is very important to see that what are the values which are generally accepted by us. I remember some years back, the NCERT had made a list of 100 values which we generally cherish. Now, I think it would be a very good exercise for all teachers to sit with the students of any class that what are the things that you value. Do you value truthfulness? Do you value sincerity? Do you value love? Do you value kindness? Do you value faithfulness? Do you value friendliness? Do you value compassion and the others? And then you say that, okay, these are the values that which we cherish. Now, how do we then reinforce these values? And how are these values? Now, one way, of course, is using a lot of stories, using a lot of cinema, using a lot of counterfactual suggestion. Oh, this is a position, there's a moral dilemma. Where will you go there? What will you do in this case? Will you say that, no, this person must be punished? Like, I remember in one classroom, there was a student who was very, very irregular. And then a lot of students said that they were asking that, what should we do to the student? Then a lot of these people said, oh, he must be failed, he must be expelled. But then the idea was, shouldn't we help this child? Immediately the tone of the whole class changed. They said, yes, we need to help. And then we said, okay, how can we help this child? So in term, when you want to reform a person, you reform that person by punishment, or you reform that person by hand-holding, or you reform that person by talking, listening, and engaging. So once you first identify your values with the students, you decide to teach those values with stories, with what we call moral triggers, using little films, little cinematic stories, or using stories from, as you said, maybe from the Abhidhamma Pitak, maybe from the Panchatantra, maybe from the Jatak Kathas, maybe from many other stories which are available to us in the local and international resources like Aesop's fables or whatever. And then we talk about that. Finally, it is actually true that all the virtues that are spoken of by the Buddhists are also the virtues which are more or less spoken about the Christians, are also more or less the kind of virtues which are spoken about in the Upanishads. Instead of getting them with the authority of Buddhism, or the authorities of the Upanishads, or the authorities of the Quran, or the authority of the Bible, it would be a good idea to just take them as values which are actually chosen by the students, and then to see that what are the ways in which we can conduct them. Can we use the virtue of cooperation while you are taking up an exam? Will it not be considered to be cheating? What about the virtue of competitiveness? When you are playing in the field, after some practice, is it not a good idea to actually hone your skills and try to excel? So in different places, in different occasions, how certain values and certain other values change their priority. So one, value identification; two, value prioritization, distinction between intrinsic and extrinsic values, and multiple ways of teaching them can be done by people. I have a long experience of using many kinds of things for discussion in adult education. I remember we were talking to women, and we were talking about women's literacy. And we were saying, okay, let us talk about our lives. Let us talk about ghar. Do women have a ghar? माँ का घर उनका घर होता है क्या? ससुराल का घर उनका घर होता है क्या? बेटों का घर उनका घर होता है क्या? फिर उनको क्यों घर वाली और घर रहनी कहा जाता है? क्या हमने ऐसी दुनिया बनाई है हिंदुस्तान में जिसमें औरत का कोई भी घर होता है? प्रॉपर्टीज के नाम पे होती हैं क्या? आज के दिन में भी आपकी माँ के नाम पे कोई प्रॉपर्टी है क्या? आपकी बहन के नाम पे कोई प्रॉपर्टी है क्या? क्या वो प्रॉपर्टी का इस्तेमाल कर सकती हैं क्या? औरतें ही क्यों घूंघट पहनती हैं? घर से घर, घर से घूंघट। औरतों ही को क्यों घुटन महसूस होती है? कई औरतें कहती हैं कि नहीं, बाकी लोग हमको देखते हैं, हमें बुरी नजर से देखते हैं, इससे तो अच्छा ही है कि हम घूंघट में रहें, हम उसके अंदर सुरक्षित महसूस करते हैं। पर औरत अगर अपने आप को घूंघट पे सुरक्षित महसूस करती है, तो आदमी को इस बात पर लज्जा आनी चाहिए कि नहीं आनी चाहिए कि उसके रहने तय रहने पर औरत को तुरंत घूंघट कर लेना पड़ता है? So we were talking about these things, and there we were talking about values, we were talking about life, we were talking about Indian culture, we were talking about a need for reform, we were talking about reformists like Raja Ram Mohan Roy, we were talking about the present day society, and we are saying that, you know, how these things are important. So a kind of a critical discussion, what we call critical pedagogy, where the first principle of critical pedagogy is conscientization, is very, very important. So even when you are taking a Buddhist paradigm and where you are choosing the virtues from the Buddhist paramita or whatever, the way they have to be instilled, or the way they have to be accepted, or the way they have to be negotiated has to be through a process of mutual respect, which is again a virtue which has been exercised. So I do think that all the moral teaching, as well as scientific teaching, as well as aesthetic teaching, has to be a participatory teaching, which is based upon the idea of mutual respect and dignity. And this, I think, is a very, very important thing, which is consonant with Buddhist principles. I really think that a lot of these exercises for removing the panchaklesh and getting greater control over yourself through meditation are available in the Buddhist practices of meditation. We can learn them and utilize them. I would really, again, as I said, abstain from saying that they are essentially Buddhist. because the idea is that they work and they are important. And so if people want to use them, they may or may not want to call them Buddhist. But these are useful resources, and a lot of people are now using it across the places. But again, as I said, one important thing is that many people say that you will use these things to become more efficient. Here, I want to say that we would like to use all these techniques, and the choice of the value that we have is not based upon the fact that they are more efficient, but because they are more human. And we want to become more human, more enlightened, more interconnected, more respectful. And in that, we not only gain a better life for others, we also gain a much better life for ourselves. So this kind of an understanding of ourselves in a much wider framework, like the Vedantins were saying, or like the Buddhists were saying, or what now the Norwegian ecosophist INADS is saying, that if we see ourselves as connected to the planet, if we see ourselves connected to the seasons, if we see ourselves as connected to everything in the world, then everything that we do will not look like a sacrifice. It'll look like a celebration. It'll look like a connection. And in that, I think the practices that we can learn a lot from the Sri Lankan and the Korean and the Vietnamese Buddhist meditation practices will be very, very good. I also know that there's a modern Buddhist popular version of it, which is called Nichiren Buddhism, where they all again talk about the awakening of the Buddha's self inside ourselves, and where again, one of the most important things is listening and hand-holding. And I think this is a very, very important virtue for all of us, listening to the other and holding each other's hands. So as a feminist, as a humanist, and as also a person who's committed to liberal values of modernity, I think that these are all virtues which I find can also be drawn from the Buddhist tradition. And in teaching of them, depending upon the development stage of the child or the adult, we can customize it and develop a certain kind of mindfulness, respectfulness, and empathy through the exercises that are used by these people, which are available very richly.
Wonderful talk, sir.
So thank you very much, Professor Rakesh Chandraji. And Sipraji, whether this
Yes,
is
sir.
this floor is open for question and answers?
No,
or-
sir, no, sir. We have one more speaker,
Yes,
Bhante Deep Ratanji.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yes, I request Bhante Deep Ratanji to present his own ideas related with Buddhist pedagogy, especially to Buddhist education.
Thank you, sir.
Yes.
Good afternoon, everybody, all respected teachers and all teachers and students. Can I speak Hindi, sir?
Yes, yes.
Almost सभी लोग हिंदी सुनने वाले होंगे, I think. Okay, sir. So अभी मैं राकेश सिंधा सर का अभी उनका लेक्चर सुन रहा था, उसी को थोड़ा आगे बढ़ाते हुए कुछ आधुनिक जो हमारी शिक्षाएं हैं, इस हिसाब से अभी अचानक ही मुझे कहा गया तो उस पर कोशिश कर सकते हैं कि कुछ त्रुटियां हो तो उसके लिए मैं वहाँ पर हूँ, फिलहाल कोशिश कर सकते हैं। आज आप लोग देखते हैं कि भारत है या भारत के बाहर भी जितने भी देश हैं, एजुकेशन पे ज्यादा जोर दिया जा रहा है। और जो पुराने हिस्टोरिकल्स बुद्धिज्म से या हिंदुज्म से या जैनिज्म जितना भी है, उन सभी पर जोर दिया जा रहा है एजुकेशन को, शिक्षा को प्रणालीगत लाने के लिए। और आज हम देखते हैं आधुनिक शिक्षा प्रणाली जो हमारे तीव्रता से परिवर्तन के दौर पर गुजर रही है, और इसी के साथ में जैसे वैज्ञानिक है, औद्योगिक है और विश्वकरणीय शिक्षाओं पर आधारित है, ये विश्वसनीय परंतु उनके साथ ही नैतिक मूल्यों पर मानसिक शांति और मानवीय संवेदनाओं का हर्ष भी देखने को मिल रहा है। और आज आप देख रहे हैं कि जितने भी स्टूडेंट हैं, चाहे हमारे देश में हो या बाहर देश में हो, सभी लोग एक उस दौर से गुजर रहे हैं, जिस दौर से एक टाइम पर नहीं को बहुत ही कम लोग गुजरते थे, जो आज टेंशन या उनके अशांति या उनकी एजुकेशन को बढ़ाना या बहुत सारी चीजों को लेकर इस तरीके से मानवीय चीजें चलती चली जा रही हैं। लेकिन तथागत सम्यक संबुद्ध के धम्म में एजुकेशन को बहुत महत्वपूर्ण चीजों को दिया गया है, और हर टीचर्स और स्टूडेंट को एक फ्रेंडशिप में जोड़ने की कोशिश की गई है। और जैसे कि हम लोग बाहर देशों में देखते हैं, ज्यादातर टीचर हमारे फ्रेंडली होते हैं और बहुत ही बेहतर तरीके से वो स्टूडेंट को अपनी बात को समझा सकते हैं और एक्सप्लेन भी कर सकते हैं उनको लेकर। तो जैसे ही आज हम बौद्ध शिक्षाओं के अत्यंत प्रासंगिक बात करते हैं, जैसे कि आप देखते हैं करुणा है और आप अहिंसक है, और इसकी तीन चीजें हैं, करुणा और अहिंसा और मध्यम मार्ग, लेकर हम तीन चीजों को लेकर चलते हैं। कभी कभी क्या होता है कि हम लोग ज्यादा प्रेशर किसी चीज को देते हैं, जैसे कि बहुत सारा टीचर्स हो वो प्रेशर स्टूडेंट को देता है तो वो अनकंट्रोल कर नहीं पाता है, लेकिन फिर भी वो करने की कोशिश करता है। लेकिन उसको मध्यम में यदि कोशिश की जाए कि मध्यम को लेकर यदि वो काम किया जाए, तो शायद हम लोग उसको कुछ रास्ते, स्टूडेंट के कुछ थॉट या कुछ आइडियाज, कुछ चीजें हम लोग उनको लेकर काम किया जा सकता है। वैसे ही बौद्ध शिक्षाओं को लेकर हमारा पहला जो सत्र, दूसरे सत्र में हमने दूसरे दिन जो बोला था कि जो आप सभी लोगों ने आर्य सत्य, 4 आर्य सत्यों पर डिस्कस किए हैं, ढेर सारा डिस्कस हम लोगों का हुआ, अष्टांगिक मार्गों पर डिस्कस हुआ है, और हमारे लोग मध्यम मार्ग पर ऊपर डिस्कस हुआ है। तो हर जितने भी स्पीकर्स, आचार्य लोग थे, उन सभी लोगों ने बेहतर तरीके से इनको एक्सप्लेन करके बताया है, और बेहतर तरीके से एक्सप्लेन करके लोगों को बताया है। लेकिन सभी के प्रति, हमारे प्रति जिस तरीके से हम व्यक्ति के प्रति दया रखते हैं, वैसे ही हमें दया जीवों के ऊपर प्रति रखनी चाहिए। तो ये बौद्ध धर्म शिक्षा का एक केंद्र है कि कम से कम लोगों को सभी के प्रति दया और करुणा हमारे प्रति होनी चाहिए, जो जीवों के लिए भी दया होनी चाहिए, क्योंकि वो भी अपेक्षा रखता है कि मनुष्य जो है या एनिमल्स कोई भी हो, तो वो भी दया के प्रति और पात्र होता है। इसी तरीके से हम लोग कहते हैं, दूसरे सत्र में बात करते हैं कि परिप्रेक्ष्य जो हमारी परीक्षाएं, जो हमारी शिक्षाएं और केंद्र जो नैतिक चीजें होती हैं हमारे सिर में आती हैं, केवल विद्यार्थी केवल अंकित प्राप्त करने के लिए आज हम देख रहे हैं कि सिर्फ विद्यार्थी को अंकित चाहिए, अंक चाहिए, ज्यादातर हमारे अंकित हमारे बहुत सारी चीज है, लेकिन आध्यात्मिक जो जीवन है, उनका जो नॉलेज है, बहुत ही कम तरीके से लोग उसको कैच कर रहे हैं। सिर्फ वो नंबर बढ़ाने में कोशिश करते हैं कि नंबर हमारे बढ़ने चाहिए, लेकिन नॉलेज जो है वो डिफिकल्टी नॉलेज डाउन होता चला जा रहा है, इतना डाउन होता चला जा रहा है कि वो सिर्फ नंबर और मार्कशीट के भरोसे ही हम लोग रह गए हैं। तो उन्हीं की तरीके से यदि हम इसको थोड़ा मानसिक बच्चों का यदि विकास को लेकर यदि काम किया जा सकता है, जैसे बाहर देशों में, कभी थाईलैंड में भी मैं रहा तो मैं उसके बारे में तो बता सकता हूँ, क्योंकि वहाँ पे बहुत सारे मानसिक, हमारा एजुकेशन वो तो नॉर्मली शिक्षाओं को तो देते हैं, वो छोटे से बच्चों को शिक्षा देते हैं, लेकिन वो एक आध्यात्मिक शिक्षा भी देते हैं। दूसरा है कि माइंड को, मेडिटेशन को कैसे डेवलप किया जाए, और बच्चे के अंदर एक सकारात्मक सोच कैसे डेवलप किया जाए, जिससे कि उस व्यक्ति के अंदर नेगेटिव थिंक उत्पन्न ना हो। तो वो एक टीचर का डेवलप, टीचर जब उसको राइट फील्ड तैयार करता है, तब वो स्टूडेंट को वो फील्ड में उतारता है, तो फील्ड को तैयार करके देता है कि आप इस पे काम करने की कोशिश है कि हमारा जो नई जनरेशन हो रही, जैसे एक किसान है, खेती करता है, उपजाऊ बंजर खेती पड़ी रहती है, उस खेती में कुछ भी नहीं उग सकता है, तो किसान क्या करता है कि वो बहुत हल चलाता है, मेहनत करता है, तो वो उपजाऊ खेती बनाता है, वो बीज डालता है, तब वो जो उत्पन्न किया जाता है उसका फल उसमें आता है, तब वो काटने और खाने के उपयोगी होता है। वैसे ही एक शिक्षक होता है, जिस तरीके से वो मेहनत करता है अपने स्टूडेंट के लिए, अपने बच्चों के लिए, तो वो एक उपजाऊ चीज बनाकर एक संतुलन तरीके से वो अच्छा केंद्र बना सकता है। इसी के साथ में जैसे मूल्यों शिक्षाओं पर आधारित व्यक्ति के लेकर हम ठीक है, जैसे आज हमारे पास डिजिटल माध्यम है, बहुत सारा डिजिटल पे हम लोग काम कर रहे हैं, और आज हम लोग ऑनलाइन के द्वारा, जो हमारा डिजिटल है ऑनलाइन के द्वारा हम लोग काम कर रहे हैं। तो हम ऐसे बहुत सारे ऐसे एजुकेशन या बहुत सारे ऐसे वर्कशॉप के, जैसे आज ये 4 दिन का इंटरनेशनल वर्कशॉप हुआ, इसके माध्यम से बहुत सारे नॉलेज जो व्यक्ति, जो आचार्य लोगों के द्वारा वो शेयर किया गया, और जो स्टूडेंट या जो जो लोग भी जुड़े, बहुत सारी चीजें उनके पास नहीं थी, बुद्धिज्म के बारे में नहीं थी, सिंपल नॉलेज नहीं था, तो कम से कम उनको बुद्धिज्म का सिंपल नॉलेज उनको पता चला, जो उनको जानने की शिक्षा का पता चला इस वर्कशॉप के माध्यम से। तो ऐसे ऑर्गेनाइज सिस्टम हमारे तैयार किए जाएं, और एजुकेशन जो एकेडमिक चीजें हैं उनके द्वारा इस तरीके से काम किया जाए तो आई होप कि बहुत सारे स्टूडेंट और बहुत सारे जो बच्चे हैं, जो बेसिक और छोटे छोटे बच्चे हैं, उनको बहुत सारी चीजें, उपयोगी चीजें मिल जाएंगी। दूसरा है कि इसको वर्कशॉप के साथ हम लोग को फील्ड वर्क में काम करने की जरूरत है, क्योंकि फील्ड वर्क में बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट चीजें हैं कि बहुत सारे ऐसे ऐसे गांव देहात हैं, ऐसी बहुत सारी चीजें हैं जिनको अभी बहुत सारी चीजों को पता नहीं है। हम लोग बेसिक चीजों का इसके माध्यम से जानने की कोशिश करते हैं। तो वैसे ही हमारी एजुकेशन प्रणाली में भी, वही हमारे एकेडमिक चीजों में भी ये शामिल और मेंशन जरूर होना चाहिए कि हर स्कूल में जिस तरीके से योगा योगा होता है, इस तरीके से संस्कृत पढ़ाई जाती है, इंग्लिश पढ़ाई जाती है, उस तरीके से कम जैसे हमारे छोटे बेसिक चीजें हैं, जैसे हाई स्कूल है, इंटर है, या आपका जो बेसिक कक्षा 1 कक्षा 2 है, उस तरीके से यदि हम बुद्धिज्म की छोटी छोटी चीजों को यदि डेवलप करते हैं, यदि पाली भाषा को हम डेवलप करते हैं, संस्कृत को भी डेवलप करते हैं, तो बेहतर आने वाले समय को लेकर और अच्छे बेहतर हमारे जो विद्यार्थी जो निकलेंगे तो वो बेहतर चीजें काम कर सकते हैं। दूसरा है कि उसमें एक चीज और मेंशन करना जरूरी होता है, क्योंकि इसको कहते हैं माइंड, क्योंकि हर चीज डिपेंड करता है स्टूडेंट और टीचरों पर, माइंड के ऊपर। माइंड का तो मतलब 10 मिनट 5 मिनट भी बहुत कम ऐसे लोग होंगे जो 5 मिनट भी अपने आप को देते होंगे। उनके पास वर्क इतना है, इतना वर्कलोड इतना है कि वो अपने आप को भी समय नहीं दे सकते। लेकिन मनुष्य प्रणाली ऐसी है, भगवान बुद्ध कहते हैं कि यदि मनुष्य चाह ले तो उसके पास बहुत कुछ हो सकता है, बहुत कुछ कर सकता है वो। तो इसलिए 5 मिनट या 10 मिनट यदि हम लोग स्कूल एक एकेडमिक चीजों में यदि हम अपने बच्चों को मेडिटेशन के बारे में या माइंडफुलनेस के बारे में या हम ध्यान जो पद्धति है उसके बारे में यदि हम डेवलप करते हैं, तो शायद हमारे जो स्टूडेंट के अंदर जो नकारात्मक सोच है तो वो पॉजिटिव में बदलने की हो सकती है, और उनके अंदर पॉजिटिव चीजें आ सकती है, और जो नेगेटिव चीज है देन आफ्टर आउट हो सकती है। उसी तरीके से हम विद्यार्थियों के अनुसाधन के लेकर काम किया जा सकता है। जैसे विद्यार्थी बहुत सारे ऐसे हैं जो जो बड़े लेवल में एडवांस चीज पे पहुंच गए, तो उनके लिए भी इस तरीके के काम किए जा सकते हैं जो आने वाले समय को लेकर। जैसे अभी थाईलैंड में क्या 1 हफ्ते होता है, जो एक बेसिक स्कूल होता है, प्राइमरी सोर्सेज का स्कूल होता है प्राइमरी में, तो बच्चे लोग वहां पर क्या करते हैं, 1 हफ्ते में 1 घंटे लोगों को या कोई टीचर या आचार्य जो होता है, वहां का आचार्य जो होता है, तो उनको बुलाते हैं। उनको एक एक घंटे का लेक्चर होता है। 1 घंटे का लेक्चर मीन्स जैसे आप मेडिटेशन या प्रैक्टिस जो कराते हैं, बुद्धिज्म एक देन आफ्टर प्रैक्टिस ही है। जैसे आज हम लोग यहाँ पर हैं, आचार्य लोगों के द्वारा जो ज्ञान अर्जित कर रहे हैं, वो एक प्रैक्टिस है, वो हम में। अब वो यदि अपने अंदर यदि धारने की कोशिश करते हैं, जैसे हमें भूख लगती है तो हमें खाने की जरूरत पड़ती है, इस तरीके से यदि हमें ज्ञान लेना है तो उसको अपने अंदर अंकित सिर्फ मार्कशीटों में नहीं चाहिए, मुझे वो व्यक्तिगत नॉलेज भी चाहिए, जिस प्रकार हम देन आफ्टर आप लोगों से सीखने के बाद उसको हम जब फील्ड वर्क में या हम कहीं पर भी उसका उपयोग कर सकते हैं, उधर शेयर कर सकते हैं। देन आफ्टर आध्यात्मिक हमारा है कि हमारा जो लर्निंग अवस्था है वो प्रतिदिन हमारे विश्वास होना चाहिए, और हमारे पास एक संकल्प जिसको हम लोग कहते हैं, एक आर्ष्टांगिक मार्ग में संकल्प होता है। सम्यक संकल्प, हम लोग किसी चीज का संकल्प लेते हैं। जो वर्क ऑर्गेनाइज, जो जिन लोगों ने इंटरनेशनल ऑर्गेनाइज किया है, उन लोगों ने एक संकल्प किया कि बुद्धिज्म फिलोसॉफी या बुद्धिज्म की चीजों पर हम कुछ काम किया जाए, और बहुत सारे थॉट ऐसे तैयार किए जाएं, और आचार्य लोगों को, जो विद्वान आचार्य हैं, उन आचार्यों को बुलाकर उनके हम लोग विचार यहाँ पर मेंशन किए जाएं, और विचार उनको दिए जाएं जो हमारे आने वाले स्टूडेंट के लिए उनसे सीखने का एक मौका और अच्छी चीजें मिल सकती है। तो इसी तरीके से जैसे आपने संकल्प किया, इसी तरीके हर एक टीचर को, यहाँ पर बहुत सारे टीचर्स हैं, स्टूडेंट आई होप कि बहुत ही कम होंगे, मैं भी एक स्टूडेंट ही हूँ, तो यहाँ आचार्यों को एक संकल्प और तैयार करना चाहिए स्टूडेंट के लिए कि कम से कम वो जो भी कभी पढ़ाते तो उसको 5 मिनट 10 मिनट वो अपने स्टूडेंट को ऐसा देना चाहिए कि उनको प्रैक्टिस में लाना चाहिए। हम थ्योरी में, बुद्धिज्म भी थ्योरी में हम लोग सिर्फ बुकों के आधार पे करते हैं, लेकिन प्रैक्टिस के आधार पे नहीं करते। बुद्धिज्म जितना हम प्रैक्टिस के आधार पे करेंगे उतना हम और ज्यादा उसको डेवलप कर सकते हैं। तो शायद हमारे जीवन में बहुत सारी चीज बदलाव और बहुत सारी चीजें हो सकती हैं। इसी तरीके से हमारे अंदर करुणा करुणा हमको दिखानी पड़ेगी, सिर्फ हम लोग कहने से नहीं होगा, उसको करके दिखाना पड़ेगा। जब हमारे स्टूडेंट या हमारे बहुत सारे विद्यार्थी ऐसे हैं जो उनको समझ सकते हैं, इसीलिए हमें अहिंसा करके नहीं दिखाना है, अहिंसा को हमें डेवलप करके और प्रैक्टिस में लाके दिखाना है, जिस तरीके से वो लोग उस तरीके को फॉलो कर सकते हैं। इसी तरीके से मूल्यांकन, हमारे जो प्रेम है, जो हमारा सत्य है, जो हमारा वचन है, उस वचन के आधार पे यदि हम कोशिश कर सकते कि हमारा वचन, यदि हमारा संकल्प जो है वो वचन हमारा और संकल्प हमारा एक जैसे साथ रहते हैं, वो कभी टूटते नहीं, बंधन के तरीके से वो हमारे साथ में रहना चाहिए। इसी तरीके से बहुत सारे उदाहरण हैं जो हम जातकों की कहानियों में पढ़ते हैं, बुद्धिज्म की कहानियों में पढ़ते हैं, या किसी भी रिलीजन की कहानियों में पढ़ते हैं, कोई ना कोई हमें मध्यम मार्ग और कोई ना कोई उस कहानी से हमें एक रास्ता और तैयार करते। इसी वर्कशॉप के माध्यम से हम लोगों को इतना अच्छा नॉलेज मिला आचार्यों के द्वारा और आप लोगों के द्वारा सुनने को मिला। आप लोगों का बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद, आचार्य लोगों का बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद ज्ञापित करता हूं और सभी ऑर्गेनाइज टीम के लिए बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद एंड साधुवाद।
धन्यवाद दिव्यरतन जी। आलोक जी कुछ बोलना चाहेंगे?
हाँ, कुछ हम लोग प्रश्न भी लेंगे, लेकिन
हाँ, वही
डॉक्टर राकेश चंद्रा सर हैं, तो वो हमारे दर्शन जगत के सूर्य हैं, दीप्यमान सूर्य हैं। उनकी आवाज, उनकी वाणी और उनका ज्ञान, ये अलग बात है कि कुछ बातों पे हमारी सहमति असहमति हो सकती है। जैसे 2-3 बातें सर ने रखी, उसमें एक बात महिला अधिकारों को लेके थी। तो ये सामान्य सी बात है कि महिलाओं पर एक जनरल परसेप्शन है और वास्तविकता भी है कि महिलाओं पर अत्याचार हुए। जैसे घूंघट की बात उन्होंने प्रतीक के रूप में लिखी कही, लेकिन ये शुरू कब हुआ और क्यों शुरू हुआ? जब हम शिक्षा की बात कर रहे हैं, तो जब हम विद्यार्थी को या किसी प्लेटफॉर्म पे जब हम पूरी बात उनको बताएंगे कि ये शुरुआत कब हुई। हमारे उत्तर वैदिक काल तक अवगुंठन की किन्हीं किन्हीं नाटकों में, संस्कृत के नाटकों में अवगुंठन की प्रथा है थोड़ी बहुत, और वो नाटकों में आता है कि संभ्रांत परिवार की महिलाएं अपने सर को थोड़ा सा ढकती थी। लेकिन जब हमारे यहाँ मध्यकाल आया, मुगल काल आया, ये शुरुआत हुआ और उसके पीछे राजनीतिक कारण थे, उसके पीछे अन्य प्रकार के आक्रांताओं का आतंक था। तो ये भी एक कारण थे। और सर ने बड़ी अच्छी बात कही, और वो आप जैसे लोगों के ही प्रयास का प्रतिफल है सर, कि वर्तमान में सरकार से लेकर समाज तक महिलाओं के अधिकारों को लेकर सचेत है। जैसे महिलाओं के प्रॉपर्टी की बात, तो वर्तमान की जो सरकार है या इसके पहले की भी जो सरकार थी, उनका ये प्रयास था कि हमारे सरकारी योजनाओं की जो पहुंच बने समाज में, वो महिलाओं के नाम पे बने। वर्तमान की जो सरकार है उसका निहित प्रयास है कि आपके यहाँ अगर आवास की योजना है या किसी प्रकार की योजना की लाभार्थी उस परिवार की महिला होगी, तो इसके माध्यम से समाज में, सरकार के माध्यम से या सामाजिक चेतना के माध्यम से समाज की कुरीतियों में बदलाव हो रहा है। और इन सब का मतलब श्रेय अगर देना है तो आप जैसे विचारक जो इन मुद्दों को उठा रहे हैं भारत में स्थानीय स्तर पर और वैश्विक संस्थाओं के माध्यम से। जैसे आपने कल कहा था मानवाधिकारों की बात करते हुए कि इस अंधेरे में कोई एक चिराग होना चाहिए, यूएन की बात करते हुए, तो अंधेरे के चिराग हैं आप लोग, जिससे प्रकाश फैल रहा है और इससे समाज चेतना पा रहा है, चीजों को ठीक कर रहा है। जी सर, अब हम प्रश्न ले लेंगे, कुछ प्रश्न होंगे। जी, यस मैडम, या you are muted.
Yes.
Yeah.
Hello. This is not it is not my question. So I would like to share my experience. Actually, I'm working as a peace faculty in MIT WPU, World Peace University, Pune. So we have a curriculum about peace, okay, and it is a compulsory curriculum. So I am from philosophy background, and my background is from Buddhism also. Lankavatara Sutra, my most favorite sutra, and I'm working my PhD thesis on it. And I starting my class, I start with some meditation, mindfulness meditation. So I feel that after this meditation, most of that राकेश सर ने बहुत अच्छे से कहा है, भांते जी ने बहुत अच्छे से कहा है. So we have to practice it. So after the practicing, I you know that there are multiple students, almost 150 students. They got transformed because they had so many mental anxiety, mental illness, like different type of obsession. So after practicing this meditation technique, so they are in writing, they are sending a mail and they are giving their opinion, their feedback, that ma'am, right now we feel very better and we are practicing this meditation, and right now we can feel that what I want to do, that this is the clarity that we are getting. So I feel this kind of initiative we should incorporate in this institution, so that mass of the student, they can get benefited from it. So that is only for, I'm just sharing my views, because already I have learned so many things from this seminar. So thank you so much. Thanks.
Thank you, ma'am. Any other question? If anyone
Alok
wants,
ji,
yeah.
yeah. I want to announce something. What Deita ma'am is talking about. Ma'am, you are talking about doing practical something in meditation or stress management, and you were also suggested this day one, right? So I would like to announce that we will organize 10-day internship program on stress management. Uh, I don't know exact topic just now because uh, we are in the process of thinking that topic, but definitely we will extend this workshop towards that internship program. There we will organize some practical something, mindfulness and meditation, and we'll definitely invite you, and we want you to be there. Yes, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am.
Anyone want to add something?
I must
बिल्कुल नहीं,
congratulate
क्योंकि
congratulate
चंद्रा सर के
Ratan
बोलने
ji.
के बाद कोई चीज बचती नहीं है। ये
मैं
ह्यूमैनिटी के भी
बिल्कुल
लोग
एक
मानते
चीज
हैं और ये विज्ञान के भी लोग मानते
जी
हैं। जी।
लेकिन चंद्रा सर आज एक चीज मानेंगे, दीप रतन जी ने इतना अच्छा बोला सर, मतलब बिल्कुल ऑन द स्पॉट इनको कॉल किया मैंने, और इन्होंने बहुत अच्छे से प्रेजेंट किया. थैंक यू सो मच दीप रतन जी.
Shipra,
और जी
Shipra, I
जी
have
सर.
one small suggestion.
यस सर.
And the suggestion is this कि ये जो हमारे बुद्धिस्ट बच्चे हैं लखनऊ के भी और बनारस के भी, इन सारे बच्चों ने I remember and Dr. Prashant will also tell you, they had made some very good presentations on Buddhist practices. और पंचक्लेश को दूर करने के लिए ये जो बुद्धिस्ट मंक्स के अपने एक्सपीरियंसेस हैं, इन लोगों से कहिए कि ये लोग अगर एक बार एक वर्कशॉप जैसी कर दें कि ये लोग अपने अपने यहाँ किस तरीके से अपने माइंडफुलनेस के लिए, हृदय को अधिक कारुणिक बनाने के लिए और कंसंट्रेशन बढ़ाने की विधि के लिए अलावा जो ब्रॉड स्टेज बढ़ाने के लिए ये लोग जो क्या करते हैं वो अगर एक शेयर करें, और अगर ये सब बच्चे मिलके कर सकते हैं. आई रिमेम्बर इन आवर यूनिवर्सिटी दे हैड मेड अ वेरी ब्यूटीफुल प्रेजेंटेशन कि पंच क्लेश को दूर करने के लिए और दोषों को दूर करने के लिए, क्रोध को दूर करने के लिए क्या क्या करते हैं. तो वी टेक दैट फ्रॉम देम. और इट वुड बी आल्सो वेरी नाइस बिकॉज इट विल लुक आल्सो वेरी नाइस. जब ये लोग खुद करेंगे तो इट विल गिव इट अ ट्रूली इंटरनेशनल कलर, and since they are practitioners it would be very useful.
Yes, sir.
Yes, thank you very much, Professor Rakesh Chandra ji, giving you so many inputs related with and I remember that 6 years ago, there was a initiative which was taken by Lucknow University, that happy curriculum, which was introduced in University of, and Lucknow University was the first university which started this happy curriculum, and it was meant to how the stress of the students can be eradicated and how the bad habits of the especially the youngers can be removed. So there was a curriculum which was initiated. And you might be also knowing that there is a university, Emory University, USA, which has started the C learning, that is the social, emotional, ethical learning. And it was started with the support of His Holiness Dalai Lama, Tenzin Gyatso. And in this C learning, which has become more famous also in Emory University as well as in the curriculum of the 12th standard of Delhi public school. And this has been introduced, and we came to know also that the last 2 years, the 12th result, CBSE, was more successful than the previous years. So this C-learning was also introduced as a happy curriculum in the schools of our Delhi. So this main aspect of this C-learning, that is the social, emotional, ethical learning, is first of all, awareness. Whatever we are discussing about the mindfulness. So here awareness is to be aware at the present moment, related with all our physical activities, mental activities, or vocal activities. So to be aware at the present moment, this is called as aware. And the second aspect, which is related with the compassion, that is the karuna, which has been given more stress for the development of the character, as well as inculcation of the moral values among the students who are in between the 3 years to 19 years. So these course curriculum have been developed that how the compassion, that is the sustained compassion, can be practiced among the students. How the mindfulness or sati, here sati is not only to be mindful, just like a doorkeeper who does not allow any undesirable person to enter into the house. In the same way, this our mindfulness, our mind does not allow any undesirable immoral states to arise on the surface of mind. So this awareness is more important in our C learning, or whatever we are talking about the Buddhist pedagogy related to our education. So we have to take a stress upon the awareness that how we are very much aware at the present moment related with our physical activities, vocal activities, as well as mental activities. The third aspect, which you are also discussing about engaging the things, engaging the people or engaging the young generations with the skillful or the character development or inculcation of the moral values. This has given more importance, and this engaging is more related with our Buddhist philosophical thoughts related with interdependence as well as interconnectedness. So if you go through the Nagarjun's Madhyamakarika, then you will find that there are three aspects of law of dependent origination. That is the idam pratyayatata, niswabhavata, as well as asray prasrayata. So there are three aspects. So this the third aspect is asray praspar asrayata. This is more important. And there are four aspects here. That is the mutual dependence, coexistence, mutual cooperation, and co-enjoyment. There are four aspects which are related with the praspar asrayata, which is more as significant to the thoughts of Nagarjuna in Madhyamakarika. So if you rely all these four aspects, mutual cooperation, mutual dependence, coexistence, and co-enjoyment, in our practical life, I think more of the problems can be solved. And if people are following these four aspects of praspar asrayata, then engaging can be more successful. It can be conducted skillfully, and it can be developed as a character development as well as a inculcation of the moral values. So these are some of the things you also discuss in a very present context, that how the our rights of the human, especially the women, can be protected and they can be given more. And our government is also thinking. Yesterday, you might have heard also that how the Supreme Court has made an enactment that women are not only homemakers, but their monthly income, those who are working in the house, they have been designated that they will be paid as a 30,000 rupees per month. So, as a compensation, it has been decided by the Supreme Court. So, they are not only homemakers, but they are really workers for the development of the moral values as well as character development among the youth in the children also. So, government is also taking care of all these human rights and things. So, with these things, I am very much thankful to the organizing committee and other questions if you are and I am also thankful to our Bhante Deepratan who in a very brief time he discussed about the basic tenets of our Buddhist teachings related to compassion. Especially he was discussing that compassion is not only verbal sympathy but how it can be enacted to all the human beings irrespective of caste, color and creed. And Acharya Buddha Ghosh, the great commentator and who has composed magnum opus work Visuddhimagga, he has discussed this Karuna is that kamiti dukkham runati titam pavisati vinasai bhaimati cha. That Karuna is not only verbal sympathy, but how a person makes an effort to enter into the suffering of others and making an effort to eradicate or remove the suffering of others. This is called as compassion. Not only the verbal sympathy, but how you are reacting, how you are making an effort of eradicating the suffering of others. This is the compassion. And how we can practice mindfulness as well as our compassion in our day-to-day life. We can take a lot of things as a pedagogy for the Buddhist educations. Over to you, Alok Dwivedi ji.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. I think there is no any comment or question rest now, so we will move ahead. I sincerely thank to you for chairing this session and joining us
Thank
this
you.
whole day.
It was a pleasure for me to get associated with you all people, and especially our Professor Rakesh Chandraji. After a long time, I have seen through online. In Sarnath, I have met with him, I think 10 years back at the conference when Pradeep Gokhale was, Professor Pradeep Gokhale was organizing a international conference there. You had come there and you had presented a brief review of one of the paper there. So I have already seen you speaking so many times. So thank you very much and seeing you after a long time, and especially to Dr. Sipra Dikshitji and Dr. Alok Dwivedi. Thank you very much.
You.
And those who have joined online also, the Venerable monks and others, thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you all.
Thank you, sir, so much, sir.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Yes,
Now
sir.
we will move ahead, and we come to the conclusion of the 4-day international workshop on exploring Buddhist philosophy and its response to war and violence, jointly organized by Institute of Advanced Sciences, INADS World Campus, and Kuruom School of Advanced Sciences, Lucknow. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to Director and President of Institute of Advanced Sciences, Professor Balram Singh sir, the Director, Kuruom School of Advanced Sciences, and Associate Professor, Institute of Advanced Sciences, USA, Dr. Rajkumar ji, and all our distinguished speakers, panelists, participants, and the whole organizing team. Over the past 4 days, we have successfully conducted 8 academic sessions, 19 insightful papers, and a thought-provoking panel discussion, which just concluded, covering a wide range of themes related to Buddhist philosophy, peace building, conflict transformation, ethics, compassion, non-violence, human well-being, and human rights. The enriching discussion and scholarly exchanges have demonstrated the continued relevance of Buddhist thought in addressing contemporary global challenges of war, violence, and social discord. The workshop has highlighted the Buddhist philosophy is not merely a historical tradition, but a living source of wisdom that offers the practical pathways towards peace, dialogue, and harmonious coexistence. It has also reinforced the significance of Buddhist contribution within the broader framework of Indian knowledge system, emphasizing holistic approach to individual and societal transformation. I sincerely hope that all these ideas, reflections, and academic collaboration generated during this workshop will continue to inspire further research, which Sipraji just announced, and Sir is also saying that how we can go ahead. Further research, dialogue, and actions. May the spirit of compassion, wisdom, and peace that guided our discussion remains with us as we work toward building a more just and harmonious world. As we have a USP in our Institute of Advanced Sciences INADS team, that we try to conclude the sessions on time. That's why I'm not taking much more time in concluding remark. I sincerely thank you all for your active participation and valuable contributions. With best wishes for your future endeavors, I formally declare the workshop concluded. और लास्ट में एक छोटी सी बात, इस दुनिया के एक बहुत बड़े हिस्से में एक बहुत बड़े राष्ट्र के द्वारा एक बड़ा युद्ध खेला जा रहा था, जिससे विश्व में अस्थिरता व्याप्त थी। हमारे इस वर्कशॉप के दौरान ही एक बहुत बड़े देश के महाशक्तिशाली राष्ट्र के राष्ट्राध्यक्ष द्वारा इस प्रकार की उद्घोषणा की गई कि आने वाले दिनों में हम उस राष्ट्र के प्रति जो युद्ध कर रहे हैं उसको हम रोकेंगे, और उसके अंतिम चरण में पहुंच गए हैं। मैं ये तो नहीं कहूंगा कि आईनेट्स वर्ल्ड कैंपस के इस वर्कशॉप से प्रभावित होकर उन्होंने ऐसा किया है, लेकिन हमारे यहाँ सनातन चिंतन परंपरा में ऐसा माना जाता है कि यदि आप चींटी का भी प्रयास, गिलहरी प्रयास भी इस भूमंडल के किसी भाग में छोटा सा प्रयास भी करते हैं, तो उसकी चेतना कहीं न कहीं एक बड़े चेतना से संयुक्त होती है और वो सकारात्मक रिजल्ट देती है। आशा करता हूं मैं आप सबके साथ कि दुनिया में जो भयंकर अशांति है, जो वार का सिचुएशन है, जो वायलेंस हो रही है, उसमें बुद्ध के बताए रास्ते, उसमें वेद के बताए रास्ते, उसमें उपनिषद के बताए रास्ते, उसमें भारतीय सनातन परंपरा के बताए रास्ते, उसको खत्म करें और संसार में एक सुलभ और हार्मोनियस समाज विकसित हो सके, एक मानवता का विकास। थैंक यू, धन्यवाद।
Invite Dr. Raj for feedback.
I hope he has joined, but his camera is off. Yes, he is here.
We can invite him.
Okay.
Yes.
Good morning to all here. I am in United States and it's good morning, 5 o'clock in the morning. So that's why I'm saying good morning and good afternoon for the people who are from the India. So respected chairperson, distinguished keynote speakers, honored resource persons, esteemed scholars, participants, colleagues, and friends. Namaskar and warm greetings to all. As we arrive at the conclusion of this enriching 4-day international workshop on exploring Buddhist philosophy and its responses to war and violence, jointly organized by INADS World Campus, USA and Kuruom School of Advanced Sciences, India, it is both an honor and a privilege to offer this address. Over the past 4 days, we have journeyed together through some of the most profound dimensions of Buddhist thought, exploring not only its historical and philosophical foundations, but also its continuing relevance in addressing the complex realities of war and also in our contemporary world. Like Alok was saying just now, the workshop was conceived at a time when humanity faces unprecedented challenges: armed conflict, social polarization, ideological extremism, environmental crisis, and growing psychological distress. Against this backdrop, we sought to ask a simple and a very profound question: what can Buddhist philosophy contribute to world increasingly shaped by violence and conflicts? The discussion throughout this workshop have provided many insightful answers and many ways to look to this particular perspective. We begin with the illuminating keynote speaker of Professor Bimlendra Kumar, who reminded us that the root of violence is not merely external but deeply embedded within the human mind. Drawing from the Buddhist canon, he emphasizes how greed, hatred, ignorance, attachment, and ego become the psychological foundation of conflict. His reflections established a recurring theme throughout the workshop that sustainable peace must begin with inner transformation. Our subsequent session explored the core teachings of Buddhism, including the noble truths taught by Buddha, Dhamma, Sangha, Nibbana, mindfulness, breath awareness. Speakers were just now in the panel discussion discussing about that, and we got one comment from the MIT Pune. Dependent organization, commons, compassion, and wisdom. We heard compassion very frequently during this whole workshop. I think that is very much important aspects as a humanity. These discussion highlighted how the Buddha's teaching offer not only a path to personal liberation, but also a framework for social harmony and ethical responsibility. We examined Buddhism responses to contemporary global conflict through the insightful presentation of our distinguished scholars. We reflected on how consumerism unchecked, desired, how inequality and ideological rigidity contribute to modern violence, and how Buddhist principle of non-violence, mindfulness, compassion, and moderation can serve as a pathway towards reconciliation and peace, particularly through provoking discussion where the discussion on philosophy of emptiness, Buddhist ethics, human rights, and the philosophical challenges surrounding war, peace, and social justice. These presentations reminded us that Buddhist philosophy is not static or merely historical. Rather, it remains a living intellectual tradition capable of engaging contemporary ethical, political, and social questions with remarkable depth and nuances. That's why we are discussing this in this workshop also after 2,500 years. The workshop also demonstrated that interdisciplinary richness of Buddhist studies. We witnessed meaningful conversation connecting Buddhist thought with psychology, education, philosophy, ethics, peace studies, neuroscience, human rights discourse, and even contemporary bioethical dimension. These engagements reflect that the enduring adaptability and relevance of Buddhist wisdom is in today's rapidly changing world. One of the most significant outcome of this workshop has been the recognition that the peace is not merely the absence of war. Peace is a cultivated state of mind, a social responsibility, and an ethical commitment. Buddhist philosophy also teaches us that the lasting peace cannot be imposed externally. It emerges through compassion, wisdom, self-awareness, and the recognition of our interconnectedness. This insight may be one of the Buddhist most valuable contribution to the modern world. At the heart of Buddhist philosophy on war and peace lies the understanding that conflict originates not on battlefields but within the human mind. The Buddha identified greed, hatred, and ignorance as the three root cause of suffering and violence. Wars, whether between individual communities or nations, are ultimately manifestation of these inner afflictions. Buddhist thoughts, therefore, does not merely seek the cessation of armed conflict. It seeks the transformation of consciousness that gives rise to conflict in the first place. Through the cultivation of compassion, loving kindness, wisdom, mindfulness, and the recognition of interdependence, Buddhism offers a profound vision of peace grounded in ethical responsibility and mutual understanding. The Noble Eightfold Path discussed in this workshop provides also the practical guidance for cultivating right thought, right speech, and right action, enabling individuals and society to move beyond cycle of hostility and retaliation. So, and that's in this panel discussion also I was hearing, and that highlighted there, the speakers, all the speakers highlighted that these parts also. As many of our distinguished speakers emphasized during the workshop, the Buddhist response to war is not passive withdrawal from the world, but active engagement of transforming conflict through wisdom, dialogue, reconciliation, and compassion. In an age marked by polarization, violence, and uncertainty, these teachings offer not only philosophical insights but also a practical roadmap towards a more peaceful, humane, and sustainable global future. Um, as we conclude, let us remember that the true success of this workshop also will not be measured by the number of sessions conducted or presentation delivered. Its success will be measured by what we carry forward, whether these discussion inspires new research collaboration, deeper scholarship, innovative educational initiatives, and above all, a renewed commitment to cultivating peace, compassion, and understanding within our community. As we reflect on the success of this workshop and envision future initiative, it is important to reaffirm that the educational philosophy of INADS World Campus, the mission of IWC is not merely the dissemination of information, but the cultivation of wisdom through an integrated approach that unites scholarship, practice, self-reflection, and social responsibility. IWC seeks to advance knowledge that bridges science, philosophy, culture, ethics, sustainability, and human development, recognizing that the most pressing challenges of our time cannot be solved through disciplinary silos alone. Rather, they require holistic understanding and collaborative inquiry grounded uh, in both intellectual rigor and the human value. The education vision of the IWC is inspired by the belief that learning should contribute to human self-reliance, global harmony, and planetary sustainability. In an era characterized by extraordinary technological progress, humanity faces equally profound challenges involving conflict, environmental degradation, social fragmentation, and mental distress. Addressing these issues requires an educational model that nurture not only analytical intelligence but also ethical sensitivity, compassion, creativity, and self-awareness. The discussion throughout this workshop have exemplified this philosophy by bringing together diverse perspectives from Buddhist study, philosophy, ethics, education, psychology, and social thoughts in a spirit of mutual learning and intellectual openness. Moving forward, IWC and KSAS aspire to create a vibrant global learning community where scholars, educators, practitioners, and students engage in meaningful dialogue across cultures and discipline. Throughout the workshop conference says through workshop conferences, academic programs, research collaboration, publication, and community engagement initiative, we hope to contribute to the development of knowledge that not only advances understanding but also promote human flourishing and responsible stewardship of our shared future. In this spirit, today's workshop represents an important step towards realizing a broader vision of education, one that seeks not only to inform the mind but also to transform the individual and enrich society. And Sipra also mentioned that we are going to soon organize the internship program. So we are planning for that also. for in future, which will be in the continuation of this workshop. Before I conclude, I would like to briefly share some reflections also based on the feedback received from participant and resource persons over the course of this workshop. The response of this 4-day international workshop has been overwhelming positive. Participants appreciated the depth of scholarly discussion and diversity of perspective presented and interdisciplinary nature of the sessions. Many noted that the workshop successfully connected classical Buddhist teaching with contemporary global challenges, making the discussion both intellectually rigorous and socially relevant. The active participation during question and answer session, panel discussion, and debates demonstrated a strong interest in exploring Buddhist philosophy, not merely as a historical tradition, but as a living framework for addressing modern concerns related to peace, conflict resolution, ethics, education, mental well-being, and the global harmony. Several participants also expressed a desire for continued engagement through similar programs, certificate courses, collaboration, and academic network dedicated to Buddhist studies and peace building. The enthusiastic participation of scholars, students, educators, and practitioners from diverse backgrounds highlighted the growing need for uh, platforms that facilitate meaningful dialogue between philosophy, social science, and humanities. So INADS and the KSAS both are committed to doing this kind of engagements, and we welcome these suggestions also, and we will continue our collaboration and continue working towards fulfilling these suggestions. Looking ahead, INADS World Campus and Kuruom School of Advanced Sciences India are committed to building upon the momentum generated by this workshop. We envision the development of continuing series of academic program focusing on Buddhist philosophy, comparative religion, peace studies, ethics, consciousness studies, mindfulness, and Indic knowledge system. For consciousness studies, we every year in the month of February, we organize a symposium and different aspects of consciousness. And we invite several people and some from the audience, Dr. Rakesh Chandra and Dr. Prashant Sukla, who also participated in that symposium. The discussion during the workshop have demonstrated that the search for peace requires not only political solution but also philosophical insight, ethical commitment, and personal transformation. This workshop is therefore not an ending but a beginning, a foundation for future collaboration, friendship, and scholarly endeavor dedicated to promoting peace, compassion, understanding, and human dignity. We welcome your continued participation, suggestion, and partnership as we collectively move forward in this important intellectual and humanitarian journey. Together, let us transform knowledge into wisdom, dialogue into understanding, and understanding into meaningful action for the benefit of humanity and future generations. I would like to express our deepest gratitude to our keynote speaker, guest of honor, distinguished resource persons, session chair, and all scholars who generously shared their knowledge and experience. Their contribution have elevated the academic quality of this workshop and inspired meaningful reflection among all participants. I also extend my appreciation to organizing team, including Professor Balram Singh, Dr. Sipra Dikshit, Dr. Alok Dwivedi, Dr. Aparna Dhi, Dr. Suruchi Singh, Mr. Avinash Tiwari, and Miss Unnati Mishra, and all those whose dedication behind the scene made this event possible. Their commitment reflect the collaborative spirit that the workshop sought to cultivate, and that's probably the one of the uh, teaching from Buddha also, and we achieved that also through our teamwork. Most importantly, I thank all participants who join us from different institutions, disciplines, and regions. Your questions, reflection, and engagement transform these sessions from a series of lecture into a vibrant intellectual community. The Buddha taught us that hatred is never overcome by hatred. Hatred is overcome by only by love and compassion. This timeless wisdom remains as relevant today as it was more than 2000 years ago. May the insight gained during this 4-day continue to guide us scholarship, enrich our lives, and contribute to more peaceful and harmonious world. On behalf of INADS World Campus and Kuruom School of Advanced Sciences, and I thank each one of you for your participation and contribution. I wish your continued success in your academic endeavor, good health, happiness, and business. Thank you all.
Thank you, Dr. Kumar, for your kind words. Now I request Dr. Aparna Dheer for thanks note.
Thank you, Dr. Alok. And firstly, I'd like to thank our Director Kuruom School of Advanced Sciences for giving this heartfelt gratitude towards all the participants and the learned speakers of this 4-day International Buddhist Workshop. And because डॉक्टर राजकुमार जी ने इतना अच्छे से सब कुछ जो हमारा आईनेट्स वर्ल्ड कैंपस का विजन है या हम जिस मिशन को लेकर कुरोम स्कूल ऑफ एडवांस साइंसेस काम कर रहा है, सभी को उन्होंने इतने अच्छे से बताया कि उसके आगे मुझे लगता नहीं कि मैं कुछ बोलूं और हम उस बात को, क्योंकि मैं चाहती हूँ वो टेक अवे बने यहाँ से जाते हुए। क्यों शिप्रा जी?
जी बिल्कुल, हमारा सिंसियर थैंक्स हो गया है हमारे डायरेक्टर सर की तरफ से। और क्योंकि टाइम थोड़ा और चूज किया था, उसके लिए अपोलोजाइज कि यूएस में वहाँ पे रात हो रही थी, सारे सेशंस अटेंड नहीं कर पाए सर। तो जितना भी कर पाए उतना उन्होंने अच्छे से बता दिया है, हमारा मिशन भी बता दिया है। और अपर्णा जी, ये 4 दिन कैसे निकल गए बिल्कुल सीखते सीखते, कुछ बिल्कुल पता नहीं चला। और बहुत ही इंसाइटफुल एनरिचिंग सेशंस रहे हैं। और जो सोचते हुए इसका कॉन्सेप्ट नोट लिखा गया था, वो बिल्कुल फुलफिल हुआ कि बुद्धिज्म के बारे में जानना है। उसी टाइम वॉर आ गया, पूरी दुनिया में ये सब हाहाकार मच गया, और ये अपने आप ही ये हो गया। जो अभी अभी एक राय सर ने अपने टॉक में बोला ना कि जब हम संकल्प ले लेते हैं, उन्होंने भी बोला, फिर भांते दी प्रतन ने भी बोला कि जब हम कुछ भी संकल्प लेते हैं तो पूरा वो संकल्प पूरा करने की शक्ति हमें आ जाती है। तो बिल्कुल वैसा ही अभी महसूस हो रहा है। और सबका बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद है सब लोगों का।
और जो आपने कहा ना अभी कि डॉक्टर राजकुमार जी भले ही यहाँ पर फिजिकली हमारे साथ इस कॉन्फ्रेंस में बिकॉज ऑफ टाइमिंग्स नहीं जुड़ रहे थे, इवन बलराम सर भी, मैं देख रही थी क्योंकि हमारा ये प्रोग्राम लगातार लाइव गया 4 दिन हमारे आईनेट्स की यूट्यूब चैनल पे। तो दे मस्ट हैव सीन many of these speeches in between and definitely picked up the major crux of the presentations. And ऑल्सो एक बात और मैं कहना चाहूंगी कि प्रोग्राम जो है हमारे साथ यहाँ पर जो पार्टिसिपेंट्स थे वो म्यांमार से, श्रीलंका से, थाईलैंड से, और आज सुबह के जो हमारे मेन स्पीकर की नोट एड्रेस था जिनका, वो सीधा टोरंटो से हमारे साथ जुड़े थे। तो हमें ये बेहद खुशी है कि जैसा हमने अपना हमारा ऑर्गेनाइजेशन का नाम आईनेट्स वर्ल्ड कैंपस है, तो ग्लोबली बुद्धिस्ट फिलोसफी को हम यहाँ से इस प्लेटफॉर्म से प्रेजेंट कर पाए, ये हमारे लिए भी बहुत बड़ी खुशी की बात है। और जैसा अभी शिप्रा जी मेंशन कर रही थी ए के राय सर के बारे में, कि जो हम सीख रहे थे इस बुद्धिस्ट फिलोसफी वर्कशॉप से कि पीस होना, हार्मनी होना, और जैसे संकल्प की बात हुई, तो संकल्प तो हमने लिया, लेकिन उसके बाद जो लास्ट में अब यहाँ से जाते जाते जो पीस, हैप्पीनेस एंड सेटिस्फेक्शन का भाव है, वही इसका सेंस है, वही बुद्धिस्ट फिलोसफी का सेंस है।
जी। और
Let's clap for the workshop.
Yes, everyone, please, I request everyone to kindly switch on the cameras so that we can have a final look of the conference on our YouTube channel, and also I'll take some screenshots. And बहुत सारी बातें जैसा अभी डॉक्टर राजकुमार जी ने जो सब कह दिया है वो सब हम नहीं रिपीट करना चाहेंगे, लेकिन हाँ, जो टेक अवे है अगेन जो वॉर एंड वायलेंस का टाइम है, उस दौर में अपने आप में जो है पीस, माइंडफुलनेस, अटेंशन, अवेयरनेस, कम्युनिटी फीलिंग एंड देन हार्मनी रखना, उसको, इन सब चीजों को आगे लेकर जो बढ़ना, नॉन वायलेंस को हमेशा अपने ध्यान में रखना कि हमें किसी भी रूप में वायलेंट, एंगर, इन सब चीजों से दूर रहना है, सेल्फिश नहीं बनना है, और एक सेक्रीफाइस की भावना से, त्याग भाव से जीवन में जीना है। और अगर हम, अगेन मैं यजुर्वेद की बात करूंगी यहाँ पर कि त्याग भाव मतलब कि यज्ञ, यज्ञ इज द मेन फिलोसफी ऑफ आवर होल लाइफ और होल कॉस्मिक ऑर्डर। सो मैं बहुत थैंकफुल हूँ आईनेट्स प्रेस की भी, विच इज अ पब्लिकेशन डिवीजन ऑफ इंस्टीट्यूट ऑफ एडवांस साइंसेज, जिन्होंने जिनके द्वारा ये ई सोविनियर आप तक पहुंचा। और आगे भी इस तरह के जो भी आपके लिटरेचर रिलेटेड आप हमारे साथ सबमिट कर सकते हैं हमारी वेबसाइट पे, इंस्टीट्यूट की वेबसाइट पे, आईनेट्स वर्ल्ड कैंपस, और साथ में जैसे आईनेट्स प्रेस की मैं बात कर रही हूँ, या कुरुम स्कूल ऑफ एडवांस
मैडम ये
साइंसेज।
जो आप लोगों ने सेंड किया था वो किस पर भेज?
जी मैं अभी अनाउंस करती हूँ।
हाँ जी।
जी जी
ओके
जी।
ओके
तो हमारी वेबसाइट पे ये सारी डिटेल्स, हमारी जितनी सिस्टर ऑर्गेनाइजेशंस हैं, आपको सारी डिटेल्स मिलेंगी। आप चाहे साइंस के हों, चाहे फिलोसफी के, चाहे लिटरेचर के, कैसे, और आप अपने मैन्युस्क्रिप्ट्स हमें दे सकते हैं आईनेट्स प्रेस के जरिए। हम उसको जिस भी फॉर्म में, चाहे प्रिंटेड हो चाहे ई बुक हो, उस तरह से हम लेकर आ सकते हैं। एंड साथ ही वहां पर हम आपके लिए गाइडलाइंस भी अलग से देंगे। दैट इज अगेन, जैसे द कॉन्फ्रेंस वाज, द वर्कशॉप वाज लाइक वेल ऑर्गेनाइज्ड, वी विल, आई बिलीव दैट similarly our INADS Press is also conducting publishing the manuscripts after the review process only, so you are welcome to submit your manuscripts through that also, to that also. And now moving to Shipraji to formally conclude the today's this 4-day international workshop.
थैंक यू अपर्णा जी, थैंक यू सो मच। ऑलरेडी सब थैंक्स नोट हो चुका है। आई हैव जस्ट 2-3 अनाउंसमेंट्स रिगार्डिंग योर इवैल्यूएशन। जितने भी आपको क्वेश्चनेस सेंड किए गए हैं तीनों दिन के, चौथा आज हम भेजेंगे आपको, वो सारे 14th इवनिंग और 15th मॉर्निंग तक मैक्सिमम हमारे पास आ जाने चाहिए। और जैसा कि आपको गाइडलाइन दिया गया है कि 250 वर्ड्स पर क्वेश्चन का आंसर चाहिए हमें मैक्सिमम, उससे कम हो सकता है बट नॉट मोर देन दैट। और उसके बाद ही हम आपका इवैल्यूएशन करके 2-3 डेज के बाद हम आपको सर्टिफिकेट्स प्रोवाइड करेंगे। उसमें आपकी अटेंडेंस भी काउंट होगी और आपका ये इवैल्यूएशन प्रोसेस, ये जो आंसर्स होंगे वो सारा लेते हुए हम आपको सर्टिफिकेट प्रोवाइड करेंगे। दूसरा, जिन जिन स्पीकर्स ने टॉक दिया है उनसे रिलेटेड ही क्वेश्चंस हम आपको भेजते हैं। तो इवैल्यूएशन के लिए ये क्वेश्चंस स्पीकर्स के पास जाएंगे और वो हमें सैंपल बना के देंगे, या तो कुछ चेक भी कर सकते हैं, ठीक है। और उसी के हिसाब से आपका मतलब पेपर चेक होगा। तो आप लोग अच्छे से, आपने सुना, सब कुछ अच्छे से किया, वैसे ही आप अच्छे से पेपर का सारा बना के हमें भेज दीजिए। और डॉक्टर आलोक द्विवेदी की तरफ से आपके पास मेल्स गए हैं, क्वेश्चनेयर गए हैं, तो आप उसी पे रिस्पॉन्ड कर दीजिएगा। अपने सारे आंसर्स आप आलोक जी के ईमेल आईडी पे सेंड कर दीजिएगा। और बाय 18th और 19th वी विल प्रोवाइड यू द सर्टिफिकेट्स। थैंक यू सो मच। और एक और चीज, जरूरी चीज ये है, IWC कोर्सेज इंट्रोड्यूस कर चुका है। प्लीज गो टू आवर वेबसाइट्स, और एडमिशंस ओपन है। और आप उसमें बहुत सारे सर्टिफिकेशन कोर्सेज हैं, साइंस के भी कोर्सेज हैं और लैंग्वेज कोर्सेज हैं, रिसर्च मेथोडोलॉजी के कोर्स हैं, कोर्सेज, बहुत सारे कोर्सेज हैं। प्लीज गो देयर एंड गेट एडमिशन एज यू वांट। एंड इसको आप और भी लोगों तक पहुंचाएं और हमसे जुड़े रहें, यही आपसे कामना है। थैंक यू so much for the successful workshop. Thank you so much.
Yeah, success because of you all. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Namaste.
Namaste.
Thank you to everyone. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you.